That's Rake Rogers swinging 3-0 for the Tigers. Part of that 8-9-1 gritty Tigers unit that got them on the board. Some ticket texters. Good means you should win. Hot means you are winning. I would rather be hot. That's Dan in Westland. The Tigers are unconventionally hot. Do you know what they call unconventionally hot people? Supermodels. Dennis in Armada. Ticket texter says, were you okay with the batting lineup yesterday? No Carp. He's been hitting hot. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. And with Dickerson, AJ is going to live and die by the matchups. It's what's got them here. Carp does not hit against lefties, at least not if they can avoid it. Still got him in the game because once Houston went to their bullpen first, it was only a matter of time before AJ was going to spring both Colt Keith, who didn't start, and Kerry Carpenter into that game. Carp is going to start today because they're going to have a righty on the mound, Hunter Brown, native of Michigan, St. Clair Shores, Wayne State pitcher. His favorite guy growing up, Justin Verlander. He throws against his hometown ball club today. John, you played against your hometown team.
I did.
What's this like?
It's a lot of fun, and it a lot of it has to do with context. Obviously, in my rookie season with the Washington Redskins, we played at the Silverdome, a place that I grew up going to, watching the Lions, and it was in December 5th. And I had held a grudge, very much like Amon-Ra St. Brown, where I just didn't like the fact that I got passed over twice by my hometown team. Now, I for a while, I thought, maybe I should have been a little bit higher in terms of the tackles that were taken, but I wasn't a left tackle, I was a right tackle, and things were a little bit different at that time in regards to defenses and matchups and all that stuff. I kind of felt like I was either a late first, early second, so I wasn't surprised, but to be passed over twice by your hometown team, it irritated me. It really did. And then when we had a chance to play them in the Silverdome, we lost. And I had to play against Robert Porcher, who I thought was one of the best defensive ends that I ever played against. Then we had a chance to play him in the playoffs, and it was on our turf. And that ended differently. We knocked Detroit out of the playoffs. It was a great game. It was, obviously, from my perspective, spanked them 27-13, and it was very gratifying to be able to do that. Now, is Hunter Brown, we obviously don't want him to have that same experience in the playoffs because that would mean the Tigers would lose today.
Yeah, I'm sure his emotions are interesting. He's a really good pitcher. I thought there was a chance they might throw Kikuchi because it's another lefty. But by going to a righty, and a good righty, they got to pitch some of their best guys. It unlocks Kerry Carpenter for 3 or 4 at-bats today, which I'm excited to see him go out and swing.
And, I mean, so you kind of know Hunter Brown, like, you got to believe he was a Tigers fan growing up. First of all, I mean, he grew up here, but Verlander was the guy that he looked up to.
Yeah.
Baseball's a little bit different because there's so many rounds in the draft. There's a lot that goes on, and, guys don't always end up pitching for the team that they were drafted by, and you get traded, all this stuff. But he is facing his hometown team. It's going to be a lot of fun for him. I know that.
Couple ticket texters. What kind of loser wakes up and says, yeah, but we won't be good next year? That guy should listen later in the day.
Yeah, he's great at parties, I'm sure.
I couldn't believe that. Hit. Like, what are we doing here? Texter says, speaking of Moneyball, when you
Mommy didn't love him enough.
Didn't get hugged?
Yeah.
When you guarantee a win, you'll experience what Brad Pitt experienced when he showed up for the game and his team started to choke it away. He realized the mistakes he made. I still love the Tigers' chances, but please don't guarantee anything. No, it's just about confidence. Like, I'm confident in this team. You know what it is, John? When you're young, everybody talks about feeling like you're invincible. This team is young. They kind of play like they're invincible.
10 foot tall and bulletproof.
Right. Houston's got playoff pedigree. That's Jose Altuve. It's Jordan Alvarez. It's this generation's David Ortiz. And guess what? Doesn't matter. You're going to throw out guys who are in AAA this season. And I'm confident in that. Like, think about how crazy this is. You're confident throwing Sean Gunther out there in a playoff series. Bring me Brendan Hannafy. We got to win this thing. And you don't mean it sarcastically. You mean it excitedly.
Yeah, and I thought, and I don't know if you guys made eye contact or not, but the aggregate of what a pitcher should be.
Yep.
You're building it by using 4 or 5 different pitchers to create one moment.
Yeah, you go, hey, can I get the velo that Brisky's bringing 100 miles an hour? Can I get some of the late life of Jackson Jobe? And we'll build it kind of a Frankenstein's monster of a 9-inning pitcher for the Tigers. Ticket Texter says, this team is hot, and that's what you want to be. The saying is strike while the iron is hot, not while the iron is good.
Very true.
We're going to talk to Sharon Moore. Brief pit stop on a day that is a lot of Tiger baseball. We'll talk to the Michigan head coach at 7:35. But first, Heather, what's going on?
Well, lots of people, lots of Tigers fans showed up to watch the Tigers beat the Astros in the first game of the American League Wild Card Series at Comerica Park during their watch party. Fans sat in the right field stands for most of the game. There was some rain. Kind of started around the 7th inning, so some fans stayed. And there's fans. One of the first fans, I think the first fan in line was the last fan to actually leave the park.
A first in, last out.
Yeah. Got soaking wet watching the game, but didn't care, said it was a blast. Obviously, some left their seats and kind of watched from the concourse. But the first 1,000 fans to the ballpark did receive some T-shirts, which is pretty cool. There was the free pizza for the first 500 fans. And if you missed it, Comerica Park is hosting another watch party today. So if you have time to make it down, head to Comerica Park. The same rules apply. $5 a ticket and 14 and under, you're getting free. There's going to be different locations open, like the Pitcher's Pub will be open. You can, if it rains, take refuge in there. You can buy some merchandise as well. There's going to be some stores open. Could be a great time.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, when they initially announced this, they didn't know when the game would be.
Right.
Ideally, this would be a night game, people at work. But for the people who have the flexibility or have the day off, Comerica's a great place. Hang out with Tiger fans.
Yeah, exactly. So after multiple fights broke out following the homecoming football game at John Glenn High School in Westland, police are now revealing that 12 kids were arrested, and a couple of those kids are actually facing charges of assault and battery on a police officer. So things got pretty crazy. According to Westland Police, officers tried to keep the situation under control, and as they were trying to break up these fights that broke out in the parking lot, multiple officers were actually assaulted. One of the officers was punched multiple times, and another was diagnosed with a concussion and a strain to her neck. So things got really crazy with these students following the game. So now there's actually some new rules in place for all the remaining home football games. Basically, there's a lot of guest limitations. So if you are a football player, a band member, a cheerleader, you can have up to 5 guests with you. They've got to show their IDs when they get tickets, and that's all that's allowed to go. If you're not on that list, you're not going to a game. Obviously, if you are a minor, you have to be accompanied by an adult. Makes sense?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Do stupid things, you're going to get new rules, right? Yep.
Mm-hmm.
A 61-year-old Farmington Hills man is facing charges after police say he pulled a knife on a mail carrier and directed slurs at her because he was upset about political ads in his mailbox. So according to the Farmington Hills Police Department, this mail carrier was delivering mail on Thursday when this guy approached her vehicle, and this guy, who was intoxicated at the time,
of course he was,
started yelling racist, sexual, and derogatory remarks, not only about the mail carrier, but also about Kamala Harris. Because those were the ads he was getting in his mail. That's when the guy decided to pull a knife and lunge at the driver. She pulled out some pepper spray, sprayed him. The guy ran away. He was later found arrested. He's been charged with ethnic intimidation and assault.
She's just doing her job.
She is.
She's not endorsing anybody. Here's your mail, buddy. Take it and then throw it away if you don't like it.
Exactly.
Yeah. She didn't print. She didn't put it out there. She just, hey, I'm just doing my job.
She's doing her job. I saw this article, Jim, and I thought maybe this could be for you. Maybe when you want to make your first trip to Bronner's, you could go and make a really big trip out of it, and you could do a long weekend, and you could go to Frankenmuth's newest indoor water park while you're there. It's going to feature 16 new water slides and a swim-up bar for adults only. So,
I'm interested in that.
The Bavarian Inn Lodge has been working on an $80 million expansion project, and it's slated to open this fall. So perfect timing for you to go to Bronner's and check it out and get some ornaments. They say there's going to be 20 new attractions, a dual racing water slide, for you and your wife. Could be
go.
fun. A
There we
wave
go.
pool, the swim up bar. Plus, they also say there's plans to open a 3-story ropes course, rock climbing walls, mini bowling, and a whole lot more this fall.
Hey, I'm excited.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Check it out. See what this Bronner's thing is all about,
Exactly.
too. All
Have
right.
you been to Frankenmuth?
No.
Which makes sense
Yeah,
because
because
they're-
you were there, you
yeah,
would
you go to both. But
yeah.
Yeah.
but sometimes, I mean, I went to Frankenmuth before I went to Bronner's. So
Yeah.
Okay.
You've been to West Branch, right? Not West Branch. Birch Run.
Birch Run.
Yeah, the outlets and everything.
Yes, yes.
You're
yes.
right there.
Oh, I know.
You're right there.
Heather with the news. As a ticket texter reminds us, if the Tigers win today or tomorrow, we are getting home playoff games at Comerica. Not just watch parties, home playoff games would start on Wednesday next week at Comerica Park. Got to take care of business today. Who needs tomorrow? Let's talk to Sharon Moore next. It's 97.1.
And we got a lot of great things coming up this week and next week in terms of sports. Why not watch them if you're not going to be there live at a pool that is absolutely built for sports fans? That's Stadium Swim, and it's located at Circa Resort and Casino. You can catch all those moments at a viewing experience, like I mentioned, that is built for sports fans. Chill at one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. That's Stadium Swim. It's America's favorite place to watch all your Detroit sports. Swim-up bars, Insta-ready selfie walls, and one nonstop party. Score your perfect game day spot with cozy day beds, private cabanas, or grab a lounge at the center of the action. You can reserve your spot today. It's 365 days of sports poolside, located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Hey, I want to give a shout out to YMCA Detroit's Girls on the Run. This incredible program isn't just about running, it's about building confidence, making connections, and empowering young girls to set and achieve their goals. They're getting ready for their big fall 5K celebration in November, and they need our support. Whether you want to register, volunteer, cheer, or donate, head to ymcadetroit.org to learn more, or go to gotr.detroit.org to register and help inspire the next generation of strong, confident women.
Dan was all of us. Ooh wee. Deep sigh and exhale. Get your breath back. Start breathing again. Tigers dramatic in the 9th inning. Bases loaded. Bo Brisky comes in, gets the line out. He was dancing around the zone. He was falling behind, and you're thinking, not like this. Not like this. The Gritty Tigers get off to an early lead, right? 8-9-1 doing the damage. Of course. They clogged the base paths, had 11 left on base. I know that's a frustration for some people, but it's evident that they were putting pressure. John, it was obvious that they belonged.
They were on the attack all day.
Yeah, and as much as we talked about, like, kind of got here on vibes, right? On prayer, on voodoo, on destiny. They looked every bit like they belonged in the playoffs yesterday.
Oh, they led the entire game. I mean, other than the first inning. But once they got the lead, especially with Tarek Skubal on the mound, that's when you got really excited. Now, he only ended up going 6 innings, but he only threw 88 pitches. So, I don't know if needed, could he come in at some point in game 3? Who knows? But he was efficient. He was dominant. He was everything he was all year. And that's kind of what you wanted to see. It's obviously what we wanted to see. But there are so many guys that have had great seasons, and then they get in the playoffs, and they got one shot, and it doesn't go the way the rest of the season went. His was a mirror image.
Give you an example. Valdez. They showed his playoff stats, not nearly as good as his regular season. He's a top 5 pitcher in the American League this season. The Tigers got him out of the game. He didn't see the 6th. And meanwhile, Skubal goes 6 clean. And the only real trouble he ran into, they had the mound visit. He had 2 on. He came out. He got the 2 strikeouts. And he was everything you expect from an ace in the playoffs. And probably better off an inning early than an inning late, because especially with this bullpen, AJ goes to the pen, and now he's going to be able to go to the pen all day today. It's Tyler Holton to start. And then I imagine what AJ will do is try to avoid Houston seeing the same pitcher twice.
Yeah.
And they've got basically everybody available, right? I mean, I don't know that Vest will pitch. Certainly Skubal won't pitch, but I think anybody else could.
Is up, yeah.
Yeah, I know Brisky and Foley pitched 17 stressful pitches, but I mean, it wouldn't be unheard of if they needed them. AJ's going to play the matchups. This sets up for the Tigers. That's why we loved them in a 3-game series, for them to play the brand of baseball that got them here. This scrappy, gritty, unpredictable, matchup based. Like, they sat Kerry Carpenter to begin the game yesterday. It was 100% the right decision, but that's one of your best hitters. He doesn't face lefties. You keep him in your back pocket. There he is by the last third of the game. He's in the lineup. He's going to play more today because a righty's on the hill. John, everything sets up for AJ and the Tigers to take care of business. 2 games, 2 wins, to the ALDS we go. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I started last night because of what we had talked about yesterday, and we let everybody know the last 2 years, you win game 1, you win the series.
Yep.
It's
100%.
It's okay for the last 2 years it has been. I understand it's not a sure thing. You're playing against another really good team. They're here for a reason. They made it easier than you did. But they're not that much different than you are. And now all of a sudden you don't vary from the theory that got you here. You dance with those that brought you. And this is what they've done. This is how they're going to continue to do it. It's going to be chaos. And I started thinking last night what it would be like to sit in Comerica for a home postseason game this year. Not dreaming of next year, not dreaming of adding bats and adding pitchers and trying to make changes in the offseason. This year, next week, could be a home playoff game at Comerica Park.
Wednesday is the day it would be set for. Wednesday at Comerica Park. If necessary, Thursday would be game 4, Tom. Can you confirm that?
Yeah,
Okay.
Thursday, so back-to-back days. The opener against Cleveland would be Saturday at 1 o'clock.
And then game 2 would be Monday.
At 4 o'clock.
Okay.
And then if there was a game 5, it would be the following Saturday, the 12th,
Okay.
which is Michigan's bye.
And all this is happening while the Lions are on bye. Like, the Tigers, First of all, they deserve the stage, but 2, it sets up for them to own the stage locally. I mean, hell, our whole show today is Little Power Surge, Little Sharon Moore, and all Tiger baseball. So the lines are open, 248-539-9797, the emotional roller coaster that was the ninth inning. Your state of mind today as you gear up for another playoff game. The team has playoff experience now. That's what they said on the broadcast after. Michael Kay goes, hey, once you played, once you've experienced it, you're in. And AJ really did appreciate that these guys looked the same as they did in August and September. It's not like they got to the playoffs and tried to do too much or started to do things differently. They're playing the same baseball that got them here.
Yeah, and I don't expect them to be any different. And I expect the results to be very the same. And it's a win yesterday with Skubal. And then you throw out Tyler Holton today.
Yep.
And then you start dancing around. And this is what AJ has done so masterfully. It's about the matchups. It's which arm do you want against these three batters or these six batters? And then it's what bats do we want against their pitchers? And it's a dance that AJ has been able to dance that very few can do. I don't know if anybody else could have done it with this roster.
No, again, we've chronicled it. They got 12 rookies, the two-man rotation. They sold at the deadline. They had to go on a miraculous 50-year run to get in the postseason, and it's pushing all the right buttons. And, you know, I wonder, there were some people that didn't like what AJ did going to Foley in the ninth inning instead of keeping Holton out there. I wonder if we've just reached, like, Hinch take the wheel. Like, you just don't question it at this point. Because I know there's this tendency to go, well, keep Holton in against Alvarez because that's a left on left. Why didn't they keep Holton in? Well, they would have had to keep him in for two batters, which would have kept him in for Bregman, which is left on right. And AJ played the numbers. He played Foley. Alvarez is not as good against righties as he is lefties. AJ played Foley. It was the right decision. And even when it started to look like the wrong decision, he got him out of the game. He got Brisky in the game, and they won. Like, I'm not saying blind faith. Like, clearly, if there's a move he makes that doesn't add up, we'll discuss it. But I do feel like we're approaching blind faith with AJ Hinch at this point.
Just about. And I don't know if he would ever admit this because it's all about winning yesterday's game. But was he in the back of his mind thinking, if I pull Tyler Holton now, I could pitch him as the starter tomorrow?
I think it's a secondary benefit.
It's a secondary benefit. There's no question. But how much of that entered his mind in regards to, I've got enough confidence in everybody else that I'm going to put in there that we are going to win this game. Now, there's no guarantees, but he had that confidence that if I pull Tyler Holton now, I can use him tomorrow, and we can get out of this with a win with everybody else.
Ticket Texter says, I get AJ made the right calls, but man, Malloy's bad. I love the Tigers, but he hasn't been good. The last month, I need to see Carpenter. Malloy went 1 for 2 and had a walk. He had a hell of a day.
Yeah.
He's actually their best hitter against lefties,
and
statistically.
When Carp went in, he was 0 for, right?
Carp, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got him in for a righty, and he had 2 at-bats, and he didn't do anything. No, AJ is going to – I don't understand it. What they've done is they've optimized the entire roster. All 26 guys are going to be utilized. What team starts the game is not going to be the team that ends the game. They're using their entire roster, which is why you put an emphasis on having a really good manager. Ticket Texter says, I agree with what you guys are saying. The Tigers belong. Yesterday was more than just vibes. It's fundamentally sound baseball. ALDS on a Lions bye week? Yes, please. Says, I'm surprised you're not giving Will Vest a little more love. Says, that guy was dominant. Johnny had 4 strikeouts against 5 batters.
Yeah, he was. I mean, there's plenty of guys that we could talk about and give credit to. And, I mean, have we talked enough about the guys that came up with 2 outs in the second?
No.
And been able to get hits? But that's the thing about this group effort. It's the undecided. It's the lineup. Like it only works the way AJ's put it together, and it only works in concert with all of those decisions.
Yeah, I mean, it's your 8-9 hitters.
Yeah.
That delivered early in that game, and obviously Vierling too for the third run. But your 8-9 one hitters with 2 outs. I mean, that's scrappy. That's a definition of gritty Tigers. I mean, it's classic this baseball team. I mean, there were stretches this year where we didn't think they had 5 good hitters, and now you got 8 and 9 driving in runs in a playoff game.
Yeah,
We want you guys jumping in. 248-539-9797. We'll also give you the story of why Dan Campbell hates baseball.
Love it.
Right from his mouth. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Beninati Pools, a huge Game 1 wildcard win for the Tigers, surviving a stressful ninth to beat the Astros 3-1 on the road. They're now 1 win away from advancing to the next stage of the postseason, but they have to do it first. Houston had the bases loaded yesterday in the final innings before Bo Brisky closed it out, and his catcher Jake Rogers said that the wild ending was actually kind of enjoyable. Yeah, Tarek Skubal showed why he's the Cy Young favorite, throwing 6 scoreless innings, only 4 hits, 6 strikeouts. Will Vest, Tyler Holton, and Jason Foley also came out of the pen. Holton will open today's second game of the series. MLB wildcard scoreboard, Royals 1, Orioles 0. The Mets doubled up the Brewers 8-4, and the Padres blanked the Braves at home 4-0. The bye week officially has arrived for the Lions. Head coach Dan Campbell says that he likes where the team is at after 4 games. They have plenty of room to get even better. Coach also revealed that they gave a Tuesday game ball to Jared Goff finally after his perfect performance on Monday night. And the Red Wings got a 2-1 preseason win in Pittsburgh. Ville Husso was in net for all 60 minutes, stopping 43 of 44 shots. Prospects Nate Danielson and Amadeus Lombardi scored the goals. Detroit now 3-1-1 in their exhibitions with 3 left to play. From the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket at Odyssey.com.
8:18, we'll play the audio of why Dan Campbell hates baseball. He's got a story about when he played the game growing up. Open phone lines, 248-539-9797. Game 2 today. ALDS awaits. The confidence you should have in this baseball team. Mm-hmm. Are they good enough? It doesn't really matter if they're good, they're hot. And I think they're better than people have given them credit for. They've been playing good baseball for 7 weeks. That's not fake. You can't fake that for damn near 2 months. But what's most important is they're hot and they're confident and they've got the strategy to win a 3-game series, and it sets up super well. Like, John, you win the first game, you win the series, it's a damn near lock.
Yeah, and don't ever underestimate the value of confidence. Now, I don't know what it feels like going to the plate in postseason play in baseball. I don't know what it's like in a regular season game in baseball. But I got to imagine the confidence. I know what it feels like on 3rd and long when the game is on the line and you've been, kicking butt all day long, even if you're playing against somebody everybody thinks is a better football player than you are. That confidence in that moment gives you such an advantage. And this team has built up confidence over the past 2 months. They built up even more confidence because they did it on the road against a team that, other than here in Detroit, and even some here, didn't really believe they could go there and get a win in game 1.
Yeah, I think as we set this up, clearly they have to go out and do it still. I fully expect them to advance. I fully believe that this series is over.
We're not guaranteeing it. It's not what you're doing. It's not a Costa lock. It's not a guarantee, but
it's a belief.
It's a belief, and it's a confidence that fans have now that they've seen that they could do it in the postseason. Big questions as to whether or not, was the 2 games that they finished the season with, did it ruin the mojo? Did it get them out of rhythm? They answered all those questions yesterday, but more importantly, for the players themselves, getting up to the plate, getting hits with 2 outs in the second to take a 3-0 lead in Houston, you got to be bursting at the seams with confidence.
Well, it's so great because then AJ got to play from ahead. He got to play from the advantage position. He got to play with all the tools at his disposal, knowing Houston was going to go to their bullpen first, knowing that Skubal was going to be the pitcher that went deeper into the game, that kept zeros on the scoreboard, that allowed him to have even more arms available today. That was, outside of a complete game shutout, like a dream sequence for AJ, right? The idea was your pitcher was better than their pitcher. Your bullpen wasn't taxed. You're able to use all these guys that you want to use in game 2, and you don't let it get to game 3. I really do believe that they're going to try to keep Houston from seeing the same pitcher twice, matchup, the whole thing. They're going to build an ace in the aggregate. They had Skubal as an ace, Cy Young, Triple Crown guy. Now they're going to go, our ace today is chaos. It's a Frankenstein's monster. It's 6, 7, 8 guys if necessary. We're going to throw everything at you and put you on your heels. They've kept teams on their heels. Where the Tigers are supposed to be this like bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and intimidated, they've taken the game to the opposition, and that's taken the extra base. That's throwing a pitcher that nobody's seen yet today. They have put other teams on their heels. And the comp I have for this baseball team, the 2015 Royals. Mm-hmm. The 2015 Royals really had like a one-man rotation and a super bullpen. They were a young group of hitters, probably a better group of hitters than these Tigers. Definitely a better group of hitters than these Tigers. But they got hot. That's a small payroll. They're not as good as the Yankees or the Dodgers. They're not as good as these other teams. They were hot, and they settled in, and they played matchups, and their bullpen laid everybody to waste.
You know, the buttons that AJ's pushed has been absolutely unbelievable, and I think he even pushed a little one yesterday. He hit Meadows 7th, and I don't recall Meadows hitting there very often this year. Usually it's leadoff or it's 9th, right?
Yep.
A 9th against a lefty, so you would have thought yesterday 9th, and he hit him 7th. Well, what happened in that 3-run inning is Meadows beat out a double play.
Yep.
And then Meadows got the second later in the inning, and he scored from second. You know, if he's hitting 9th, that might not have played out that way. It's just the little things that he's doing that are working. It's amazing. And I think we had a text that says, clearly some people haven't been watching this team the last 8 weeks, or they tuned in the last 2, and they don't understand, like, today's going to be a completely different lineup. And they're starting their second-best pitcher. It's an
Holton,
opener.
you're saying, yeah.
Yes, he's their best option right now. The fear is today is you do the kitchen sink approach today and you lose. What do you do tomorrow? But you can't play for tomorrow.
You can't. And we've seen this baseball strategy for a long time was you had your bulldog closer in the 9th. You had Mariano Rivera. You had Trevor Hoffman. And then people started to realize, well, what happens if we blow the lead in the 8th? So good managers have started using their best pitcher in leverage spots. So if that's the 8th, if that's, hey, 1 on or 2 on in the 7th, and this is going to be make or break for the game, they're going to pitch for now and worry about the 9th. You can't save someone for the 9th because the 9th might not be a save situation. You can't save someone for game 3. You just want to be done with it today.
Right. I mean, and it's going to be the closer this game stays, the longer it stays. And I'm expecting today to actually be a higher scoring game. I think the Astros bats show up, but I also think the Tigers bats show up too. And
with Carpenter,
I'm envisioning much like that. I don't know if you guys remember. I think it was the middle game of the Royals series in Kansas City, which was a super, super high-tension regular season game. But the Tigers got out of situations that you didn't think they would get out of. I'm kind of thinking to win today, they're going to have to do it. Because, look, the Astros can hit, and I would expect their playoff experience to show up today. So they're going to grind the Tigers pitchers. And then he's going to have to use – I wouldn't be surprised to see 6 pitchers pitch today.
By the way, no judgment if you haven't been paying attention the last 8 weeks. Like, we get it. This has been miraculous. Welcome everybody to the bandwagon. Tom, to your point, you have been paying attention. Meadows has taken the most at-bats in the leadoff spot this season, followed by the 9th spot this season. He has hardly taken at-bats in the 7th spot, just 25 at-bats in that spot going into the playoff game.
And he did it in the first playoff
game.
I mean, that button is just unbelievable. And the fact is that he did beat out a double play ball, and he scored from second base. And maybe not everybody scores from second base in that situation.
Well, the inning's over. Right. If he does, I mean, the inning is over. There's no other option if he doesn't beat out that double play.
Take a texter. John, you're asking people what it was like in their house or their car or their work watching this. I've never talked to my television so much in my life.
No.
I'm confident I coached them through the 9th inning.
So many people. You know, we've had the reaction of people, you know, can't sit down, pacing in front of the TV. I was, you know, starting to make dinner, and I'm walking back and forth, and the same reaction a lot of people had, where, you know, you see a strike and you kind of give a little, you know, little fist pump. Let's go. You know, a little hop in your step, and, you know, a little kick. You know, all of those things are the same reactions that everybody was having as they were watching or listening to the game.
Ticket Texter says Hinch has been coaching like it's the postseason, really all season, especially though this last 2 months, utilizing all the guys every game. The bench and bullpen guys are ready, always ready to go. That's Kyle and Royal Oak. They made a good point on the broadcast that we hadn't really talked about. They said you could really do this more with a young team than a veteran team. Like veteran players need a certain rhythm.
Mm-hmm.
These young guys, hey, wherever you need me, coach. I'm only getting one at bat today, and I know it's going to be against this pitcher, right? That's kind of Andy Ibanez's deal for a long time was, hey, Andy, you only have to know about the one or two lefty relievers in their bullpen. Study them. Be ready for them. It's the only at-bat you're taking all day today. Ibanez is not a super young player, but it's that mentality across the team that a young team actually can do this maybe with less muscle memory. Like these older guys, old habits die hard. Yeah. This is all new to them, too, and I think that's helped them get away with it.
You bring up Ibanez, too. He hits cleanup yesterday.
Right.
He won't play today.
Right.
Unless it's a pinch hitter. That's insane. Your cleanup hitter in game 1 of the playoffs doesn't play in game 2 of the playoffs. I mean, that is so unorthodox to the baseball I grew up with.
That we all know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not just that you grew up with. It's that,
What your power hitter for.
All the other teams do or have. I mean, the majority of them, especially the good ones.
Chris in Kego Harbor, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
Good.
Yeah, it's just the pitching chaos that we've been throwing out there for the last 3 months. Do you think other teams are gonna see this and see maybe we don't need 5 long inning starters, and they see this as a viable option to maybe we only need 3 good pitchers, and then we can toss out 2 other days of bullpen days. It's working, and I think it. How long do you think you can do this in a season?
Well, I didn't think
because it seems to be working.
I didn't think you could get away with it for as long as they did. Like AJ and company took it to the extreme. The seeds had been planted. Tampa Bay had used openers where they throw a reliever for the first inning and then the bulk starter comes in. The Dodgers, as much money as they spent on their baseball team, they were running 6-7 starters, not consecutively in a rotation, but knowing the guys weren't going to finish the season and they wanted to have as many arms as they could. Long gone are the days of the 200-inning pitcher. It's very rare that someone hits 200 innings. I don't know how far you can take this. I thought the Tigers already pushed it beyond what I thought was the limit. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, logic tells you it can't, but you see what's happening right in front of our eyes.
Ticket text is at 2:30 yet. Can't wait for Tiger baseball. More of your thoughts. Dan Campbell's story about why he hates baseball next, 97.1.
Hey, when I needed a new furnace and AC, I called the guys at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical when I needed plumbing. That's exactly who I called. They've got all the best equipment and the best prices, but the best part is, the biggest difference is their customer service, and it's also that 5-year warranty with my furnace and AC, so I know I'm covered. Call Mastercraft for your heat, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They even have generators. Tell them John Jansen sent you for up to $500 off fast installation, like same-day service. You want more information, you can find them on the web at mastercraftheating.com.
You're so back. Playoff baseball. It's 97-1. Back at it today. Game 2. Confidence level at an all-time high with this team. They took care of business with the Scooble start. It's exactly where A.J. Hinch, exactly where they want him right now for Game 2. Might not even need a Game 3. Just handle your business today.
Following the blueprint.
Holton will start.
It hit me when you said that. By dinner time tonight, we could be looking at a team that is moving on to the second round, the ALDS, and more games here at Comerica.
And that's the key. It's not inconsequential. Like, advancing matters. Getting home baseball games in the postseason at Comerica Park, this place is going to look a lot different than Houston looked yesterday, I'll tell you that much. Bunch of empty seats. They're taking the playoffs for granted. We are so thrilled for this run. This run, it was improbable, which kind of jolts everybody back. I mean,
it's people been so energizing.
John, the city, from a baseball standpoint, had been in hibernation for 10 years. Now you're starting to get those emotions again that you haven't felt. Some of the stress of a playoff baseball game you haven't felt. And it's beautiful. We're going to take some phone calls, 248-539-9797. Your confidence level in the Tigers advancing. Is the series over in your mind? Some thoughts on how they handle Game 2. We'll mix that in. Are you blind faith in A.J. Hinch at this point? Like, just Hinch take the wheel. And obviously the emotions of yesterday, where you were watching that game in the 9th inning and exactly how it felt for you. We also have Dan Campbell audio. Dan Campbell was doing a press conference yesterday, and he's very aware that the Tigers were playing a baseball game. And they had, I think, if I saw the media room, they had the Tigers on one of the TVs in there. And Campbell talked about baseball and his experience with baseball and why when he was younger, he had a moment that made him say, I don't like this sport. How Dan Campbell is that? He's got his caveman club with him as he goes over to first base.
Yes.
If I did that at that age, it would scar me for life.
It sounds like it did.
It did.
Yeah, he never played again.
Exactly.
Done with this.
What a way to lose a game.
You think you have a walk-off grand slam.
You teach the kids in T-ball to drop the bat. Don't throw it, by the way. A lot of kids throw it.
Drop the bat, but can you imagine being that other coach? He carried the bat to first base.
John, I thought you were a follow the rules guy. You would have done it if you were the other coach.
In 6th grade baseball, you tattletale on the kid.
I don't think I would have. I don't even know if I would have noticed it.
If you did, would you?
No, probably not.
What age does it not become like a bitch move to do that? Like high school? High school, you can call that out, right? Certainly college.
Yeah.
You know,
have you been to youth athletics? I would see somebody call it out. I saw a kid run in a T-ball game this year where we were waiting to play. The T-ball game before us, and the kid hit the ball and then ran to third instead of first, which is a classic T-ball move. I've seen some coaches, I think, that would have called that out.
Oh, I don't dispute it, the state of youth sports. I want to get a quick phone call in before Heather's news. Keith is from Detroit, lives in Houston, and he's going to the game today. Keith, good morning.
Gentlemen.
Good morning.
Yeah, I've been living here in the Houston area for since last July. So I was able to go see the U of M game. I used to see U of M win the championship. And then all of a sudden, to my surprise, the Tigers made the playoffs. And to your point earlier, we got tickets like yesterday, and we're on the first base line. And it's like we couldn't believe we got tickets that easy, because they're so nonchalant about it down here because they're so used to winning and they think they're going to lose. But I'm going to the game today. I called in work, said I was going to be sick. They don't know I'm going to the game, so it's going to be awesome.
Oh man, have a great time. I can't wait to hear what it's going to be like there.
Yeah, this is going to be my first time going to the game down there as well. So I get to see the Tiger. I might even fly back home for a game at home if we go ahead and close them out today.
Now, if you do, I think it's going to cost a little more. Just a heads up.
Yeah, I know that. I already know. I'd rather just be down there in the atmosphere for real.
I tell you, it's worth it. I wasn't at the game last Friday night, but I was in the city on Friday night, and this is absolutely something that's captivated people. We're going to get to the Power Surge and then more Tiger baseball talk at 8:50. Let's get to Heather's news.
Well, this is kind of obvious, but as sports fans descend on downtown Detroit, not only are they bringing their excitement, but they're also bringing their money. So an amazing year is predicted for Detroit's downtown economy, and that's in part to Lions and Tigers fans. So the president of Visit Detroit says that hotels see a 10% boost in occupancy each time the Lions play at home, and during a night game, that number goes up to nearly 20%. And not only are hotels seeing it, but restaurants, shops, because when more people are down there, more people are spending money, right? They're going to eat, they're going to shop, they're just going to spend what they bring, and it's a great thing for downtown Detroit. And of course, everyone is optimistic that the Tigers are going to keep this momentum going, as well as obviously the Lions too. So that's great news for downtown Detroit.
Yep.
Aiden Hutchinson, I don't know if you saw this commercial, but he joins Jake from State Farm in a ballet class in a hilarious new commercial. And he does bust out some nice little dance moves in there. It's a cute commercial. Yeah,
it was fun.
So if you're keeping track at home, Dan Campbell, Applebee's.
Yes.
Amon-Ra St. Brown, Little Caesars.
And Cure.
And Goff does Cure. And
Amon-Ra
St. Brown
does too.
they both do Cure. And now Aiden Hutchinson with State Farm.
Yeah.
That's
what
why
happens.
he didn't get another sack the other night.
Oh, stop it. This is what
God,
comes with
Hollywood.
success.
Yeah, Hollywood.
Yeah. This is what happens when you're good.
An Oakland County youth hockey doctor, accused of sexually abusing teen boys, is now facing new criminal charges. We've talked about this doctor in the past. He spent more than 2 decades providing medical assistance to youth hockey teams in Michigan and Minnesota. In 2023, a judge ruled that there was enough evidence for him to stand trial on 22 counts of criminal sexual conduct involving 10 former hockey players. And on Monday, prosecutors issued additional charges that stem from 2 separate incidences. So basically now this guy is facing a total of 28 charges. It's really disgusting.
Yes.
But I'm glad that he is being charged for all of these things and people are feeling comfortable to come forward, right? So
yeah, absolutely.
That's good news.
Yeah.
More good news for all of you weekend warriors out there who just cram all your workouts into 1 or 2 days, because sometimes you just don't have time during the week and you just work out only on the weekends. Well, new research shows that those weekend warriors or those weekend workouts can be just as beneficial as daily exercise throughout the week. So the CDC recommends that adults get 150 minutes of moderate to intense exercise each week. And a study found that if you just cram all of that into the weekend, or it doesn't need to be the weekend, it could just be 3 days, 2 days, any day of the week, you're going to have similar lower risks of dementia, stroke, Parkinson's disease, depression, anxiety as those who work out regularly throughout the week.
Yeah.
So that's great news.
Yeah. Any working out is better than no working out.
Very true. Because it's hard to find the time during the week.
Yeah.
And the weekends normally give you the most time.
I was gonna say, I'd like to get to the gym 4 or 5 times. It's more like 2 or 3.
So, you're still going to get the same benefits. Finally, there's a guy in Oklahoma who had to get to a court date. He had a court appearance last week, and that the court was about 30 miles away from where he was located. He was actually at a gas station. He was asking for rides because he didn't have a vehicle. And in fact, he was going to court for a stolen vehicle charge. And he didn't want to be late because it's a very important court date. Nobody could find a ride. Nobody would give him a ride. So he decided that his best option was to steal another vehicle.
Sure.
Somebody at the gas station left their truck running with the doors unlocked. So he just hopped in, took off.
Just borrowed it for a little while.
Well, that's what he said when he got in trouble. He said he was borrowing it, and everybody at the gas station knew where he was going because he told everyone where he was going and needed a ride. So cops caught up with him while he was walking into the courthouse, and he did make it to his hearing. But the bad news is they took him straight to jail, and booked him for fresh charges.
That's how that'll go.
Yep.
Heather with the news. We have a hotly debated power surge coming up next. 8:50 though, right back into the Tigers. Is the series over? Full trust in A.J. Hinch and the emotions of that ninth inning. It's 97-1.
I've lost 70 pounds over the last 2.5 years. People always ask, why did you make the decision? And better yet, what did you do? And I always tell them I went with Ideal You. And part of the reason why I did it was I just wanted to feel better. I wanted to look better. Didn't want to be standing in the back of the pictures, even though I'm always in the back of the picture just because I'm tall. I wanted to make a change in my life. So I contacted Ideal You, and I found out exactly what to eat and drink to lose weight. They gave me a weight loss coach, so I was supported from start to finish. And when you reach your goals, because they're there, they want you to reach those goals. They also want you to keep it off. They're going to teach you how to keep it off and stay on the program and make sure that those lifestyle changes stick with you. You could be down 20, 30, or even 40 pounds in just 40 days. Ideal You has helped thousands of people. They can help you as well. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in the state of Michigan for over 25 years. With a focus on using the highest quality ingredients, you can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. And with that quality, with that focus on quality, they set out to create a beer that lets you have it all. And it's right in the name. It's All Day IPA, and here's what you get. A refreshing and deliciously flavorful beer, easy drinking and high quality. All Day IPA is an IPA that is naturally brewed with an array of malts, grains, and hops, creating a delicious citrusy taste and a clean finish. It's the perfect beer for anyone looking to make the ordinary extraordinary and the good times great. Speaking of great times, All Day IPA is the perfect beer for anyone on game days, whether it's a tailgate, at home, or at the stadium. Visit foundersbrewing.com to find All Day IPA. All Day IPA, it's all in the taste. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
We're going to get back to the phones here in a second. You guys can jump in on any of the Tigers conversation of the day, which includes, is the series over? Your confidence level going into today's game to A.J. Hinch with a full bullpen, chaos, ready to go. A win under their belt yesterday. You can talk through that ninth inning, John, because I think that's the biggest takeaway I had was, oh, that's what playoff baseball is like. It's been a minute.
Man. So for those that haven't experienced it, and I know you remember it as a kid, I remember it in a number of different stages of my life, but my kids have never experienced it, especially Jack. Jack is really getting into watching the Tigers. I pick him up from school. We got the Tiger game on yesterday. Dad, what's the score? What's going on? I said, it's 3-0. It's the Tigers. And he's listening to it. And it's obviously the excitement by Dan Dickerson and how he generates that excitement. And every single pitch in the playoffs is so important. We get home, we turn it on, and he actually makes the comment. He's like, every pitch seems so stressful. I'm like, dude, this is exactly what we have been begging for. Every single pitch, the outcome, the finality of the season is riding on every single at-bat and every single pitch. And when it was done, I was exhausted. He was exhausted. I had to take him to practice. And he's like, Dad, I'm so excited. We all are.
You're buzzing, but in the moment, like I was pacing.
Oh,
I'm pacing back and forth in the living room. I was rarely sitting down yesterday, but especially when you get to that ninth inning and the bases are loaded and you're already on your second reliever and you start to feel like your palms sweating. I'm not even playing in this game. I mean, guys, that's a feeling we haven't had in a little bit. And you're right, John. I was in college and high school the last time the Tigers were this kind of baseball team. I mean, what I will say too, though, is for as much as the moment we feel it, this baseball team didn't let it get to them. They looked the same as they did at the end of the season. They looked like the team from September and August. They looked like the team that belonged in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And they did it the way they've done it all year. Aggressive base running. They clogged the bases a little bit. Yeah, you want to get more guys in, but it's 8-9 one-hitters driving in the runs. It's the scrappy, gritty Tigers taking an early lead, letting AJ manage from ahead, and they're in the advantage position today. So I'm extremely confident that the Tigers are going to win today and that we are going to see home playoff baseball at Comerica Park. ALDS, here we come.
You know what it was kind of like?
What?
It's like this.
That it was, Dan. That it was. But you maybe missed, it sounds weird, missed the anxiety and stress of playoff baseball.
Oh, you certainly missed it. And that's what all the excitement was leading up to it. There was a large portion of the Tigers fan base, the new baseball fans, the young baseball fans that didn't understand. Now they have a playoff experience and they know what it's like. But leading up to it, that's why the last couple of weeks were so special, because they did something that was so improbable. And now they are providing something that is so exciting and educating the next group of baseball fans, the next group of sports fans on how awesome postseason baseball is.
I want to go to Adam in Gibraltar because he wants to say it. Say it, Adam. What's going on? You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Good morning. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, a little backstory. I mean, I played baseball for, a lot of years. I used to go to the Tigers games with my mom way back when they had the Cabrera, 2012, 2013. But, I used to go to the playoff games as well. But I remember all the postseason moments. I knew exactly where I was at. In 2006, when Maglio hit that home run, I was in my living room. I was about 10 years old, and I was just jumping up and down. But my very fond memory was I went to the game in the A's back in, I think, 2013 when Martinez and Belfort got into it. That was a great game. But there's nothing like the postseason atmosphere about it, and it's just so good to be able to, have that anxiety like you guys said. And on top of that, this team has been playing postseason baseball for the last month and a half. They've been playing for their life. They're built for this. And, the way they run the bases and the way they're aggressive, I think this team is built for the postseason than it's a hot take than the other teams in 2012 and 2013 because those were the big bombers.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't run the bases well, and that's what you got to do in postseason. You got to have good bullpen, you got to have good starting pitching, and you got to be able to run the bases. And these guys are putting pressure on these teams' outfielders, and, it's creating havoc. And they feel like the 2015, Royals to me.
Adam, that's what I said earlier.
Feel like.
Yes. And I think you're right. You have to win on the margins in the playoffs, right? Because everybody's throwing their best stuff. Everybody's going to leave it all out there. You got to steal a base. You got to steal a run. It's going first to third. It's all the little stuff that you have to do to win on the margins, and that's the stuff that the Tigers were forced to do to even get here. Adam, I see in the notes, series is over. That's what I thought you were going to say. Do you think
series is over. If they can get the lead up into the 4th or 5th inning, I think that bullpen is just going to shut it down, dude. They're going to shut it down. And you know what? Going against Cleveland, we know each other. That series, I think, is going to go 5. And, with Skubal back on the mound, pitch him on short rest, I think the Tigers can make it to at least ALCS. I'm calling it right now.
Adam's not afraid to say it. Series is over. I know a lot of people get scared about that because, well, I don't want to jinx it. There's no jinxes.
Yep.
Say it. If you believe it, and I believe it, they're winning this series. Series is over. That's how critical and pivotal Game 1 is. This series is over. I know that makes people uncomfortable. We have a good baseball team. Get used to being uncomfortable. Playoff baseball, John, is uncomfortable.
I'd much rather be uncomfortable, making it uncomfortable by saying series is over versus being on the flip side, knowing what the numbers are, knowing that in the last 2 years, if you lost that first game, you were going to lose the series. Can you imagine the angst in that locker room? Now, maybe they're comfortable enough. Hey, we're just going to roll them out and and still win. But the Tigers have every advantage right now.
Is there any flaw in that stat, the 14 out of 16 Game 1 winners? Because there hasn't been a team that's done it the way the Tigers are doing it when you go into Game 2.
Okay, what do you mean by that? That the Tigers aren't good enough?
I didn't say that.
Okay.
No, I'm asking you guys. I'm not saying an opinion. I'm saying, do you think that stat is a little less because the Tigers are coming in? Typically, a team has a traditional number 2 starter.
Oh, okay.
And so that stat doesn't include teams that have done it the Tigers way. That's all I'm saying.
Teams typically have a cleanup hitter. Teams typically have a leadoff hitter.
Yeah, the Tigers' cleanup hitter yesterday won't be in the starting lineup today.
Right.
That's how insane this is.
And how unorthodox it is. It's a fair question. I would argue what the Tigers are doing is more effective than just throwing out most teams' number 2 because they're going to build it in the aggregate. They're going to have the advantage in every inning based on A.J. Hinch going to that bullpen. You mentioned, if you're on the other side of this, John, listening to Houston radio. This is from Sean at work. I listened to Houston radio. Bottom line, they're saying a 3-game series isn't fair. Wah. Valdez had 1 bad inning in a 5-game series. Their pitching would shut down the Tigers. They're playing the back against the wall card, taking a page out of AJ's book, saying that they can play elimination baseball too. Sounds like a lot of whining from Houston. Wah. Valdez had 1 bad inning. Wah.
You play 3-game series all year long.
Thank you.
You should be able to handle a 3-game series.
That's what you were getting into. Would it be unfair if you won?
Right.
Yep.
We're going to get to the calls right after the update. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. A stressful end to the Tigers game yesterday, needing to put one more fire in order to win their wild card opener down in Texas. They did escape with a 3-1 result, and manager A.J. Hinch says it was basically how they've been operating during this run in a nutshell. Well, Detroit is now favored to advance to the next round, but they still need to win one more game either today or tomorrow, both still on the road, and would begin at 2:32 p.m. again. The team is also holding another watch party today for Comerica Park for a potential clincher. Just like yesterday, $5. Kids are free. Part of the proceeds go to the Tigers Foundation, and the 15,000 square foot scoreboard will be showing the game again for the excited fans. Yesterday, the Tigers also became the first MLB team to ever wear advertisements on their batting helmets. German company Strauss was on the side of their headwear. They'll be worn throughout the postseason and in 2025 minor league and international games, but not not the regular season. And Ville Husso led the Red Wings to a preseason victory in Pittsburgh, saving 43 shots, and as Detroit won it 2-1 and have now played 5 of their 8 total exhibitions. They have won 3 of them. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Tigers are playing fast. They're playing loose. They're playing free. Good times in the Motor City. We're going to get to the phones. Great spot to be. You win game 1. Teams that win game 1 win the series. Let's get to Gary. You're on 97.1. Gary, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. You're my favorite show. I've been in the military for 18 years, and the app travels with me so I can listen to you in the morning. So, good morning. The one thing that other teams do not have right now in this playoff hunt is A.J. Hinch. That's our playoff experience, and I think that bodes so well for this team. He's done it before with Houston. He's doing it in Detroit. We're playing the same kind of ball that brought Houston their World Series. We're getting timely hits. We're moving players on the base pads, and it's just been a fantastic thing to watch. You said earlier you were in high school and college when the playoffs, they were making that run in 2006. I was deployed into Kuwait. I'd wake up at 3 a.m. to watch watch the World Series and watch the playoffs. It was fantastic. So I really just think the bottom line is A.J. Hinch moving these players around, short innings other than Skubal, allowing us the opportunity for timely base hits and to win these games. I think the series is over. I'm not afraid to say it. Let alone a 3-game series. I think nobody wants to play Detroit in a 7-game series. It's going to be really difficult to get 4 wins out of 7 against this team.
Gary, I think you hit the nail on the head with A.J. Hinch. First of all, thanks for your service. And in terms of A.J. Hinch and his experience, we asked the question last week. Was it the players? Was it A.J. Hinch? Was it the front office? Mm-hmm. Was it a prior front office? I think it's clear, especially after watching how he approached yesterday and how he is approaching this 3-game series. A.J. Hinch is the mastermind behind and it's no question, he's the manager of the team, but he is the ultimate mastermind, the puppeteer that is pulling all the right strings to make all the players dance at all the right times.
The way they're playing puts more pressure on the manager, right? If this was a team that had 3 or 4 all-stars, you'd roll the same lineup out every single day, and you'd have 1 or 2 pivotal bullpen decisions, 1 pinch hitting decision maybe late in the game. AJ is going to make like a dozen decisions on a daily basis, and he has to be right almost all the time.
That's a great point, because A.J. Hinch knows he's got 12 rookies. He's got so many guys without playoff experience. What he is doing is he is setting himself up to take every bullet if it doesn't go right. They're not going to be mad at the players. No one's going to be saying it's Carpenter or it's insert any pitcher that you don't know about. It's not going to be them. It's going to be the decision that A.J. Hinch makes to pull Vest and put somebody else in, to start Tyler Holton instead of somebody else. How long does Tyler Holton go? It's all going to be on A.J. Hinch, so the players can go out there, hey, they got nothing to lose.
Not our fault.
Manager's going to take all the bullets.
It's all the glory to win and none of the blame to receive. And that's why I think it's not just the decisions A.J.'s made, like the obvious, do you put this pitcher in, do you pinch hit right now? It's also the culture that I think he's helped establish with this young group, the between the ears, this idea of even down the stretch, 1 game at a time. And he said it to us he goes, this is boring radio. He apologized to our audience. I know this is boring, but I think he has a psychology background, knows the emotions of an MLB clubhouse, and he has not only managed the lineup well, I think he's managed the clubhouse well, and it's why they're feeling free, they're feeling loose, they're up 1-0, and they got them right where they want them.
And they're in attack mode from the first pitch to the last pitch. And you saw it yesterday with all the runners on the base paths. Now, they didn't capitalize on all of them.
Sure.
But they capitalized on enough.
Ticket Texter is saying, if Houston wants to complain about this, that's ridiculous. They have all the games at home. There's nothing unfair about this. Exactly. If anything's unfair, it's unfair that Detroit doesn't get a home game in this playoff series. Let's get to Heather in Westland. Heather, you're on 97.1.
I just want to say that I think not only is A.J. Hinch amazing, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for his management, but I've been watching the Tigers all my life, and I have Infinity. So I could not see the first half with the whole Valley Infinity thing that was going on. When I was able to get it back, I mean, I could not believe what I was seeing. And I've not missed games, and I'm telling you, just watching it on TV, there's a feeling that you can feel on TV that this team has chemistry, and I think that has a lot to do with it, too. They're young. They've got chemistry. You can see that they have confidence in each other, that everybody's got each other's back.
Absolutely, they do.
And that they win as a team and they lose as a team.
And they don't care who gets the credit.
It has a lot to do with how they're playing. You don't always feel that. I think we felt that last year with the Lions, too.
Yep.
I think a chemistry makes a lot of a team, too. You don't have one person thinking that they're the ones that are winning the game, and if I wasn't here, you wouldn't be doing as well. There's no ego in this team.
Well, it goes both ways. It's not only ego, but it's also takes the pressure off of you because you're not the guy that has to win the game with your swing of the bat because you know the guy next to you is capable of doing the thing. You know, we had someone text the show earlier and say, you know, when are we going to acknowledge that this team's not actually good, they're just hot? And, well, first of all, if you're going to go on the run they did, I don't think we can say they're not a good team.
Right.
But if given the choice, I'd rather be a hot baseball team. You know who's a good baseball team? The LA Dodgers, who have won one World Series in 35 years. You know who's a good baseball team? The New York Yankees. They have made 0 World Series in the last 10 years. I'd rather be the hot team. And they might be both. Like, that's the reality of it is, like, you can't play the baseball they've played for 2 months and not at least be a good, maybe not great, but a good baseball team.
Yeah, it's working.
Yeah.
And they're finding their way of making it work.
They have done this exactly their way, and they did it maybe the only way they could, backed into a corner with a 2-man rotation and 12 rookies. They've done it their way. Let's get back to the phones. Matt in Hazel Park, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how you doing? I was at the Comerica Park yesterday, the watch party. I'm going to go again today, and I loved it. I was nervous in the 9th inning when Houston had the bases loaded, but I'm glad they pulled it out. And Tigers are going to win again today, too. And I know you guys talk about hockey sometimes, and so I've never been to a Red Wings game, but I am going to my first Red Wings game this season. I bought tickets for my birthday where they play, and I think they're playing Chicago. I think they're playing Chicago or something. I don't know. I'm just going to my first Red Wings game.
You'll have a good time. Little Caesars great arena. It was built for hockey. You realize it?
Matt, can you do me a favor and describe what it was like when Hayward was at the bat with the bases loaded and he makes good contact? What was the feeling like at Comerica Park in that moment?
I know I was with some friends, and there was a lot of people around me that were very they seemed upset at the time because they thought that Astros were going to come back and win it 4-3, and I'm so glad they did it. It was very nervous, and a lot of people were upset, but when Tigers pulled it through, you know, there was cheers all around through the stadium, and it was just great. It was electric.
Yeah,
it was like watching the Lions game Monday night.
See, that's what it's all about, right?
Yeah.
Rolling it over from Monday into Tuesday, now into Wednesday, and the idea that home baseball would come back for the playoffs 1 week from today, that's incredible. And you're one win away from making it all happen.
It gives you goosebumps. It gives you chills every time you say it.
It does. It does. Part of this, too, at winning game 1, Houston had to make a decision today what they wanted to do. They're going Hunter Brown. He's a Detroiter, Wayne State guy. St.
Local
Clair
guy.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised they didn't go with their left-hander, Kikuchi.
Yeah.
Because by throwing Brown, you are guaranteeing Kerry Carpenter is in the lineup. And
Kikuchi was the one they went and got.
Right.
That was the whole trade that we were comparing Jack Flaherty in the trade to the Dodgers to.
Yeah, they added a pitcher. Detroit subtracted a pitcher, and yet here they are in the spot. But Kikuchi's pitched well. They saw something in him. He's pitched well. He's a lefty. It would have bumped Meadows down the order, take Carpenter out of the order, may take Colt Keith out of the order. Instead, they go righty, and they think Hunter Brown's good. He pitched well this season.
Yeah.
But you're inviting the better matchups for the Tiger hitters today. So good luck with that.
Well, do we see him today? That'll be interesting because ideally they would have him pitch tomorrow.
No, they've announced Hunter Brown's pitching today.
No, I mean, no, tomorrow.
Kikuchi.
Yeah.
Well, there's no game tomorrow. The Tigers win today.
Yeah. So
all right, that's not an absolute right now. You won't Costa lock it, so I know it's not absolute.
But if you're managing, as AJ did yesterday, to win today, and now you reset it, and they have to win today.
All right, let me ask you something. Savage move. Savage. Brown pitches to one batter, and he brings in Kikuchi to flip the lineup and saves Brown for tomorrow. That would be an awfully savage move.
So be it.
I suppose.
Because it would be tigering.
The Tigers?
Astros would be tigering the Tigers. Yeah.
Sure. I mean, that's part of what AJ's going to do is by throwing Holton, he's going to get one lineup card from Houston, and then he might go to Reese Olson or anybody else that he wants to go to based on do they have a lead, who's up to bat, all that kind of stuff.
I think also this morning is thinking about yesterday still, it was a pretty bold move to take Foley out.
I don't think so. He was clearly sweating.
I know, but going back to our caller a couple calls ago, the egos, Foley, no problem coming out of that game.
Right.
He didn't do his job. He came out, doesn't cause a problem. When you're a closer, and he's considered their closer, right? Although they don't have, AJ doesn't use that word.
He's not into labels.
Yeah. He gets used the most.
He's
all right, so he closes the most, so he's the closer. He came out of the game. They went to somebody else. No problems with it.
Yep.
No, I think it's a good note.
For a righty, too.
Yeah. Ticket texture. Well, Brisky's throwing 100 miles an hour.
I know.
Like he's possessed. He's never pitched this well in his entire life. Like
if this thing continues to go on, I do think an emerging story should Brisky get the call first?
Like as the go-to.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm open to that. I don't have any like allegiance to any one reliever. I think the way they've done this is just, hey, like you said, no egos. Whoever helps us get this out, this at bat, this inning. A couple ticket textures. John, you brought up the emotion and the stress of the ninth inning. This texter, Kev in Ann Arbor, I'm ashamed to admit this, but I cried after they won. I had so much built-up emotion. I was just a ball of emotions at the end of that baseball game. Another one, it says, I was downtown at Rocket watching the game on my phone, clapping and yelling the whole time. Everyone looked at me like I was crazy, but I'll be doing the same thing again today.
Yeah, everybody else, a large number of other people were also doing that. They just didn't want to admit it.
Ding, ding, ding. We'll talk to Michigan head football coach Sharon Moore at 9:35. Still a chance to talk Tigers. It's 97.1.
Hey, FanDuel's got something fun for you, and they're giving you a chance to win big every Thursday night with FanDuel Squares. It's the same Super Bowl Squares that you've always known, only way better. That's because your numbers aren't just randomly assigned. You get to pick them yourself, and you can pick as many as you like. You get to see the odds beforehand, and you can bet them live during the game. Who doesn't love to be involved in betting during the game? So what are you waiting for? Visit FanDuel.com/Jansen and bet on Squares. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. Plus, if you're new to FanDuel, you're going to get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's the only real danger Skubal ran into. And they had a mound visit. He gets 2 punch-outs, gets out of there. Did his job. 6 innings of scoreless baseball for your ace. Did his job. Tigers win game 1. Sets up game 2 where, hey, this is exactly where you want him. This is your chaos. This is your bullpen. This is how you got here. You win.
Second time he's also taken that line drive to the non-pitching hand.
Yeah.
And just holding your breath the whole time. And I didn't see it. I was listening to Dan, and he was very much describing a very concerned Tarik Skubal.
So not his pitching hand was the immediate,
Sure.
But
the way that he, and again, I didn't see it live. I was listening to Dan Dickerson, and he instantly was like, oh, Tarik Skubal believes there's something wrong.
Yeah, now he stayed in the game. AJ said afterwards there was some cramping issues. So if you see him on the injury report, it sounds like that's the only concern beyond,
Cramps?
Yeah. So he'll be in line to pitch probably game 2 of the ALDS.
Could be.
Could be game 2. Saturday's game 1.
I mean, you
could throw him Saturday.
You could throw him Saturday.
Yeah, you could throw him Saturday. But here's the deal. He'd be lined up for game 5 regardless, whether he starts game 1 or game 2.
Yeah.
Yes. Tom's holding up 2.
Yeah. I would be shocked if they pitch him on 3 days rest.
Yeah.
You'd
probably save him for game 2.
I mean, you might do that in game 7 of the World Series.
Sure.
I don't think they're going to do
Yeah,
it
probably
that way.
not. Game 2.
Especially since he's normal rest on 2 and 5.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or he starts 1 of the ALCS.
Let's go down that road.
And then he could start 1, 5, and then be available in a 7. Like that's what you do with your ace, right?
In the World Series?
Or 1, 4, and 7,
And
depending on
that
the
gets
off days.
Tricky too, because the weather gets so bad that by that time of the year, usually that there's probably could be a delay that helps them.
Right. Ticket Texture points out something interesting. Have we considered that 3 of the 4 AL playoff teams could be from the same division after this round? Royals won yesterday. Guardians are waiting. Tigers up 1. We could have 3 from the AL Central and then the Yankees.
I saw an interesting stat, too. I think they're the only division that has 3 in the postseason. But you also have, when you add up everybody in the division's record, the division record is still like 35 games below 500 because the White Sox were so bad.
Ticket Texter is talking about their experience yesterday. Says, I was at the gym. The entire gym was stopped and glued to the TV in the 9th inning.
Sure.
Says, when Torque snagged that line drive, there's a lot of fist-pumping smiles. That's Alex and Clausen.
And that's when you want to be working out, man. Get some of that anxiety out.
Exactly. Heather, what was Colin like during all this?
He was loud. So I missed quite a bit of the game because I was picking Emily up from school.
Yes.
We had to make some stops afterward. So when I got home, Colin was in his office.
You were listening to it in the car, right?
I actually was a little bit, yes, until Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star was requested and that got changed and whatever. Anyway.
Come on, Emily.
He was yelling. I mean, he was loud. He was excited. He was nervous. He was like, somebody called in and said like they were basically coaching. That's kind of what it sounded like he was doing. Like, do this, do that, don't do that. Like he was yelling at the screen.
Throw a strike.
Yeah.
He was taking on the personality of AJ Hinch.
Yep.
Yeah. I think we're all kind of AJ in those moments. Like, you got to go get Foley. Get him out of the game. Get him out of the game.
Yeah.
Bo's in. Falls back 1-0, 2-1. Throw strikes. Throw strikes. Not over the plate, though. Not over the plate.
And then you're rationalizing. Okay, he walks to load the bases. You're like, oh, now we got to force out at any bag.
Right.
Instead of a single ends the game and we lose.
I even go, I guess you could walk one guy here. You just can't.
Yeah, but then he's behind the counter. You're like, oh, don't walk in it. Don't walk in a run 3-2. I don't want to see it.
But if he does, you still haven't given up the lead. Like
you still have a force out at any bag.
Any base. And no one's warming up. It's Bo's chance. Either he's going to do it or they're not. And it's a line drive, too. It's not like a big emphatic punch out. It's
man.
You don't know.
Right, yeah, because you can't see it.
Right.
All you see is the good contact, and you're like, oh, no. Yes!
I got a tweet from somebody. You remember the call we got last week? Torkelson Gold Glove.
Oh. It's right at him. All right? I mean, a nice play. I appreciate you catching one that was right at you.
Texter says Dickerson saying no in the 9th on the swinging strikeout that they called a foul ball was my blood pressure going through the roof, Steve, in New Baltimore. Yeah, the Diaz at bat that
Yeah.
That ball hit the dirt, but for a second you thought they got robbed. Man.
It was total agony. Total agony. And what did it last? It felt like it lasted for 45 minutes, but it was literally like, 8 minutes at the most?
Yeah. But even like tick-tackers have pointed out, like second, third inning, you're starting to kind of creep up a little bit in your seat. Like that'll do it to you. Playoff baseball,
Yeah.
it's back and it's not going
Every pitch
anywhere.
matters.
That's right. All right, Sharon Moore coming up at 9:35, Michigan's head football coach. But first, Heather, what's going on?
So the Saline varsity football team's 5-0 record has just taken a major hit. So the team is forfeiting their first 3 games of the season for having an ineligible player in their lineup. So the player moved to Saline from another Washtenaw County school, and Saline then self-reported the residency violation to the MHSAA. Now, the district hasn't really provided a whole lot of details about this violation, but
They're in
kind of what's
defense
happening.
of the coach, and everybody's
Yes.
saying it's not the coach's fault.
Right.
It's not. They're not trying to place blame. I'm trying to figure out where the blame is.
right.
Right.
Kind of interesting. So they were ranked number 4. They were 5-0 on the season, and so it's bummer
Yeah.
there to those players. But they play Bedford on Friday, so
Still 2-0.
still 2-0. Yes. The Detroit Zoo said goodbye to a beloved lion and welcomed another on Monday. Binti was the first lion cub born at the Detroit Zoo in 40 years and now is moving to another zoo. So the lion cub was born in 2020 and is now going to a different area, different zoo to promote the health, genetic diversity, and overall sustainability of lion populations in zoos all over the country. So they said a new male lion will be joining the 2 other lions at the zoo. More details to come. So another reason to go check out the zoo if you haven't been in a while.
Got to go see the Lions.
Yeah, exactly. So it's official. Michigan's minimum wage will increase to $12.48 starting next year. So this new minimum wage will go into effect February 21st of 2025. They say the tipped minimum wage will be $5.99 an hour, or 48% of the standard minimum wage. Now, that tipped minimum wage is going to gradually increase and then will eventually be eliminated altogether. So in 2026, it's going to increase to 60% of the standard minimum wage, then 70% in 2027, 80 in 2028, 90 in 2029, and then completely eliminated in 2030.
I wonder if we see less tipping when it gets to that point. Like
I
it
was gonna
becomes
ask you,
more like
is there
European.
no more tips?
I mean, I think so. That's what yes, because
Well, what's
they're
so
making
interesting
up
is-
some of their wage by making tips, right?
Yeah. We're used to tipping. It's a kind of a cultural thing, but if they're getting paid more,
Yeah.
I wonder if that changes.
Yeah.
I do think it will change.
No more tip.
And I know there's issues. I know that these tipped
you. We
employees
get it, John.
don't like that. I don't think they're in favor of this.
They want tips.
Yes, they want their tips for sure. The NFL has suspended Cleveland Browns defensive tackle Michael Hall Jr. for violating the league's conduct policy. So he was suspended a total of 5 games without pay. He's going to be eligible for reinstatement on October 7th. That's after the Browns' 5th game. So he was on that exempt list since the start of the season. So he's already missed 4 games. Those are kind of like rolled in, right? So
time served.
Exactly. He was arrested back on August 13th, faced a domestic violence charge that was reduced to a disorderly conduct charge. So he was sentenced to 2 years probation and a $250 fine.
Any counseling in there?
I'm sure.
You would hope
Hopefully.
so.
You would hope, yes, after you know why he was arrested in the first place. Devontae Adams wants out of Las Vegas. So the Raiders wide receiver on Tuesday informed the organization that he would prefer to be traded. So ESPN has reported that the Raiders have informed other teams they would consider trading Adams for a package that would include a second-round draft pick and other compensation as well. I guess you guys know more than me,
Yeah.
that rumors have been kind of swirling about this trade for quite a while.
Yeah.
Really going back to last year.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say, especially in the offseason. So
And then kind of picked up again. There was an Instagram like by the head coach.
From the Raiders coach,
Yeah.
Pierce. He liked something indicating that this may be mutual, that they want to move on from him and he wants out. And it could get done
Yeah. I mean, obviously, the number one team that you would look at would be the Jets with
Former
his
quarterback.
relationship with Aaron Rodgers.
Or is the number one team Kansas City Chiefs after the Rice injury and a better chance to win a Super Bowl? Plus more longevity, right? Like Mahomes isn't going anywhere. Rodgers is at the end of the road. I think Buffalo would make sense too.
Buffalo would make sense. Yeah, there are a few teams, and it just depends on, are they willing to give up what the Raiders want? It doesn't seem like a lot. It's more, will they fit into the salary cap?
I'll ask it because I feel like we have to ask it. I know we only have a couple seconds here. Detroit?
No. I'm good.
Okay. Well, there's a lot of talk about needing a receiver.
Sure.
He'd be better than Tim Patrick.
Yes.
They have the cap space. They're trying to win a Super Bowl.
It's also, I mean, it's the cap space this year. It's the cap space next year after. Like, this is not just a one-year deal.
Right. It's Heather with the news. All right, we are going to play Dan Dickerson's final call coming up at 9:50 for people because they want to hear how Dickerson conveyed all the emotions we were feeling in that very moment and the exhale and the celebration of a Tiger playoff victory. That's coming up at 9:50. Sharon Moore is next. It's 97.1. Talk about these moments, sports fans, the place to be to watch these games, Stadium Swim. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino, where you can dive into the best pool in history and catch the biggest games at a viewing experience built for us, built for sports fans. 6 pools, 3 different levels, always a perfect view of that massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. Stadium Swim is America's favorite place to watch all this, whether it's football, playoff baseball, swim-up bars, Insta-ready selfie walls, and a nonstop party. Score your perfect game day spot. They've got the cozy day beds, the private cabanas. Grab a lounge at the center of the action, but reserve your place today. Start getting your buddies together. Make those plans. It's 365 days of sports poolside, located at Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today, circalasvegas.com.
I've been talking about injury attorney David Femininio for some time and his team, and just listen to some of the results that David and that great team have been able to get for injured clients. $3.5 million for one, $5 million for another, and wait for it, $11.5 million for a single client. You need an attorney that is going to fight relentlessly for you and is on your side. You can call and speak to David right now by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
It's all of us.
That was the sigh of relief heard around all Southeast Michigan, the state of Michigan, all Tigers fans. Ooh-wee.
Tigers get a win. Game one. Game one is the game in these 3-game series. You win game one, you win the series. We've been asking you guys, judging your level of confidence, is the series over? You've got them right where you want them. Chaos on the mound today. AJ's going to go Tyler Holton and then figure it out from there, which is when he's at his best. Like, it's weird. Most people would be like, oh, man, I got to finish this project at the last minute, and you're scrambling.
Yeah.
AJ truthfully probably doesn't know who he's going to be pitching today. He'll have an idea of a couple guys, but it's going to dictate, do they have a lead? How big a lead? Who's due up the next half inning?
Well, sure, he's got a plan. I mean, if they're up, if they're down, how Tyler Holton goes and how long he goes. That'll adjust who's, or dictate who's next. And then that dictates who's after that.
And put it this way, not only do you have them right where you want them in that you're going to go bullpen day, chaos on the mound, they're throwing a right-hander, which if you believe in the numbers in the matchups, which is what the Tigers have used to get here, that means Kerry Carpenter is going to start this game against a righty. Kerry Carpenter crushes fastballs and sinkers. Hunter Brown throws primarily fastballs and sinkers. He's going to hit probably in the top 4, may even be in the 2-hole today. As many at-bats for Kerry Carpenter as you can get. Parker Meadows, instead of batting in the bottom third, probably leads off today. Riley Green, he's better against right-handers.
Yeah.
Like Colt Keith, left-handed bat, gets to face a right-hander. Like, everything sets up for Detroit today. You win, you go to the ALDS. And in the ALDS, you can throw Skubal twice in a 5-game series.
Yep.
Like,
If you need 5.
If you even need 5, exactly.
Yep.
So, yeah, series is over.
And 2 of those will be at home.
And 2 of those would be at home. Potentially. If you get it done in 3, only 1, and you clinch
Right.
it at home, which would be awesome. No one's going to complain about that.
Yeah.
No, and I know there's people, you guys can't say the series is over. We've had callers say it. I've said it. You said it. Here's the reality. We don't impact the game at all.
No.
John, if we impacted whether this team was in the playoffs or not, they wouldn't be in the playoffs.
Right. And we kind of all feel like we do somehow. Like whatever you were doing yesterday in the 9th inning,
You're going
to be doing today.
Sure, it helps you feel good.
We had one guy call in earlier who was, holding his son?
Yep.
And then he moved to holding his daughter and just wouldn't set her down because it was out after out at that point. And so, yes, we kind of feel like we want to make sure we have the right mojo going. But no, we don't. We could say whatever we want. It's not going to affect what happens today.
It's not like AJ's going to shake a fist at this guy. Costa, Jansen.
Oh, I think he's done that all right.
Oh, well.
Costa.
Oh, separately for different reasons.
Yeah.
That's what makes this so absurd, by the way. If people have listened to the show consistently, I was a big AJ guy last year, the year before to start this season, and when they were really bad, I said on the air, I might have to check my bias. Like, maybe he isn't doing enough. And he said in that interview, it's all on me. So I asked a pretty dumbass question. Are you doing a good job then? And it will live in infamy. He's done a great job. And it's maybe the most ironic
From that
backdrop
point,
to
maybe
this
it was
season.
the motivation he needed.
Yeah, John, that's what it was. He spent a few extra hours studying lineups after our interview.
Uh-huh.
No, it's what makes this season so ironic for me personally, but it's been so enjoyable because it feels like they've got him right where they want him today. 248-539-9797. Your confidence level is the series over. And I do wonder, John, if people are going to be calling off work. We also had people calling in with that today.
Yeah, I mean, the issue is, did you go down to tailgate early for Monday night? Did you take yesterday afternoon off? Can you take today off? Like
Tomorrow,
how
if
bad
necessary.
is this illness that set in Monday afternoon? I'm not feeling good. I'm going to have to go home early.
No, what you do is, and I can't do this, but you guys can. I got one of the kids sick. So I was sick Monday, and then...
Oh, there you go.
And then the kid got sick, and then it's just...
If we don't have any
Always the
childcare, I'm
kid's
going to have to go home. Yeah.
That's why you have them, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's a byproduct.
It's a benefit,
Yes,
sure.
It's a benefit, yes.
We've done some dumb stuff on this show at the very end. Like Tom will do like a mock schedule before the NFL schedule comes out. Can I give you a mock lineup card for the Tigers today?
Oh, sure.
Because it's not out yet. So disclaimer, this is not the official Tigers lineup. But we'll see how well I can do, John. I think this is what AJ is going to go with today, all right?
Hold on, I'm sharpening my pencil. Okay.
Leading off, playing center field, Parker Meadows.
Okay, I would expect that.
In the 2 spot, the designated hitter, Kerry Carpenter. To avoid 3 straight lefties, Matt Vierling will play third and bat third for the Tigers today. 4 spot, Riley Green. Want to make sure you get one of your best hitters in that top 4. Wenzel Perez in right field, I'd have him 5th. Colt Keith at second base would be 6th. Torque down in the 7 spot against a righty. He's at 1st. Jake Rogers, followed by Trey Sweeney. That's my mock lineup today. We'll see if AJ puts out something similar.
Now, is the Rogers and Sweeney?
Those are just good defenders.
Yeah, no, I know, but is that a little bit of well, it worked yesterday.
Yeah, 8-9.
Yeah. See where your head's at.
Yeah, and again, you will have that won't be the lineup they finish the game with. I'll guarantee you that. At some point, Houston will put a lefty in, and Andy Ibanez or Justin Henry Malloy will get an AB.
Mm-hmm. I think you're pretty spot on there.
Gator, I just gave my mock lineup. I don't need to recite it for everybody, but this is what it is. I was texting some friends, so there.
This is from you?
Yeah, that's what I think.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
I think it's pretty close.
Okay.
Would you make any changes?
I don't know if I'd change. Well, I don't think it's going to be that exactly. I think the players are right. I'm not sure the order is.
Right, because the debate would be Carpenter. You could put Green in the 2 spot. I mean, they could.
You could, but I think otherwise, I don't know if you have. I guess you keep Perez where he's at because he's a switch hitter.
Yeah, middle of the order, flexibility. You break up the lefties with him no matter what. Yeah.
I think that somewhere in that 5, 6, 7 range you have there. That
Yeah.
could be a little altered, but I like it.
And as I said that they've got him right where they want him.
Well, this is ideal.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, this is like you got to win the first game. You don't want to waste a Skubal start.
Right.
I mean, it would be a complete waste if you wasted a Skubal. And like the Astros right now, they're like, we just wasted a Valdez start. I mean, he didn't pitch great, but
no,
that was their best pitcher. So
the question we asked earlier, as I went through describing the angst that I was having in the 9th inning and how I watched it.
angst?
Yes. How were you taking in the 9th inning?
I was on my couch, hurling expletives, lots of LFG going.
Yeah.
Come on. I mean, please.
Yeah.
Don't do this. I was saying exactly what I just said. Don't waste a Tarek Skubal start because if you do, I don't think they'd come back from it.
Yeah.
And so fortunately that doesn't answer the picture anymore because they ended up winning. But
Yeah.
in my mind, I was, well, not just my mind. I mean, I physically was reacting to what was going on. It was
No
not
pacing
pretty.
back and forth. You were just kicked back on the couch.
Yeah. Yeah. All
Doug?
popped up on tacos.
Any
Oh.
Things got
taco
tense.
bar in
I
the
didn't
Gator
have
House?
Taco
bar.
Tuesday.
It was National Taco Day yesterday, and
Yeah.
it was Taco Tuesday, so
Oh.
I had the compulsion to go get some tacos.
Things were tense.
Things were tense.
We'll go into some description right out of the gate.
Okay.
Plus, we got the college football NIL portal thing at 10:30. Bobby Scales from the Detroit Tigers radio broadcast will join us at 10:45. Are you going to eat that in the noon hour? Special Tiger pregame at 1:30.
Carson Anderson's next. It's 97.1.
How about that? Huh? How about that?
I mean, the Padres shutout? I know. That was crazy.
I'm talking about the Tiger game. Although I did enjoy it. The Padres shutout.
Yeah.
Quite a scene. Yeah, it's funny because I'm watching the Padres game, and we got Georgia Jimmy, and this is relative to a Detroit audience. We're not opening with Padre talk, but Georgia Jimmy was like, we had no chance. That stadium was rocking. And I'm saying, you know what wasn't rocking? Minute Maid Park in Houston was not rocking.
No?
No. I mean, when they panned the shots at a crowd, fields of empty seats.
I don't know if I saw some. There were definitely, I mean, it was not
I saw
a full.
fields of empty seats.
Okay. When I hear fields, I think like whole sections, and that was not the case. But there were empty seats. There were some. I will grant you that. And you said yesterday? You said there were seats for
$16.
$16 to get in.
Yep.
Which seems crazy.
I mean, to be fair, they've played like 100 playoff games in the last 6 years. So, I mean, it's they're kind of used to it. Start time probably didn't help down there. Don't even care. It would benefit Detroit that they're getting a Houston crowd that they didn't really play a factor. You know what they did? They booed the umpires a lot. And
they did. And on calls that they shouldn't have booed them for.
No, but you boo everything.
But yeah, I mean, you're fans. That's what we as fans do. Yeah, that was the loudness that they had. Although it did get loud in the ninth inning.
Yes, it did get loud.
And for reason, because they started putting ducks on the pond. They actually got one guy to come across the plate. But yeah, that you don't like it when I don't like it when it gets tight like that.
Dude, we talked about how through that stretch run, some of the most terrifying words are, and that'll bring the tying run to the plate. And you're like, no. And that'll bring the winning run to the plate. Like when that game was over, because it's been a decade, right? Since we've had a baseball game that meant that much. It's been a decade. And when the game was over, I was physically sore because you're just tensed up. I was wiped out. And that's what we want to know. We want to know about your ninth inning. 248-539-9797. Last night, ninth inning. How did you handle it? How did you feel? How did Stoney's wife walked out of the room? She couldn't watch. I was standing up and pacing. And then I did the coach's stance. I got in the
crouch.
Crouch. I was bent over, hands on knees. Those of you watching on Twitch and YouTube can see. I got into this like what was I gonna do? I don't know, but it felt
apparently
like
get an exam.
Felt like that helped in the moment. But I could not sit still.
No, I couldn't sit still. I was. I stayed on the couch, but I kept adjusting. My feet were up on an ottoman. I took them off the ottoman. I was swearing at the TV. I was trying to calm myself down. I was doing my own little play-by-play. It was just. It was nerve-wracking. It was as nerve-wracked as I've been since Monday night.
It's so funny because, the thing about it is you get time between plays in football. I mean, it's the same thing. There's a wait between plays. I feel like the wait between pitches in baseball is the excruciating part, and I don't know that that's the excruciating part of football.
Even with the pitch count, did it seem yesterday like they were a little more forgiving with that, like before they started the pitch count?
The pitch clock?
Yeah, pitch clock, sorry. Right. It seemed like that there were lots of added tension that it wouldn't have expected in a normal baseball game, but I think they allowed for.
Well, I don't know about that. I just know that I was tense in a way that was so unfamiliar because it had been so long. Kang, here's the thing about Kang. Kang has a routine that when he gets home. And are you busy? I shouldn't come to you now. We'll come to you later. Kang has a routine when he gets home, but he didn't follow it because he didn't want to rock the boat. Because when he got home, Tigers were up 3-0.
Well, listen, these things happen,
yes.
Right?
Yep.
So on the way home, I stopped off and picked up some tacos, being that it was National Taco Day and Taco Tuesday. And I sit down at my kitchen island. I got the game on. Sit down just in time to see the first batter. I'm like, okay. And I start to eat the tacos, and they start scoring. And I'm like, well, I can't stop. Right. I got more than I was going to eat in one sitting. So I'm like, okay, I'll keep going here. and I'm chewing a little slower. I'm like, I don't want to Hulk out on tacos here, but I felt at some point, am I supposed to go out and get more tacos because it was working?
That's the sacrifice Gator was willing to make. He was going to keep eating tacos.
Yeah. But they got through that inning and they got the 3 runs, and I'm like, I'm pleasantly plump. I can sit down and let's hope I don't have to go back to the tacos for later in the game.
Let's go to Will in Westland. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Will.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
I just think I burned about 2,000 calories burning a hole in my rug walking back and forth in my living room last night.
Isn't it weird? Why does baseball bring this out in us? Because I was walking around the living room and I was like getting into the ready position, like I was going to do something. I don't know why.
Yeah, it's just, that's why I just think baseball is the greatest sport. The up and downs and the triumphs at the end and the agony and then just the happiness. It was a good time, but yeah, a lot of pressure. Yes, it was. And that 9th inning, as soon as Alvarez doubled to start the 9th, I'm like, of course. Of course. They've kind of been quiet in the later innings. Of course they're going to put a runner on base. And I'm like, all right, just remember that doesn't matter. The run doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, but I was also thankful that he can't run.
Yes. But again, and then they get first and third, a little bleeder. And I mean, there was a moment, I can't remember who it was, it flew out to left to Riley Green with runners at the corners and just got his bat on it. And the trajectory of that ball off the bat, I'm like, this is going to be one of these balls that drops for a double. It's not going to be a double off the wall. It's not going to be a rope. It's going to be one of those balls that just fades away from your outfielder, lands with English on it, scurries into foul territory, 2-run score, and the winning runs at second. I was so happy when Riley Green caught that ball. Just because of my own paranoia. The ball off the bat looked like a double to me.
I don't think it's easy to play left field in that ballpark.
Probably not.
And certainly not in the middle of the day when you've got the daylight peeking through that kind of shows in the outfield. It's like the old stadium the Cowboys played in.
Yep.
And you can see the shadows and the light.
Texas Stadium.
Yeah, exactly. And they got all this light is there. And that left field wall is giant. And that with a scoreboard on it, that can't be easy to play either. And I thought that maybe you played Riley a couple times last night.
Yeah.
Or yesterday.
Played Riley and Parker Meadows. They had the one that looked like Parker Meadows was playing the carom. Riley jumped and the ball then went towards center field for some weird reason.
That was the Alvarez double, right?
Yeah. The ball hit the wall and it went all metric. And I'm like,
I'm like, well, that's odd. And then there was another one that was a fly ball to a shallow blooper to left that Riley Green was coming in on. And he didn't dive for it. He just played it. But he also played it like he was going to catch it, so it froze the runner at second, which was brilliant.
SMRT.
Yeah, really smart. But I'm wondering, could he or should he have even tried to dive at that? Because it does bounce and it's a few feet in front of him. I felt like he could have, but I'm okay because it worked out. Everything works out.
248-539-9797. Ben, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hello, Ben.
Yeah, no way I could watch or listen to it on the radio. I put it on my phone, that ESPN app, and as that ninth inning progressed, I kept refreshing, and then how you look at that app and it shows the inning and the outs in the middle, and I was waiting for that, to be final, right?
Yeah.
And it just kept delaying, and I'm like, I'm hoping they're changing pitchers here because I think it showed like the 2 dots, the guys on second and third. It was just excruciating, the length of it.
And then you get a 3rd dot. You're like, no! Or the 3 dots.
Yeah, no more dots.
And then you hear ball in play. No!
Yeah.
Oh, God. It is. It's crazy how, I guess it's with baseball, there's just so much waiting between plays. That's why it just, it's excruciating to watch when your team is. I'd love to be able to watch one of these games when I have no, and treat it like when I'm watching a team that I have no interest in, and I can just sit there and see how it plays out.
You can do that with all the other playoff games. But what's funny is, Ben, I'm watching this going, if this is a regular season game and the Tigers are up 3-0 in the late innings or going to the 9th, I'm kind of kicking back with my hands behind my head in a regular season going, whatever, in a regular season game. But that was unbelievable.
It's when the leadoff hitter gets on, everything changes, right? You get the first out, and then somebody hits a double. I don't really care, but leadoff double. Oh,
Right.
Everything tightens up. Things start to go back inside your body that you don't expect. It's not good.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. I felt fine the entire game. I only had to change my underwear immediately after the game was over. I mean, playoff baseball is the best, worst thing ever.
Yep.
And you talk about hits. I don't care. If there's any velocity off of Astros player's bat in the ninth inning, anything, because I'm scared. Because in baseball, you don't know where the ball is going. That last hit by Hayward, no one had any idea where that ball was going.
Please, God, tell me Torque is positioned correctly.
But Torque was in the perfect spot, and he knew where the ball was going, so he felt fine. As soon as the ball was hit, he's like, okay, game over.
Yep.
As a fan,
we don't know.
Oh, my God.
By the time they cut to the shot,
Yes.
the ball was already in Torque's glove.
Yes.
Like that's a rope. That's going to score all three.
I'm telling you, any ball on the ground in the air, I'm like, oh, my God, oh, my God, oh, my God. I need to see it in a Tigers mitt, to be safe.
Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
Hey, I want to tell you guys about a great experience I had recently with a local company. That local company is Precision Garage Door. I needed new garage doors, and there was only one place to call, Precision Garage Door. They're awesome. They're available weekends at no extra charge. They offer the industry's leading warranty. All calls are answered 24/7, but you can also schedule your appointment on their website for a time that's going to work for your schedule. You're not dependent on them. They want to work with you, which is awesome. The whole crew is so easy to work with. They helped me pick up the perfect doors, and I could not be happier. Do what I did. Call Precision Garage Door today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
It's amazing what sports can do to you. Yes, Dan. Woo-wee indeed.
Woo-wee indeed.
I just got nervous again.
Right.
Which is totally irrational.
It wasn't higher. It was right there. It was a line drive right to his belt, as far as I'm concerned.
Spencer kind of pumped his fist before he caught that ball, too. Like, he knew. He started pumping his fist, and I'm like, I'm so glad that he was right there. 248-539-9797. Dave, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dave.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
What a game. Yeah, so we had a great moment. We were coaching our freshman third and fourth grade football kids yesterday. And, obviously these are third and fourth graders, haven't really experienced, Tiger success. And we had them huddled up around, an iPhone watching the game. And it was just electric to watch them. Obviously, a lot of them are baseball players, too. And, well, actually, it was pretty funny. One of the other coaches was watching it on more of a play-by-play on ESPN, not streaming, and it was the ultimate buzzkill. You heard him scream, "Yes, we won!" And it was about 10 seconds before we saw it on the phone. But man, it was so cool to see how excited the kids got and the energy they have for this team. It was really fun.
Yeah, I bet. I mean, look, it's because it was an afternoon game, it led to some weird viewing or patterns of how you watch the game, whether it was streaming, whether it was radio, whether it was just watching the game cast on ESPN.
Should I be drinking? Should I not be drinking?
Games like that, it feels like the answer should always be yes, but I still had to work, so I couldn't quite do that. But man, it was tense. It's tense. It brought back old emotions, right? Like stuff we haven't felt in a decade.
Yeah. I mean, that whole anxiety. I mean, it's a baseball anxiety, right? But
baseball anxiety is different, yeah.
But it's still sports anxiety, and yeah, I had that same anxiety watching the NFC Championship game, right? I mean, that's where you get it from, or watching, an important Red Wing game down the stretch where they needed to somehow eke out a win, and they would, and it was great. But this is the playoffs. So it's different than the Red Wing games because it was in the playoffs. It's not different than the Lions, other than it's a different sport. And, it kind of, for me, yesterday was must win because I didn't think they could waste a Skubal start and survive mentally for the rest of the series against Houston. And so they needed to win this game.
Of course, that makes sense, and I don't concede anything with this group, but yes, it makes sense that would have been a terrible waste of a performance, unfortunately.
I mean, if you were Baltimore right now, Corbin Burns went 8 innings and gave up 1 run in 8 innings. Gave up 5 hits, I think, in the game. I mean, he was amazing, and they lose 1-0 to Kansas City. Like Baltimore. That town has got to be on a watch right now because they had everything going for them like a month and a half ago.
I know.
Leading up to the trade deadline, they had some injuries. Okay, we can address this at the trade deadline, and they made a bunch of trades. Nothing really of substance.
No.
But they went with a bunch of trades. None with the Tigers. If they wanted Jack Flaherty, they could have had Jack Flaherty, and they didn't do it. If they wanted to make a big pitch for Skubal, I suppose they could have. I don't know if the Tigers would have accepted it or not, but we talked ad nauseum about it at the trade deadline. They didn't. And then the season goes on and they start to lose some of their ground, and then they lose the first game of a 3-game playoff series.
These things are quick, man. Bob's on a cell and he's next on 97.1. Hi, Bob.
Good morning, guys. I'm usually pretty good at keeping these things in perspective. And for me, the anxiety began when they didn't let Holton pitch to Alvarez because it just didn't make any sense to me. Other than it's a 3-run lead, and what the hell, and that just seemed to me to be not a good strategy. And then Alvarez got the hit, and now I started to lose my mind. And the play you talked about, Doug, on the ball to Riley Green in left field, I thought for sure that was a game-tying hit. It never dawned on me that he might actually catch it the way the ball looked.
Oh, the way it was tailing, yeah. It totally looked like one of those cue ball doubles that squirts into foul territory.
But I mean, Tyler Holton, I understand they want him to start today, but he is a weapon like almost no other team in the majors has, and he can throw 40 pitches. Sometimes and I love A.J. Hinch. He's a brilliant manager. But every once in a while, when he takes out Tyler Holton, I just don't understand what he's doing.
And yet it works.
It did work
every time.
Ultimately, it's measured on the success or failure. It's a pass-fail move, and they passed. Did they fly close to the sun? I don't know if I'd call it flying close to the sun, but let's just say that after kind of breezing through some late innings, things got sketch-magetch.
It did, but they end up pulling it out. They get the win. It's another close win, and it's another close loss for Houston. Houston does not do well in tight games.
Josh is in Warren, and next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Josh.
Hey, boys. So yesterday was kind of the perfect widowmaker for me. I'm driving, picking up my wife and my kids from school, and they're just telling me about their day. And, I turn up the radio a little higher, kind of listening to the radio more. I'm like, yeah, great, about your day. Yeah, I'm like, yes. And my wife, Jessica this, and, I'm JFCing under my breath. I'm like, I can't believe I'm getting, Todd Jones and Papa Grande blood pressure over here. And then all of a sudden, when they get bases, it was a bases loaded, or they moved the runners or something. I was like, can you get this over with already? And I didn't mean to yell at my family, but I was talking about the game, and they thought I was talking about their stories, and I made them feel bad. But I was like, we won the game though. So
it's all worth it.
It was one of those situations. You're driving, everybody's talking, and you're trying to zero your focus on the game, and it was sensory overload.
Josh, you know what you do in that situation? Once they win, if you're still in the car, is you pull the car over, you take a deep breath, a big exhale, and you go, let's get a Frosty.
Well, it was and it was raining at the time here when I picked her up, so it was like the weather was getting bad. It was crazy driving and everything at the moment. And when it finally went, I was like, great. I was like, all right, tell me about your day.
Yeah, how was your day?
I wonder how many red lights you accidentally ran. Everybody be careful out there, because it's easy to be distracted.
Josh is on the road.
Hey, we're going to continue talking Tigers today at 10:45 with Bobby Scales from the Tigers Radio Network, of course, on the broadcast from down in Houston with Dan Dickerson. He'll join us at 10:45. Got the transfer portal NIL college football thingy next. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. We'll get back to your phone calls and your ticket texts and whatnot, tweets as well as we continue throughout the day. Leading into Game 2 of the American League Wild Card Series, Tigers and Astros coming up 2:32 for the first pitch as the Tigers try and close this thing out and advance to the American League Divisional Series against Cleveland. That is this afternoon. And we'll talk with Bobby Scales from the Tigers Radio Network coming up today at 10:45. But it's time to talk a little college football as we do every Wednesday at this time. I'm going to receive since you just bust back into the studio.
I appreciate that.
I understand. All right, here we go.
All right, boys. The game of the year so far was Alabama over Georgia. What'd you think, Doug?
Okay, Ryan Williams is incredible. That touchdown catch is going to go down in history as one of the greatest plays in Alabama football history. But here's something to watch. Kalen DeBoer is an exceptionally good coach. He's got this pattern, though. If they get out to big leagues, they're really good at coming out of the gate fast and then hanging on in the end. Like that game, they were up 28-0 and actually gave up the lead. The national semifinal last year, they were up 2 scores and Texas came back and had passes into the end zone. They almost blew the lead twice against Oregon, both 2-score leads. Last year, they got shut out in the second half against Oregon State. Kalen DeBoer is amongst the best in the game, but I kind of want you to keep battling, keep hanging in there. It's something that, it might just be a coincidence, but you shouldn't be surprised when teams come back against Kalen DeBoer teams. But unbelievable game.
I love the game was amazing. I unfortunately didn't get to watch all of it because Michigan State was playing at the same time, and I didn't have the awesome setup that you did in the command center. Mm-hmm. So I caught most of the second half though, and it was so amazing. So much talent on that field between those two teams. That amazing 17-year-old wide receiver it's insane how good he is and how fast he is. Milroe is poised on and off the field. I love Jalen Milroe as a person. I think he's great. And the atmosphere epitomizes what college football is all about. As far as DeBoer is concerned, you might be right with that, and that's something he's going to have to figure out. But something that the rest of the nation is going to have to figure out, this Alabama team is not a Nick Saban team. It's a DeBoer team. So Kalen DeBoer is going to put his own stamp on it. It's going to be different football, and I think people are just this is what Saban would. No, it's different. It's totally different.
It turned out to be a great game. In that first half, Alabama was eating the dogs. That's right. It was terrible in the first half. I mean, I thought I'd left them for dead. Wow. What? They were the Georgia dogs, right? I mean, I'd left Georgia for dead. It looked terrible. Beck looked completely lost. He had no idea where he was throwing the ball. But the second half, what a comeback. And to take the lead, incredible. Obviously a great game in the second half. Ryan Williams is unreal. 17 years old. Ridiculous. All right, the Big Ten and SEC are meeting in Nashville next week. The topic of discussion will be to guarantee 4 teams each in the college football playoff. Do you like this or not, Gator?
Not even a little. I think this is the epitome of arrogance that can come from the SEC and the Big Ten. Unfortunately, we're lumped into it. I hate it. This is disgusting. You have to earn your way. What happened to that? We're going to guarantee each conference gets 4? Look, you may each get 4 in because the conferences are that tough, but you don't guarantee anything, okay? What you guarantee is that your champions get in there, and likely your runner-ups are going to get in there. And that's it. And I'm going to say likely, because who knows what happens from one year to the next. But to guarantee 4 from each conference, it's disgusting. I'm so disappointed in hearing the Big Ten was a part of that.
I love the Big Ten. But think about this, because things change. They're cyclical, and conferences go from being stronger to less strong. Right now, the ACC is in that. But imagine if the ACC has a 12-0 Miami, 11-1 Virginia Tech, and a 10-2 Clemson, and 10-2 Clemson doesn't get in because they have to guarantee a spot for an 8-4 Penn State team. I mean, now, if they're not going to guarantee spots, they really do need to pay attention to strength of schedule. And they really need to allow teams to have some losses to get in. But I agree. You can't do this.
Yeah, I don't like this either. I mean, this is not college football. This is not what the college football I loved, growing up and watching. Everything's changing so rapidly, and Do I like this? No, I don't. If it's going to make them money and give them, more teams to market, super teams, everyone likes stars and star teams, they're probably going to try to find a way to get something, if not exactly like this, something close to this. But no, I don't like this. And I don't think any of the real college purist football fans will, but is this something we have to get used to? Maybe they do, it passes, and then we find out, hey, this actually kind of sucks, and they go back to the old way. But I don't like it. All right, freshmen wide receivers. We spoke of one earlier. Alabama's Ryan Williams and Ohio State's Jeremiah Smith. Which one is better?
Chalk this up as an impossible question to answer. Smith has 19 catches for 364 yards and 5 touchdowns. Williams, 16 catches, 462 and 5 touchdowns. But we have to split hairs. So I'm going to make the weakest of arguments. I'm going with Smith because he's bigger. That's it. That's all I got.
Listen, these are weak arguments, right? Because these two might be the best receivers in college football. They're both amazing. Are they both 17, or is one finally turned 18? I don't know. They're both great. I'm going to go with Williams because I think he's faster.
I mean,
you think? I think.
Yeah.
So this is an incredibly difficult question. Love both these receivers. I actually think Smith probably checks more boxes, but I'm going to take Williams because he's got something that's so intoxicating to me, and that's game-breaking speed and ability. He's got that home run threat every single time he touches the ball. He's a unicorn, and I think it's harder to find that type of receiver than Smith, even though I think Smith may be better overall as a receiver, but we're splitting hairs like you guys said. All right, Army and Navy are both 4-0. Could either one of these teams make the Group of 5 playoff?
I mean, they could. They have to kind of run the table here. I think Navy's got a better shot because they have the win over Memphis, and everybody likes Memphis as a team, and I think they're 4-1, so it's their only loss. Both teams get to play Notre Dame and each other, so there is that chance. I just think Navy has that advantage over Army because of the Memphis win. So, but yeah, obviously if they run the table, either team will be in the playoff.
It's fascinating. If you take a look, Army's diversified their offense a little bit, and they have a slightly easier schedule, but only slightly. And football, the ESPN FPI both rank them with less than 1% chance of running the table. But I think Army sticks around longer because they play Notre Dame late, and they'll have some, maybe they'll have some belief at that time that they can steal that Group of 5 playoff spot. Here's a fascinating scenario, though. You know that the Selection Sunday is December 8th, and Army and Navy are scheduled to play December 14th. How are they going to handle that if one of these teams actually could get the Group of 5 spot and still have a game to play? But I don't think they thought that one completely through. I'm kind of rooting for that chaos.
Yeah, if one of these two teams could claim that last playoff spot, that'd be incredible. What a story. But do I think it's going to happen? Not even on a wishbone and a prayer, boys. Sorry.
See that?
Clever. He's on fire.
This guy.
All right, we've talked about the Big Ten sleepers emerging from the past weeks, Illinois, Indiana, Nebraska. But is Rutgers, they're 4-0. Are the Scarlet Knights the real Big Ten sleeper?
I'm actually buying. I'm buying into a veteran quarterback. I'm buying into Kyle Monangai, and I'm buying into Greg Schiano. Yeah, I think Rutgers is going to be the team that emerges of that second tier of sleepers.
No. Okay, here's why Doug is going to say yes, and he already did it by getting to say the name Monangai. It's so much fun to say Monangai or Kaliakmanis. These are names that are going to be you got to work at, and now it just rolls off the tongue, and that's why you like Rutgers. Their 4-0 record, it's fine. But what they do? They beat Washington by 3 points.
They beat Virginia Tech.
Oh my God, the Hokies.
You saw what Virginia Tech did to Miami.
Okay. I'm not buying it at all. They're going to have a dose of reality this week when they're at Nebraska, I believe, and then the schedule really starts to stiffen up. No, sir. It's not about Rutgers at 4-0. I still like Indiana. That's the better story.
Yeah, I'm not buying it yet either. Not as strongly as Gator this, so it seems like he thinks there might be bad, I feel like.
It's not even bad.
No, I'm kidding.
Doug's biased.
This is hard to do week in and week out. That's, you separate the good teams from the teams that just happen to, win every now and then or kind of surprise other teams. I'll be impressed, though, if they beat Nebraska. That would be very impressive. I might have to start buying then, but as of right now, not yet.
Does Arcidiacono play for them too, Doug?
Not anymore.
Okay.
Okay, College Game Day is going to Cal for the first time Saturday for 5-0 Miami at Cal. Cal's 3-1. That leaves Illinois, Maryland, Rutgers, Syracuse, and Virginia as the only schools game day has not visited. Who's next?
You know, it's funny. I looked at all the schedules, remaining schedules for all those teams. Nobody plays anybody at home. All the big games that they would have, like if they were to do something nice, then they go on the road to play, Oregon or something like that. It's just not going to work out for them this year. But in 2029, Illinois, on an October afternoon, they're going to take on an Ohio State team, and it's going to be a battle of number 23 Illinois taking on number 4 Ohio State. But only, I have one caveat, only if Brett Bielema is still coaching, because NIL will be solved by that point.
This is funny because I think Virginia's going to host in 10 days. Gators got 2029. If Virginia gets past, wins their next game, and that's BC Saturday, Virginia will be 4-1, hosting number 22 Louisville, who's got SMU this week, and Louisville will be 4-1. And I think game day is going to want to check the box. So I'm going to take Virginia hosting on October 12th.
October 12th?
Yep.
I'm sorry, October 12th?
Yep.
Isn't that like a big weekend of some games? Like you got Ohio State and Oregon.
Yep.
Penn State and USC.
Yep.
It's like the best weekend of the entire year.
Yeah. They're going to be in
Oklahoma.
Yeah.
You're right, Doug. Good call.
All right, if I have to.
2029, are you kidding?
I called my shot. I even said I said a matchup. I said the afternoon. In October 2029, baby.
Give us the weather.
54 and partly cloudy.
There we go. If I have to, I'm going to go right now. Illinois, Michigan. It's on the schedule this year. Illinois is hosting Michigan. So if Michigan can,
they got to get past Washington.
Exactly. Illinois could host that game day. All right.
There you go. That concludes the transfer portal NIL marching band thingy. Back to Tiger baseball talk next. Bobby Scales on the Tiger Radio Network straight ahead. Hey, it's Doug here. I want to tell you about my friends at Michigan Auto Law, especially with the winter season right around the corner. Our roads are going to get tougher, and you know that. I'm hoping that you never need this to make this phone call. But if you do, if you've been in an accident, you need someone who's got your back, call my friend Steve and his team at Michigan Auto Law. Many people call Michigan Auto Law because they can't get a call back from their current law firm. Michigan Auto Law returns all phone calls. They understand the importance of communication, and you'll get a call back. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. All right, so the Detroit Tigers back in action this afternoon, coming off yesterday's thrilling win over the Houston Astros in Game 1 of the American League Championship Series. And on the broadcast here on 97.1 The Ticket and the Tiger Network is Bobby Scales, who joins us now. He, of course, joined Dan Dickerson for that yesterday. Bobby, how tense were you in the ninth inning? We've been talking about this with the listeners. What was it like for you?
I was less than comfortable, Doug. But, I've been less than comfortable for the majority of the last 2 months. But these guys are unbelievable. They find a way to make pitches and make plays in the tightest situations, and they did it again last night.
I heard right at the intro of the broadcast, you were talking about the umpiring and how important a role they're going to play in this game and in this series, because if you were speaking specifically about Valdez, if he's able to get that low strike, it could be a long day for the Tigers, and he wasn't getting that low strike, and it wasn't such a long day.
Well, it was pivotal for him because he dominates the bottom of the zone, and then with that sinker, and with his sinker, you got to see it up. If it starts mid-thigh or lower, you need to let it go. Now, it's easier said than done, and it's real easy when you're sitting in the broadcast booth, but that's the attack plan you have to have. If Tony Randazzo was going to give him a ball, 2 balls down, he's just going to start it down there and pound the zone all day, and it's going to be a boatload of ground balls. But he didn't. And fortunately, it forced him to come up in the zone. He did that, and the Tigers had really good approaches all day long on getting that ball up, getting it, the right-handed hitters, getting it close to him because his ball runs a lot away from right-handed hitters as well. They got it up, they got it close to them, and allowed for that run to take over, and they stayed in the middle of the field, and it was a real treat to watch.
The other thing you guys talked about in the pregame, and it absolutely happened, was getting runners on the base pass, creating havoc that way, putting pressure on the Astros, and having a patient approach at the plate. It's exactly what happened. The Tigers didn't go 1, 2, 3 at the entire game. I mean, is that something that they had told you before the game? We're going to work counts and we're going to get guys on base.
I don't think it's as much as having a approach of working counts. Having a quality at bat to be getting the first pitch in the zone you want and firing on it. I think the definition of a quality at bat is a little bit nebulous, but you kind of know it when you see it. And so those guys, and this has really been the genesis of this team. As soon as they made the move to bring all the young guys up, you see over time the quality of the at bats just really increase and just more of them each and every game. And then as far as running the bases goes, that's what these guys have done during this same stretch. They have run the bases, 2 base advances. They're at the top of the league, going first to third, top of the league. So, I mean, it's just getting guys on and creating traffic. Robert Valdez does such a good job of keeping guys off the bases that he doesn't deal with a boatload of traffic out there. And so you want to get him in a zone that he's not comfortable in. And fortunately for the Tigers, it worked out.
In this series, I mean, it feels like you can't find 2 teams that are further apart from each other when in terms of experience in the postseason. Houston's got boatloads of it. The Tigers have none of it other than like Matt Vierling. Because it's only a 3-game series, does it actually play to the advantage of the Tigers because they can't get caught up on all this? It's so quick. It could be done so quickly that really relying on, having a Game 7 experience, it doesn't even come into play.
Scott, that's a fair point. I think it has more to do with the makeup of the guys on this team. I don't think they care. I genuinely don't. I don't like the take, while it may be true that these guys are young, they're inexperienced, and so they don't know any better. These guys know. They're not dumb. They read all the stuff. They see all the stuff. They got buddies back home that are saying, hey, dude, look what you guys are doing. You're not supposed to be here. Well, I got news for you. They do. They don't care. They are supposed to be here. They earned this trip. They believe in it. They believe in each other. And, you guys have all been around teams that once that rock of belief starts rolling downhill, man, watch out.
So Bobby Scales joining us here on 97.1 The Ticket. I want to lean on 2 things, 2 positions you've held in your career post-player, and maybe bring some insight into what the Tigers have done. I want to start when you were with the Angels. You were the director of player development. What can you say about player development right now? Because they are taking guys whose ERAs are in the 7s in the minor leagues, and they're below 3 in the majors. How does that happen?
Well, so there's a couple pieces to this. Number one, the belief that any player can get better to the last year they're playing, regardless of what the age they are. You have to believe that if you operate in the player development space. You have to believe that if you're a major league coach, especially in today's game, where today's game is much younger than it's ever been. You're getting guys who are not far along in their career. You're getting them at the major league level a lot earlier. So the idea that more development has to happen at the major league level is that's not just the Tigers. That's everywhere in the big leagues. I think the second piece to that is that the staff has done such a good job of figuring out, okay, and when I say staff, I'm talking collective staff from the major league staff, Chris Fetter, down to Gabe Rivas, who's director of pitching, all the way down to minor leagues. Let's get guys, let's figure out what they're good at and make that a superpower. And, sometimes the reason some of those minor league ERAs aren't very good is because you can go out there and you're working on a specific thing. You're working on a specific pitch. You're working on a specific objective in that outing. You might get whacked. So you might see a guy with a 7. You may see a guy with a 6.5 ERA in AAA. Ty Madden's numbers down in AAA were not good, but they were working on something that's going to give him an opportunity to be good at the major league level. And if you look at the back half of the year in AAA, he was very good and he was very effective. And that's because he changed the arsenal up a little bit and changed a couple of grips on his pitching. That's made all the difference in the world. So you kind of have to throw out, to a certain degree, minor league numbers without context, without proper context being given to him.
Second thing is, after you worked in player development, we were on the field with the Pirates as an assistant fielding coordinator, which brings me to where Spencer Torkelson was with 2 outs in the 9th inning. He was in the perfect place, and sometimes that's luck, and sometimes it's by design. As a guy who worked in fielding, was it by design, or was it just, hey, one of those baseball things?
Well, I think it's a little bit of both. I mean, you do your best. I mean, the team of analysts behind the scenes that are working in the clubhouse that no one ever sees, those guys are unbelievable at taking the high-level data, really high-level data, distilling it down and presenting Joey Cora and George Lombard and the rest of the guys who are primarily responsible for the fielding, for the positioning of the infield and outfield, for putting them in an area where you believe they're going to hit the ball to you. And sure, Torkel's standing right there. But there's also some baseball guys that say, here, just go in the glove. But the Tigers take a lot of pride in that. They've been very good at that over the course of the last few years, having their guys closer to where the ball is hit than most teams. They're at the top, certainly in the top 10, I think in the top 5 of that as well. And so, yeah, there's a little bit of both. I mean, there's some dumb luck never hurts the cause either. Let's just be honest.
Out of necessity, the Tigers pitching staff, they've had to cobble things together with basically a maybe even a 2.5-man rotation for like the last 6 or 7 weeks of the season here. It's worked out tremendously well. The Tigers have the best earned run average since August 1st in Major League Baseball, and obviously their record is the best in baseball since August 11th. Is this sustainable for the future? Are other teams going to try to emulate what the Tigers have done? Is this the evolution of baseball with pitch counts and everything else, that you're just going to go with the staff in a different way than what's been traditional with 5 starters?
I would say not 2.5 for sure. I think you can do this maybe once or 2 times through the rotation. I definitely think that you want at least 4 or 5 starters that you wake up in the morning, we're going to write these guys down and they're going to get the ball pitch 1. That's the idea. Right after the trade, Jack Flaherty was sent to Los Angeles, and then shortly thereafter, Reese Olson went down. And so you really only had Skubal and Montero in the rotation at that point. So the question is, okay, how can we get creative here, and how can we deploy our assets in a way that's going to give us the best opportunity to navigate this game? And this was the answer. You've seen this done in short stints prior with teams like Oakland, with teams like Tampa, and other teams have tried this too. The opener is not a new concept. I think the opener in volume like this, just quite frankly, out of absolute necessity, there's some strategic advantage too, but out of necessity, is something that I don't know that this is sustainable long term. Over the course of 162 games, I don't believe this is sustainable. But in a short stint, which 6 weeks may seem like a long time, but it's a short stint in the grand scheme of a baseball season. Clearly, it's worked.
So you guys, we were talking about how you guys were on top of what the Tigers were going to have to do to beat Framber Valdez yesterday. What about today? What are things we should be looking for today?
Well, interestingly enough, Hunter Brown, Wayne State kid, and shout out to Wayne State, shout out to our friend Coach Ryan Kelly over there running a great program.
Yes, sir.
He's similar. He's different. He's similar. He's going to do, obviously he's right-handed, but he has a very different arm angle than Framber Valdez. Framber Valdez was low 3/4. The ball kind of ran more than it actually sank. But Hunter Brown, since about mid-season, or actually since a little bit before the All-Star break, they gave him back his 2-seam fastball. He throws from a very high arm angle, and the problem he was having was four-seam fastball was just getting absolutely tattooed all over the yard, and they had to do something to figure out a way to get him get the ball on the ground for one thing, and also create some more swing and miss. Well, they gave him back his two-seam fastball. Hadn't thrown a two-seam fastball since he was at Wayne State. They took it away from him in the minor leagues, and they told him to go four-seam overhand curveball. And now he's back to more sinker cutter and curveball, and it's been devastating. So the task is to get him kind of in the middle of the zone. He'll throw that four-seam fastball at the top of the zone, but also he'll drive that two-seamer down at the bottom too. So you have to make sure you get a pitch to hit in the zone you're looking for, and right and left-handed hitters, again, get it close to them so that you can account for the sink that's moving away from them. So your windows have to change a little bit, but the task at hand is somewhat similar. You're going to see a very left-hand heavy lineup facing a right-handed pitcher is different from the lineup that you saw yesterday with Valdez being left-handed as well.
It seems like it's a running joke with broadcast crews when the foul ball comes back to the booth and the color analyst will say, "Oh, I got your back. Don't worry about it." But it never happens. You protected Dan Dickerson a couple weeks ago like it was you were part of the Secret Service there. I mean,
like my job depended on it. Yes,
exactly. Yes. I mean, that ball came in hot, my man.
Look, at the end of the day, talking to Ron Colangelo when they decided to bring me on, he said, "Oh yeah, you got to call the game, bring your insights, but your main, that's 1A. One is to protect Dan Dickerson." And so, take that very seriously. No, in all seriousness, I was really trying. If you go back and look at it, I was kind of just getting out of the way, and honest to God, my hand just went up. I just went up, and the ball stuck to my left hand. And so, I played it off like I knew exactly what I was doing, but that was more just straight reaction.
It was awesome. And I bet you got more comments on that than maybe anything you said all season long.
The funny part is I go down to the clubhouse the next day for, the standard media stuff, and Torque came up to me, McKinstry came up to me, Tyler Holton came up to me. I was like, dang, man, I didn't expect all this, but I'll take it.
Hey, great job, Bobby. We'll be listening today. I know a lot of people will be listening with these afternoon games, and hopefully we got a series with Cleveland to preview as well.
I hope you're right. I like the Tigers' chances. The guys are playing well, and they're up for it.
Bobby Scales from the Tiger Radio Network joining us here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Tyler Holton expected to be the opener for today's Tigers playoff game in Houston. Manager A.J. Hinch said that the pitching would be fluid after Tarek Skubal threw yesterday. Reese Olson, the likely candidate to bulk work for Holton, but we will see. On the other side, the Astros are starting Hunter Brown, who hails from St. Clair Shores, Michigan, played for Wayne State University. The 26-year-old says that he does find it a little odd pitching against Detroit in the postseason. This is Brown's first playoff start. He came out of the bullpen in 2022's postseason. Knock on wood, but start times for the next round were released by Major League Baseball if the Tigers were to make it to the ALDS. Saturday's start time would be at 1 o'clock, and Mondays would be 4 p.m. Big Ten basketball media days begin today. Michigan coach Kim Barnes-Arico and MSU coach Robin Freilich both speaking for the women's teams. The men's teams will have their time tomorrow as those seasons quickly approach. And the Lions are officially on their bye. The 3-1 team will reconvene next Monday following their time off. Their next game will be Sunday, October 13th against the Cowboys in Dallas. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Chris. You know, it's fun when a community can have a collectively shared experience. And yesterday we had that with the Tigers and, quite frankly, the ninth inning. And there's so much to talk about throughout that entire game. But it comes down to the ninth inning. And the Tigers, I'm not going to say they were cruising because it was intense the whole way. But they had put up their 3 runs and then shut the Astros down. And the Astros did threaten, but not like they did in the ninth. And, of course, you go to the ninth inning. And, of course, that's where all hell breaks loose, and they get ducks on the pond, and they score a run, and now the tying run's at second base, and oh my God, the winning run's now at first base, and it was intense. And so we've asked people about your ninth inning yesterday, because not only was it a collective experience, it was probably a vast array of ways that people were taking in the ninth inning. Because it was an afternoon game, it was just after 5. There were probably many people in their cars listening. Mm-hmm. There were those that were at kid events streaming on their phones. Some people streaming the video, others just watching the little game tracker. I don't know if anybody pulled off a bubble, but we want to know about your ninth inning experience and what was going on in your household or in your world as this game came down to what is an amazingly tense, an incredibly tense situation. And for some reason, baseball lends itself to him. And Gator, you talked about, fourth quarter against the 49ers. And Kyle McCord has the ball driving against Michigan down 6. And all these different things that we have experienced. For some reason, baseball touches a different nerve. And maybe it feels like a slow bleed or a death by 1,000 paper cuts or whatever. Right. It's just different. It hits different than other sports.
I think it builds. That's why, because it's an inning worth. So, like, you're seeing it unfold. You know, a leadoff double. You know, here comes another. Then you walk a base runner. And then you got 2 on, nobody out, and you're like, oh. And then you start. Then math comes into play. You start looking. Okay, it's a 3-run lead. Oh my God, this is the tying run. Literally the tying run at the plate. Hope this doesn't happen. Oh, there's they get the out, but the advances the runners, and then. I mean, it's just the anxiety just builds up. It's like a crescendo, and then it can either explode or it just flattens out and gets doused. But there's not a whole lot of in between. You know, it's the extremes with it, which is amazing. With football, you know, you have to have a scoring drive, and you know that the outcome can be either 3, 6, or 7 points, whatever, 8 points, I suppose. Hockey, and basketball are kind of different. You know, basketball is this running score that changes all the time. Hockey, it's a different anxiety.
Yeah,
hockey is different.
And overtime, it is, but they're all different and unique in their own way.
And they're fantastic.
It had been a decade since we experienced this. Yeah. So I'm going to throw something at you that I can almost guarantee you're going to scoff at.
Do I need Bobby Scales here?
No, he doesn't. You don't need a personal protector.
Okay.
I think you're going to scoff at this. Throughout the game, I don't know if you were paying any attention, but ESPN's little bug graphic up in the corner has the % chance to win. Now, I know you don't like these things.
I hate them.
I use the % chance to win as the warm blanket that I wrapped around myself in the ninth inning because, look, these are done through all kinds of metrics. Okay, what's Brisky against, Caratini? What are the chances that Caratini gets a hit here? Because it was 3-1 Tigers with runners at second and third and one out, and Caratini's at the plate. And the chance of winning at that point, according to the little bug, the Tigers had a 73% chance to win. And I'm like, this does not feel like a 73% chance. But I'm going to lean on the science. The science is telling me it's going to be okay. So I'm going to I'm going to try not to panic, avoid the heart attack, and feel good about that. Caratini lines out. McCormick comes up and walks, and now the go-ahead runs at first. And Hayward is at the plate. Okay? And at that point, I looked, and the percent chance that the Tigers won was up to 86%. And again, I wrapped myself in that warm, comfortable blanket of, it's going to be okay. But Kang asked a great question. It's at 86%, and Brisky lets go of the last pitch of the game. And Kang, I'll let you ask it.
I wonder if there was a way to measure the percentage, the win percentage, as soon as the ball left Hayward's bat.
With the exit velocity and the trajectory.
Yeah, he barreled it up, and I wonder if you could just freeze that right there.
If they could measure the exit velocity and the trajectory of that hit, what was the win percentage? It probably went from 86% down to like 14%, just like that. And they completely flipped. It just so happened that Torque was there. Now, was Torque there by design? Was Torque there because of luck? I mean, it's not like the first baseman play. Their positions don't vary all that much. How far off the line, you're a matter of feet. But the matter of feet, the matter of inches, or as Bobby Scale said, sometimes the baseball gods just have the ball go in the glove. But yeah, I bet, because that ball was scalded.
Yeah, and I bet you as a fan, whatever your percentage was at the time, 86, 50, less than, as soon as the Hayward hit that ball, it had to have dropped. It had to have dropped in your own mind, your stomach, your heart. Because he barreled it. It was like, oh my God, that's hit well.
You know, it's funny when you talk about things that drop. Your body literally like implodes in that moment. Your heart drops, your stomach drops, and things that are lower go up. You're all kinds of contorted, man. You're like, oh,
yeah.
And then it finally goes out. But you're kind of, I don't. You guys know me too well. I do not care for that statistic. It means absolutely nothing. Each at bat's its own, and I don't.
It means
care.
Nothing to you.
It means nothing to me. Well, it means nothing. Period. But
to you.
Oh yeah, to you.
You telling other people how to feel, Gator?
I shouldn't do that.
All right then.
But it's annoying to me because it's like, they just tell you what it is without telling you what the formula is, which is probably way too convoluted to figure it out. Well,
I don't think it's random. Average. I think it's probably batting average. This guy versus righties. This guy's versus lefties.
Yeah, runners and scoring pitchers. Not but
similar situations,
late in games and all this. I mean, I don't know how much is thrown into it, or if it's just simply, hey, you know what? Caratini hits 270 on the season, and so there's a 73% chance he makes an out.
I thought it was 211, but yeah, sure. The point
that was McCormick was hitting 211, but Caratini was hitting 269 on the season.
Fair enough.
So, but whatever. So it that doesn't even resonate, and I hate seeing that. You guys like it, so it appeals to you, and it probably appeals to most people. Not this guy over here.
Yep. I knew you'd hate it.
I do.
But people. That my point is, as panicked as it felt, and as much as it felt like the game was slipping away,
security blanket.
You're damn right it did.
No, I get it, Doug, because that's logic. I know you hate it, Gator, but the logic says that it's on your side. Now, it probably feels more.
It didn't feel that way.
No, it feels more 50-50 at work, right? Like, it feels like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, what if I told you that McCormick hit 600 with bases loaded this year?
I'm sure that was
didn't show that stat up there.
No, I'm sure they put that into their total equation. Of all the different variables that they could measure.
But it was an 80-something% chance he makes an out?
86% chance that he makes an out.
But he hit 600 with.
No, it wasn't that he makes an out. It was an 86% chance that the Tigers win the game.
Yeah, win.
Yeah, well.
So he might not make an out. He could have walked him. He could have had a single, and they threw the runner out at the plate, whatever.
Well, if that's your blanket, wear it proudly.
Oh, I did.
Stay
Believe
warm.
me, I used it to my
Treat
advantage.
each other with respect.
I used it to my advantage.
Well, we talk about how playoff baseball is different than the other sports, and I think this is the advantage that baseball has of being a slower-paced game finally. You know, like baseball is slower and everyone complains it's old, it's slow, it takes too long. But when in moments like this, it helps the sport as far as fan engagement. Like every pitch, you take it, you take your time before the next pitch, right? The next at bat. Everything's slower and it makes it more anxious.
And yet it's so much sped up now compared to what it was 5 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it's so much better now with a pitch clock.
Without question.
It's fantastic.
Well, Scooball works quick too.
We'll get to
Yeah,
your
he
phone
does.
calls and feedback next. Tell us about your ninth inning. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Speaking about staying warm, you want to stay warm this fall and winter, do the right thing. Call the great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling because they're going to help keep you warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market. But you don't have to take my word for it. Check out their A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau, or how about some of their 5-star reviews on Google? Look, the red, white, and blue trucks, they're all over the place. They're all over the place for a reason. These people can be trusted. They are awesome. Whether it's your furnace, your water heater, a boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. Tell us about your ninth inning. Where were you? What were you doing? Because I bet there were people at work. I just had a buddy of mine. Bob. Bob said they're listening to the show right now. He's got the big screen TV turned on, 85 inches in the office. Said they were watching it yesterday at work. He had his employees. He's in charge. He had his employees watching.
Nice.
So that's awesome.
Bob got some beer for the employee too?
I don't know. I got to find out if Bob did that.
Hot dog cart.
I reached out to Ryan Kelly today, the head coach at Wayne State, because Hunter Brown pitched at Wayne State, the starter for Houston, and he said they're going to be piping in the radio at practice at their base, but the PA system's going to have the game during practice.
That's cool.
Yeah, so there's a lot going on here where people are accounting for these afternoon games that matter. They matter to Detroiters, and it's intense as hell, and that was fun yesterday. It was miserable and fun at the same time, right?
Yeah, and I'm curious. I know that they had people at Comerica Park that were watching the game as well. I'm curious to see how that went. I don't know if they had I don't think they had a monster crowd, but they did have some people that were there, and I don't know if it ended up raining on them or not. I hope not, but
I thought I saw that they did get rained on. Yeah.
But the start, it looked like it was beautiful there. Nice blue sky for a while, and then things took a turn. What's your plan today?
So I have to do some commercial taping at 2:00.
Here?
Yep.
Yeah.
So I will be in the car for probably the first 2 to 3 innings. I mean, yesterday I did the mad dash home, and of course there was an accident. I wasn't involved, but I had to reroute. And
you want to come over to the pad, watch the game.
Today might be more possible.
Okay. You got
party
yeah. No, I'm doing the exact same thing I did yesterday.
Sorry.
Not only because of work, because I have to though. Because I have to pick up the girl.
All right, let's talk to the people. Joe, you're on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Joe.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
Sure, Joe.
Dude, man, what a game.
Yeah.
So happy that playoff baseball is back. Such a different animal. But I was telling the screener that I was watching at work, and I had a dash to get my son to football practice. Unfortunately, got rained out, so to make it up for him, got pizza. Ordered the pizza, sat in the parking lot, put the game on the phone, and watched it that last ninth inning. And my son, we're just sitting in the car watching it together. It was just what an experience to share because he was getting into it, I'm getting into it, and it was just great.
How old's your son?
You're gonna laugh at this. 4.5, and he actually sat and listened and watched.
That's so
there
great.
You go.
That's so great. That's got to be a fun moment.
Yeah. He asked the end, can we do this again? I'm like, of course we can.
Oh, that's great.
Anytime you
Good
want.
for you. Yeah. Well, what's he doing today?
He's home right now, so we're waiting for the game to start. We can't wait.
It's awesome. Hey, thanks for sharing. 248-539-9797.
I think it's about how old I was my first baseball game.
1975 Tigers Red Sox doubleheader is what I remember. First time I remember my exposure to Tigers, old Tiger Stadium.
I don't remember going to the game, but unfortunately I've unearthed some photographic evidence of me being at a game at Wrigley Field.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How old were you?
4.
Was this the first game you ever went to?
Yeah.
Is there some weird psychological self-loathing wrapped up in this?
I don't know. I don't know.
Because Gator hates Wrigley Field and hates Cubs fans.
I didn't know for sure. My mom had made some kind of it was an awesome Christmas present a few years ago. This kind of scrapbook with all these photographs that she had had and whatever. And she made one for my brother as well. And I'm going through it. I'm like, oh, this is kind of great. This is the time we lived 2 years. We lived 2 years of my life in Arlington Heights, which is a suburb of Chicago.
Yep.
And I'm going through it, and I saw some terrifying things, like me wearing a Cubs jacket or Cubs hat. And I'm what the hell is that? No. And then she's like, your father took you to a game. I'm like, oh no!
Oh wow!
White Sox, Mom. White Sox.
Wow.
Anything but the Cubs. No.
That's funny.
Yeah. So I think I blocked that out of my mind, and I don't remember anything about going to Wrigley as a kid, but apparently I did.
Let's go to Glenn. You're next on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Glenn.
Hey, guys. What's going on?
How you doing, sir?
We were, me and my 10-year-old son drove down we live in Fort Worth. We drove down to Houston yesterday to see the game.
Nice.
It was incredible. We got there 2 hours early. We watched BP, hung out. We had a shout out to one of the equipment guys came out and gave my son a ball, which was awesome. Lit him up.
That's cool.
That's great.
And couldn't be more stressed out than that night.
Yeah.
Did you see a lot of Tiger fans there?
Yeah, man, we represented for sure. In fact, we were sitting next to Will Vest's family, and Jake Rogers had his brother and his family were there, and so we were kind of, when Will Vest came out and got those 4 outs, we were fist bumping those guys like crazy. They were going nuts. It was a great time, but man, that 9th inning, I got a guy in my ear like, show them who's the champion, show them. They're stressed out. They're so worried right now. And I'm pacing back and forth. And, man, I couldn't wait to turn around and be like, yeah.
How old is your son?
He's 10. It was his first game. We see the Tigers when they come down to Arlington all the time and play the Rangers. But this was our first Astros game and definitely our first playoff game. So it was took him out of school and drove down Monday night, stayed there Monday night. And we're at the park early. We were ripping. We were ready to go.
How's the ballpark? Do you like it out there?
Yeah, it's nice. It's real nice. The roof was closed because it was warm outside, but it would have been nice if it was open and it was a little cooler outside. But it was a lot of fun. And like I say, I was surprised at the amount of seats that were open, and I was shocked at the tickets that we got. I mean, we paid $50 and we were 10 rows up on the third base side, like just past the dugout.
That's cool.
That is great.
Yeah, it was great, man. We had a great time.
Glenn, thanks for sharing. 248-539-9797. Kim is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Kim.
Hi there.
Hey.
Hi.
Hi.
I've been listening to you guys all day, all week. I was at the watch party last night at Comerica. Me and my girlfriend went down there.
Cool.
How'd that go?
It was phenomenal. There wasn't a lot of people there. You know, you couldn't get in the whole stadium. Like, we were in like sections 112, and then over like under the
Yeah, it looked like you were like the first base side, kind of over in right field-ish.
You were actually, it was more right field. It was more right field to center field, and that was it. Great day, 1:30, doors open. It didn't rain till like the 7th inning. It just started drizzling. And they moved everybody that was not covered over like into sections 113, so you were covered and still able to watch the game. So it was phenomenal. Those that weren't covered. Talk about stress. Oh, my God. Yeah. I've been a baseball fan since I was a little girl, thanks to my father. And I was pacing. My girlfriend doesn't know that much about baseball, so she knew a lot after yesterday's game, probably more than she's ever wanted to know. But I couldn't help myself. So it was insane. The crowd was nuts. You know, nobody was relenting. Everybody was, let's go Tigers. And it was phenomenal. The feel of that, just those little bit of people in that little space in Comerica, it was phenomenal. I'm going back today. Don't tell anybody, but I'm going back today.
Well, Kim, have fun. Thank you for sharing.
I know, we will.
Yes. I've done the watch parties before on a couple of occasions. When you do get together with a bunch of people, it does definitely crank up your intensity and the enjoyment of it to be able to share it with other people.
I had an amazing time in 2008 at Joe Louis Arena when the Wings were when the Wings won the Cup. I was there. It was fantastic.
I saw the Pistons beat the Trailblazers at the Palace.
Oh boy,
that was high tech stuff too.
Palace Vision.
Palace Vision was high tech stuff. That was like some of the best standard definition television you could get. Carson Anderson, we'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback about your 9th inning last night. In the meantime, we got a game to preview today. And the Tigers' secret weapon, we'll get to that at 11:31 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Never loved it when we got a local guy going against our team, and that's what the case is today with Hunter Brown, who grew up in St. Clair Shores, went to Lakeview High School, pitched at Wayne State, and now gets a start for the Astros today. You always root for the local kids to make it. I think it's cool, but
not today.
Not up in here.
I hope you suck today.
Well, I hope you're fine, but lose the game.
No, I hope he sucks. I hope they light him up and he's gone by the end of the first inning.
Yeah, I hope it's like 10-0.
10-0.
It would be certainly less stressful if it were 10-0. The way yesterday was going, it felt about as reasonably could be expected stress-free. As reasonably could be expected. I don't think Houston ever sent more than 5 people to the plate in an inning. And then came the 9th. And of course the 9th inning went that way. Of course it did.
Well, the Tigers had a chance to add some insurance runs.
Oh, over and over. They left 11 on base. They didn't go 1-2-3 once. The closest they came was a 3-batter inning when they got wiped out by a double play, but they put a runner on base every single inning.
Bases loaded with 2 outs. Look, it's tough, right? Baseball is tough, but we're all pulling for it. We're like, one hit, just a base hit, just a little blooper.
Yep.
I'm not asking for a grand slam, just a little something.
And it seemed like they didn't even put the ball in play. They would, and I'm not mad at them because they were facing good pitching, but it would seem like when they had those chances, they would strike out.
I mean, if they lost, we'd be killing them today, but that didn't happen.
Well, it'd be one of those frustrating games because they didn't get enough hits with runners in scoring position. But in the end, it all worked out, and that was fantastic.
They face a right-handed pitcher today in Hunter Brown, as you mentioned, local product, St. Clair Shores, Wayne State. But he's right-handed. Tigers have a heavy left-handed hitting lineup to begin with, and I'm sure they're going to really lean into that today. The only right-handed hitters you're going to see are probably catcher and first base, and Veerling, I suppose.
Yep. We're waiting for the lineup. It should come out any minute now.
Any second. Well, the Astros lineup is out, so yeah.
Just like yesterday. Well, that's because the secret weapon that we get to is the Tigers. They're going. I mean, basically, we know what they're going to do. They're throwing chaos today. We know who will get the ball first. How long he's in there, who knows? It's chaos. They will send chaos to the hill, and that's the new mantra, right? I mean, that's what A.J. Hinch said. We know Skubal in game 1, and then it's pitching chaos after that. So. It's worked so well for them. And so, yeah, Johnny Holstaff today to find a way to get this done. If they have to go to a bulk guy that's going to chew up a bunch of innings, is it Mize? Is it Job? I don't think it's Job.
I don't think it'd be Job, but, you don't know.
Well, your prediction was what, extra innings for Job?
Yeah, I thought that he'd come in a high leverage situation.
It's funny because yesterday, I think we all had to guess who was going to start today because they hadn't announced it. And I said Bo Brisky. I was wrong.
Well, we went for the next 2 games if they had to. And didn't you said Brisky and...
I don't remember who I said. I said Gunther. I said Brisky and Gunther.
Gundog Millionaire. Yeah. I went with Reese Olson and Tyler Holton. So Holton gets a start today, but I thought Reese Olson would get. Maybe Reese Olson comes in the
Maybe
second
he's the
inning.
bulk guy?
Maybe.
Kang, who'd you have?
I had Tyler Holton today.
Yep.
And whoever they're going to pitch if there's a game. No, 3. No, I didn't pick anybody yesterday.
I was smarter than everybody.
Yeah, by not picking. I wouldn't mind seeing Job in there at some point today. Maybe it's because we got the 1-game cushion, and I don't take anything for granted. But yesterday's win was, I agree with Gator. It was like kind of a must win. And then now, at the worst, there's going to be a game 3. Do you put Job out there now so it's a little less pressure? I know it's going to be pressure no matter what, but it's not like the series is on the line.
It's not a do or die game, and you're right. You don't take anything for granted,
but you know what? It is the playoffs. Everything is. I mean, I'm not saying
I know
this
that
to support my whole thing, but because it's no. My prediction was he's going to pitch late in the game, but pitch him whenever. Go a little Shakira, wherever, whenever. I don't care. He needs to be in there. His hips will not lie, and that ball will go in the strike zone, and he'll get swings and misses. I'm dying to see him pitch. We're all dying to see him pitch. We're all hoping that this guy is the truth and that, okay, yeah, throw him in there for a couple of scoreless innings and pencil it in. Here we go. But whatever AJ Hinch does you can't argue with it because it works. Almost all the time it works. And they are still on this ridiculous streak. I love that Houston fans have their jaws agape right now. Like, what just happened?
Mm-hmm.
Like, well, you just ran into the buzzsaw.
Did you read that text from Houston guy, Doug? I sent you a text earlier. I don't know if you did.
No.
So someone was listening to Houston radio, apparently, that ticket text us, and I sent it to you. And he said in Houston, what was going on.
Okay, I got it right here.
Okay.
Stephen Holly sent this. Houston Sports Radio is saying the best of 3 is a BS format right now. Ha ha. How about all the games being at home for their team? What about the foul ball over third base bag? Was it foul?
See, that's things they're discussing in Houston.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've been on the end of it. The problem is in close games, unfortunately, and tight series, everything matters and hit it with the Powerball multiplier, right? I mean, it just matters so stinking much.
See that?
What?
He said Powerball multiplier. I don't even know what the hell that means.
Doug's secretly playing the lotto, not telling us?
I think that's what we just
I can
figured out.
assure you that's not the case. But yeah, I mean, is the best of 3 a BS format? I mean, there's no margin for error.
Well,
but
it's better than one game.
Yeah, that's true. We think so too. We think it should have been one game, Houston.
And I'm sorry, but if you get all 3 of those games are in your ballpark,
well, they've earned it.
Ish. 88 wins. I mean, okay, great.
They won the division. There should
they
be
won
a benefit
they won
for
a
winning
crappy
the
division. Okay.
What about that foul ball? What'd you guys think?
I don't know. I know that's a terrible answer, but I was like, is that?
I
it
guess it's
was
where
the one that was foul.
That was
Yeah, it
foul.
was down the line.
That was definitely foul.
Was it?
Yeah.
Definitely?
100%.
Yeah, you saying that as a Tigers fan? Or?
No, I'm saying I thought when they had the view from home plate, behind home plate, it looked like it was left of the bag, and then it clearly bounced left of the foul line. It's a foul ball. There's no question about that.
Well, it doesn't matter where it bounced. It's where it crossed the bag.
It didn't cross the bag.
Because I thought it actually hit some chalk when it landed.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter.
That doesn't matter. That's why I'm saying.
Because it was beyond the bag. But
exactly.
but if it hit the chalk, the question is, does that mean it was fair when it went over the bag?
Foul ball. Who won the game? I'm looking at the box score right now. It says Detroit Tigers 3.
Well, yes.
Houston Astros 1. Game over. Game 2.
I remember for a while there, we embargoed during the Red Wings run. We embargoed officiating calls because after every loss, it was the same old story. The refs screwed us after every single loss in those long playoff runs the Red Wings went on.
We don't embargo things in the show.
Yeah, we do, but it's hard to embargo officiating call. It's always the case if games are close that there's going to be a call or two that irritates the loser.
Well, sure. I mean, look, obviously that's one I'm sure people have bone to contention with. I literally and legitimately thought that was a foul ball, but there were strike zone stuff for both teams. It was
check swings.
Yeah.
Boy, the check swing stuff. There were so many appeals to first and third.
I love the camera angle when they show it. When they go ahead and show it, if he swung or not, I thank God they do that more often than not. But there were a couple times last night they didn't do it, or yesterday they didn't show that. But the one that they did show, I think it was Parker Meadows, and they called it a strike. Third base umpire's like, oh, he swung. It was like the 1 out of the 4 appeals they made to him that he actually said he swung. And I'm like, no way. And then he showed it. I'm like, my bad. My bad. No, good call. Good call. He swung. He did swing. So that's a tough job. And it's as a third base or first base umpire, depending on the left-hand or right-hand hitter, you really got to be paying attention. You can't afford to be asleep at the wheel of this, man, because those calls are so important. And it feels like the Tigers have benefited.
They got more than
so much in the last few games. That
we have an elite group of check swingers.
Yeah,
you'll never convince me that those umpires aren't guessing. I'm seriously, dude.
I know.
And even the way he signals it, he's like, huh? The way he does it's even
all right.
Yeah. Yeah, the way he does it is even he's not sure.
There was a guy down the third base who had this look of
yes, him.
He was like puzzled.
Yeah. What, you're appealing again?
I mean, here we are laughing because our team won.
That's right. 100% why we're laughing.
Puzzled third base umpire goes, strike-ish? All right, let's get to the people's calls next. Lineup will be out shortly. 97.1, The Ticket. said, everybody everywhere. Feedback coming in. This is from an unnamed texter. Your guys' review of the end of the Tigers game today is making me relive it, and I've got to change my underwear again.
Oh,
boy. Derek, building bikes in NorCal, sent us the following.
Oh, there you go.
I just kept watching. The Tigers' win percentage dropped from 94% to 90% to 88% for every batter in the ninth. My nerves were a wreck, but for some reason I knew they were going to pull it off.
A wreck, not erect. Just
a wreck.
A wreck.
Yes, Doug, that win percentage bug was my safety blanket too. Next text. When Hayward laced into that ball, my sphincter both tightened and opened simultaneously. From an unnamed texter, the emotional swing of that hit in less than a second was wild. OS instantly turned into, wait, what? Hell yeah. Yeah, by the time they cut to the shot from behind home plate, Hayward swings the bat. You see it scream off the bat. They cut to the next shot, and Tork's already caught it.
Man.
I was sitting, then standing, then putting my hands in my knees, then pacing around, and then my arms on my chair leaning forward. I finally sat down, and then I started it all over again. Playoff baseball. That's from Chad. There were several moments in yesterday's game when I inadvertently released excrement into my drawers. By the end of the game, I needed to change my entire outfit and take a shower. My chair needs cleaning too, but it's worth it. Go Tigers. Something else. All right, let's get back to your phone calls. Greg is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Greg.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Great time to be a Detroit sports fan. Yesterday was intense. My wife had to leave the house. She walked out of the house. She couldn't take it.
Yeah.
But about an hour later, my son, he plays baseball up at Alma, and they were in the middle of BP, and my son was at the plate. He said they had the whole game blaring over the field. When Hayward barreled that ball and then Tork caught it, he said it was like they just won a game. They all just cheered. It was a pretty cool moment.
Did you see Izzo had it streamed into his practice too? They had a big screen at the practice facility. They were watching from.
They're watching the Alma Scots practice.
No, they were watching.
That's crazy.
Yes, they did. No, they were watching the Tiger game from Michigan State basketball practice. Yeah, I mean, so your son was at the plate in BP when the final out happened.
Yeah, he said he was having a great BP, and then the crack of the bat. But and as watching it, just as you guys just said, I that ball was barreled. I thought that's it, the game over. But then, like you said, the camera went to Tork. He got it. I couldn't believe it. It was like, holy crap.
Yep, amazing. It
Good
was
stuff.
amazing.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah. Get some Pizza Sam's out there at Alma. Oof.
Is that the spot?
That's great pizza.
Is it?
Yeah.
I've never been.
Oh, yeah. One of my favorites of all time.
Isn't that basically the spot in Alba?
Yeah, that's it.
Like the?
There is not much there. My brother went to Alma, so I know a little bit about Alma. But we used to joke that it was a two-total town. There were two total gas stations. One at the beginning when you get in and one towards the end.
A two-total
There's
town.
And one pizza place.
Right, one pizza place and Pizza Sam's. But it was delicious. Get spices on the side. You can sprinkle those on their pizza later. Oh, so good.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Dan, you're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Dan.
Hey, what's up, fellas? How you doing?
All right, Dan.
Thank you.
Hey, just by way of background, I moved to Houston. I grew up here, moved to Houston in 2014, came back in 2022. So kind of got to see the flip where, I moved down there thinking, oh, man, I get to see sweet Tigers games for, like, cheap because Astros suck. And then all of a sudden they start doing good. JD came down, which was cool. But anyway, so still keep in touch with all my buddies down there. And the level of butthurt is pretty palpable. I'm texting him last night, and he's like, this is bullshit.
I can't say it, unfortunately.
Sorry.
Fans down in Houston not happy about what happened yesterday.
No, they're not.
Probably thought it was a fair ball. It wasn't. Probably thought they got squeezed in the strike zone. Hey, just be better.
What'd you guys think about the tip pitch that was called strikeout?
Okay. Yeah,
they reversed that.
That would have been a huge topic today.
So I got a text from a friend that said BS on that.
Yep.
I said, I don't know. On the replay, it kind of looked like it. I could see how they call it. Did it hit the dirt? I mean, obviously there was dirt that was kicked up. Was it from the glove or not? I don't know. They really didn't go frame by frame enough on that to get a definitive, so I could give a definitive opinion. But in the end, yeah.
I mean, AJ didn't freak out.
And more importantly, Jake Rogers didn't freak out.
Yeah, but when they
Neither did the
slowed that
Monopoly guy.
down, when they slowed.
The Lorax was fine.
Lorax was okay with it.
There was something yesterday when we started talking about Jake Rogers' unique look that even Jake Rogers talks about. Kang said, watch him go 2 for 4 today.
Look at there.
What did he do, Kang?
My man went 2 for 4.
He went 2 for 4. One of the 2 out hits in the second inning, which provided all the offense. But let me tell you something. He had a day, man. First of all, in the 9th inning, that bunt where he came out from behind the plate and fielded it cleanly and then fired a seed to first with the game on the line, that's a hell of a play. Now, these are major leaguers. These are pros. But that's not an easy play. That's one. 2 is he had a critical block in the 9th inning that kept the runners from advancing.
Well, I'll give you another one. I love it. Here's another one that he did again. 1st to 3rd on a base hit.
Yep.
The base hit that Sweeney.
Well, when you got that kind of speed, you should show it off.
Of course. Sweeney singled to center in the second inning. Parker Meadows scores, and Jake Rogers goes to 3rd. Like, they had no shot getting Parker Meadows at home plate.
No.
But they tried. And if you watch that replay, Jake Rogers is almost already at 3rd base by the time the ball comes into the catcher. Good job for Jake Rogers, and he's back in the lineup today, it looks like.
248-539-9797. Pete is in Warren, and he is next. Hi, Pete.
Hey, good morning, Gator. Good morning, Doug. How are you?
What's
Doing
up?
great, Pete.
Good, man. Listen, I actually told your guy that answers the phone there that he didn't have to put me on the radio, but going back to that play where the guy hit the ball for them and the umpire right away said it was the third base umpire said it was foul.
Yeah.
They actually showed a little bit later a side view, like from the first base side of it. And when he hits that ball, it goes right into foul territory right off his bat. And then as it heads to third base, it starts to go to fair territory. But when it comes right off his bat, it hits foul, at least like 3 feet foul. Take a look at the video. And you'll
but
see
that
what I'm
doesn't
talking
matter.
about.
If it comes back to fair territory before it gets to the bag, it's a fair ball.
No, it's not. If it's hitting the foul territory, it's foul.
It had. How many times have you've seen bunts roll down the line? That's why they pick it up as soon as it rolls foul, so it doesn't roll back.
I understand that, but if the ball comes off his bat and he hits 3 feet foul away from him, that's foul ball.
He's saying
no
because
matter
it hit
what.
foul territory first.
Yeah.
It didn't go in fair territory, then
If
foul
it comes
territory.
back into fair
Right,
territory,
exactly.
it's
It
before
hits
the base.
foul
It's a
first,
fair
guys.
ball.
Trying to help
Yeah,
you understand why.
if it hits foul first and rolls back into fair territory, it's before it gets to the base. It's a fair ball.
Really?
Yes.
When did they change that rule?
As far as I know, that's always been the
1902.
Okay, yeah, right.
Back when
I don't know, I've
Three-Finger
always-
Brown.
When Jake Rogers was a rookie.
Stoney took this call back in 1902. Yeah, it can roll back fair. And that's why they had to
Klondike
wait.
54367.
Joe is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Joe.
Hey, Joe.
Joe, are you there? No good. All right. So anyway, Tigers, big game today. Hunter Brown against Tyler Holton, but really against chaos. You know, it's funny. Yesterday felt like a must win. You don't count on anything. Today is not a must win for the Tigers, but you know, is Houston going to, I mean, Houston's got to put everything they have into winning this game. They have to put everything they have into winning this game. And I suspect they will. The lineup is out for the Tigers. Are you ready, my friend?
I am.
Leading off in center field is Parker Meadows.
Here we go. Get it started off on the right foot.
Batting second, the DH, Kerry Carpenter.
Forward, lefty, lefty. There
Batting
we go.
third in right field, Matt Vierling.
That Vierling's great.
Batting fourth in left field, Riley Green.
Another lefty. Here you go.
Batting fifth at second base, Colt Keith.
Colt Keith, lefty. Here you go.
Batting sixth at first base, Spencer Torkelson.
The big fella, right-handed.
Batting seventh at third base, Zach McKinstry.
Oh, lefty.
Batting eighth, the shortstop, Trey Sweeney.
Lefty.
And batting ninth and catching, Jake Rogers.
Right-handed.
I like this. I like this lineup a lot.
I think the only thing that people might have issue with, and I don't know if it's an issue or not, but it's that Chase Young is not playing third base at Zach McKinstry.
Yep.
But this is where you're leaning on a little bit more experience, perhaps. McKinstry's been fine. I feel like ever since I like middle of the season when I was like, maybe Zach McKinstry, the Tigers can, find a way to promote somebody and not play Zach McKinstry so much.
Yep.
Feels like since that point he's played a lot better.
It's wild, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
That he's definitely gotten better. So good for him. Good for the Tigers. I like this lineup. I think they've got an excellent chance going against right-handed pitching. I think they got an excellent chance.
Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. A reminder, Detroit, we have playoff baseball this afternoon.
What?
Yep. And
they're in the playoffs.
They are in the playoffs. We have a pseudo postseason edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Coming up today at 12:35. It's got some postseason concession items you can get, including, I can't wait to get your opinion on one of them. Cannot wait. That's coming up today at 12:35.
What did you have today?
I had a chicken stir fry. It was very good. Very good. Thank you for asking. In the meantime, we've asked people about their ninth inning last night. Should I say yesterday afternoon? Where were you? How did you take in the ninth inning? On what was just a reminder what postseason baseball is like. All sports have their moments of tension. Baseball hits different. I don't know what it is about the sport. The downtime between pitches, a feeling of pending doom. The game had gone. The game was stressful because of what's on the line and the Tigers' inability to pull away. Like they had, I think the 5th, 6th, and 7th inning, they had runners in scoring position, and the innings ended with the Tigers striking out. Top of the 5th, top of the 6th, top of the 7th, runners in scoring position, strikeout. They left 11 on base. I mean, it's frustrating, but they were up 3-0, and Houston was kind of going quietly. And I'm just going to say a bravo. Bravo to Will Vest. Did Will Vest come in firing gas or what?
I mean, if you think throwing 97, 98, 99 is gas, he was great. And he's been great this season. Everybody, I mean, the second half of the season, almost every pitcher they would throw out there was great in the second half. There are very few exceptions. Maeda might be the exception. And even he had a couple of really nice moments, but not on the playoff roster here. But Will Vest has been fantastic. And then they bring him back. Like, he was a free agent signing, if I'm not mistaken, to bring him back. And it's another savvy move from Scott Harris.
Well, and I mean, we always just say he's also fetter made. But, you see guys that, this is his second stint with the Tigers. He went to the Mariners. He was a Rule 5 pick to the Mariners, but he comes back to Detroit. Back in 2021, he's been up and down with Toledo, and Will Vest came in and was just awesome yesterday. Absolutely awesome.
Yeah, and he's a guy because he's here and he's arbitration eligible next this offseason. Not a free agent until 2028. You can't have enough good bullpen arms.
Nope.
And he is a good bullpen arm, 29 years old. So he's really pitched well. 2.82 earned run average this year for the Tigers. He pitched with him last year, right? But like we said, they had to bring him back, and they brought him back.
You know what's funny, too, is Skubal had thrown like 80-something pitches through 6 innings. And the top of the 7th, the bottom of the 7th, I see, they've gone to Vest. And the first pitch Vest threw was a ball. And he throws a ball, and I'm like, oh, God, no. It was one pitch. It was literally one pitch, and I got rattled.
And then the next pitch, wasn't it like 98 on the lower outer corner, and it called for a strike? I'm like, oh, my God.
Strike-looking, foul ball, strike-looking, strikeout. Next batter, strike-looking, strike-swinging, ball, foul ball, strikeout-looking. Next batter, strike-looking, strike-swinging, ball, line out to center.
How about the way the game started? Didn't Skubal throw like 5 pitches in the first inning?
5 pitches in the first, and 5 pitches, I think it was the 5th, after he threw a ton of pitches in the 4th. He came back in the 5th and had another 5-pitch inning, which was, thank you.
Yeah, and interesting. I mean, I wonder if he doesn't get hit on the hand, does he pitch the 7th inning? What they say, he also cramped up too?
Yeah, he was having cramps.
So good thing we've got a bullpen we can rely on. I mean, because normally you wouldn't take a guy out after 6 innings where he's only throwing, what was it, 82?
Yep.
82 pitches. He would pitch the 7th inning. But worked out for the Tigers, and now he's going to be one of the best cheerleaders they have.
248-539-9797. Back to your phone calls. Tim is in Ludington, and on 97 want a ticket. Hi, Tim.
Hey, how you guys doing?
All right, Tim.
We were at Buffalo Wild Wings in Lansing. We had a fraternity party. We had 50 guys in a separate room, whatever, watching a game. And I just want to bring up this guy hitting this shot, the last guy up. When he hit that ball, we were all, because we didn't know what happened because there was a 2-second delay after he hit the ball to see what exactly happened, and we didn't see it. So we had thought that the Tigers lost. That was in the corner, clear the bases, whatever, they lost. And all of a sudden, in this 2 seconds, because we were watching TV, I don't know if you guys were at the game or not.
Well, no, we're here.
Maybe if you guys are at the game or you're watching on TV, I don't know. There was that delay. And then all of a sudden,
hold on a second,
Tigers
Tim.
won.
Tim, when you say there was Tim,
go ahead.
When you say there was a delay, what do you mean there was a delay? You're at a bar, you're watching the game. There was a delay from the sound versus the
video? Hit
video?
off the guy's bat.
Right.
It was a rope into the corner.
It was a rope
Houston
right to first
wins
base.
The game. There was 1 second where you did not see Torkelson catch the ball at all.
No, but it wasn't a
He
delay.
walked
It was
in,
he hit
and
it right
the game
away.
was over. So we had to wait for the replay to see exactly what happened.
Did it tip you off when the Tigers were celebrating?
Well, yes, but that took about a second, kind of a second or two, too, to
be
figure
fair,
out they finally won the game.
Yeah, I mean, when he hit the ball, you never saw Torque catch it live.
No, but
he was walking in, pumping his fist,
and the announcers say right away.
Yeah. Now, if you're at a bar, you might not have heard it.
True.
And if you're you're in a bar, you had a few drinks.
Well, there is that, but
it was a fraternity event.
It was a fraternity event, but fortunately, if you were in your car, you got to hear this. Oh, we get the Bobby Scales man after that. I didn't hear that the first 2 times we played.
It was something else. When the ball left the bat, yes, I think everybody. What did the one texter say?
My sphincter both exploded and
opened and shut simultaneously.
Yeah. He didn't say exploded. I said exploded. I don't think that was uncommon for some people.
No, I hear you. 248-539-9797. Nolan's in Rochester, and he's next. Hi, Nolan.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
A few things I wanted to point out. First thing, no better voice than Dan Dickerson, especially big situation like that. Just hearing him call the last out was absolutely rewarding, just bringing the whole Tigers season together. But biggest thing I wanted to point out is although a 3-0 victory would have been great, I can't lie and say I didn't enjoy Astros having bases loaded, bottom of the ninth. I mean, playoff baseball, you can't really get any better than that. Obviously, Tigers coming out on top. If it was the other way around, I would have hated every second of it. But I was breathless when and what the guy was saying. Yeah, they kind of had like a delay where they didn't cut to the camera right away. So I was thinking that was a ball right down the line, and they were going to walk it off there. But yeah, great win. The Tigers continue to win exactly how they usually do. I was a little worried that they'd let the playoff hype get to them and kind of fall flat, but Skubal did great, and then offense came alive when they needed to.
You bring up a great point because I got to tell you, when they put up the 2 runs early in the game, I seriously had that thought of, okay, the stage isn't too big for them. And now they know it. They took command of the game early, and it doesn't mean the game wasn't over. There was a lot of baseball to be played, but I think scoring first and scoring 3 runs, let them know, we can do this. We can do this. We got the horse on the hill, and we know he's going to keep us in this game. And now we've given him a 3-0 lead. I think you're right. I think you touched on something we haven't touched on yet, and that is how important that was to send the message to themselves. It's just the same game, and we just keep doing what we're doing.
Exactly, yeah. And then I'm sure you guys have seen this stat, like our only playoff experience is all from Matt Vierling with 12 games, and then Astros, their combined roster, I can't even remember. It was astronomical compared to what the Tigers had. So yeah, I was really worried that they were gonna, kind of fall flat, make a lot of errors, senseless hitting and stuff. But there was no difference. If you would have showed me that game compared to a win in the last few weeks, I wouldn't have been able to identify a difference. Besides that, this is playoffs, and they stayed true to who they are, and I hope they continue to do that and run this deep into the playoffs.
Nolan and Rochester, thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797. All right, coming up today at 12:20, the incredible irony of yesterday's game. Talked about it yesterday, and then it came true. We'll get to it at 12:20. Are you going to eat that at 12:35? Here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. This year, FanDuel is giving you a chance to win big every Thursday night with FanDuel Squares. It's the same as Super Bowl Squares, as you've always known. Only this one's better. There's numbers that you get to choose. They aren't just randomly assigned. You get to pick them yourself. You can pick as many as you like. You get to see the odds beforehand, and you can bet them live during the game. So what are you waiting for? Visit FanDuel.com/Doug and bet on Squares. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. Plus, if you're new to FanDuel, you get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. That's sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Yeah, it was. You know, we made the point yesterday, and then it's just funny how the game worked out. Back in 2017, the Detroit Tigers had started a purge. And Al Avila moved Justin Verlander to Houston for Houston's number 3, number 9, and number 11 prospect. It was considered actually a pretty good haul in return for Verlander, although some people will never like the trade. Got it.
That happened like 30 seconds before the trade deadline.
Yep. So Verlander goes to Houston, and he had success there. It's not so different than Stafford going to the Rams and having success. And now in the end, what Detroit got back, what felt like the throw-in in that deal for Stafford was the quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Like they had to get rid of their quarterback. They had to clear some cap space. What everybody at the time wanted was the 2 first-round picks. And those 2 first-round picks were super valuable. But that throw-in thing, getting Goff back.
That seemed to, it's paid off.
Yes. So when the Tigers traded Verlander to Houston, the number 3 prospect in Houston's organization was Franklin Perez, the pitcher. The number 9.
Never made it to the majors.
Nope. The number 9 prospect was Daz Cameron.
Who is
he's still bouncing
struggling
around,
to stay
yeah.
in the majors.
Yeah. And the number 11 was Jake Rogers. And yesterday, the Tigers, Jake Rogers was a huge part of the win.
Yep.
And they cut to a bullpen shot. And standing in the Astros bullpen, not on their roster for this series, is Justin Verlander. And I got it. It's worked out for Houston. It's worked out for JV. It's just, and that trade will probably never be considered a win because you don't trade a prospect for, you don't trade a Hall of Fame pitcher for kind of a journeyman catcher, but a guy who's got great value. Because I've had some back and forth with people in the organization. You know what his best skill is? Framing pitches.
Mm-hmm.
If you watch him, he's an artist behind the plate. He's so good at it. He steals so many strikes. I don't have the data in front of me, but with the naked eye, you can see it.
Yeah, he does a really good job of that. Defensively, there'll be some times you look at him, what? Come on, man, make that. And then other times, like, what a cannon for an arm.
Mm-hmm.
Great job staying in front of it. Like you mentioned, the framing of the pitches, handling a pitching staff is probably key as well. Calming guys down. And you can see it's his personality. He's kind of goofy and he likes to laugh and stuff, and that's going to help calm players down. But also, he seems emotionally invested with his staff too. Like they like to hug each other, and he seems like he's an awesome teammate and a great friend. And that's what's kept him on the roster. That's what keeps him here with the Tigers. Look, he's not a spring chicken. He's 29 years old. He's the second oldest guy in the team in terms of years. I have to look at birth dates to see where it really is, but he's 29 with a couple other players, and then there's one player who's 31. That's Andy Ibanez. Everybody else is under 29, basically. So, you know, I don't know how many years he's going to spend in Major League Baseball or spend with the Tigers, you know, but right now he's here, and he's doing a great job here.
I think he's going to be here for a long time.
Well, I mean, it depends. They've got catchers in the organization that they're can't wait to see, you know, including Lorenzo, who they just traded for. So, but for right now, and you know, how much role is Dylan Dingle going to progress as a hitter enough where you've got questions? That's in the future. I don't care about that right now. Right now, all I care about is that Jake Rogers gets the job done, does little things. Going from first to third is massive for a guy that you never would expect is going to be able to motor from first to third on a sharp base hit to center field. And he's done it a couple times in the last 2 weeks, let alone doing it yesterday and how important it was. I mean, he is fundamentally sound, and you need to have those guys. When you're a team that overall lacks offensive talent, you have to do the little things right. You have to be able to run the bases. You have to be able to field your position. You have to be able to be coached to be in the right position. You have to be able to draw a walk when necessary, and then hopefully, when your number is called, deliver a base hit in a really important circumstance. The Tigers didn't blow people away with their offense this year. They were in the bottom third of the league. Their overall OPS was like 30 points below the league average. Not good. But somehow they're able to win. Why? Pitching, defense, and knowing the fundamentals of baseball.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Kurt. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Kurt.
Hello. This is what I was talking about with your calling. Al Avila doesn't get the credit he deserves for this rebuild. he's put them in a position to win with the Jake Rogers, Torkelson, Riley Green. These are guys that we got drafted, Skubal, Andre Avila. And it took them a while to develop some of these players, but they've gotten here to the point where nobody thought they could win this year, and they're overachieving.
Do you listen to our
Avila,
show a lot, Kurt, or no?
Off and on, pretty much.
Okay, because
When I'm in the car.
we've given him a ton of credit, to be honest with you. We've talked a lot. Yesterday, Gators, when the lineup came out, or the postseason roster came out, Gator said, and I quote, Al Avila must be smiling right now because it's just chock full of his guys. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and make the case they shouldn't have moved on from him, but the fruits of his labor is we're seeing it now.
It was time to move on from Al Avila, but there's no
I mean, all
question
the
that
guys
his
we
guys
had-
are doing well.
All the guys we had that we weren't going to resign, Castellanos, J.D. Martinez, are getting up there in years. They wouldn't really help us now in this rebuild. This rebuild had to be done eventually, and he had to take a few knives in the back to get it started. But once we got it going, some of these guys, not everybody's paid up, but Casey Mize, we don't know what we got with him yet.
Right.
He was the number one. He might be all right down the line.
Yeah, he might be, but I think you just brought up the point, Kurt, why people didn't like Al Avila, and that is because the trades, you got
Trades
nothing in return in the trades.
Well, we got Jake Rogers.
But
he's useful now.
He did a real nice job of drafting. Now, during a lot of those years, Tigers were terrible. They were
purges were
picking
bad.
high. Yeah, the purges were they yielded almost nothing from the purges, but they've hopefully they've hit on some of the high picks, and then the other picks that they're sprinkled in. Those are guys that are absolutely helping. And you look at Skubal being the best pitcher in baseball. It's now Al Avila's selection, and the guy who had an arm injury back in college and took a chance on him.
Yeah,
but
there's a lot of good work, and we've pointed
There's
it
a lot
out,
of good
but,
work.
obviously, if you didn't hear
But
it,
Scott
we
Harris,
agree with you.
Scott Harris has added to this team too, whether it's through trades to get guys like Trey Sweeney, or if it's been just signing guys in the offseason, like re-signing a Will Vest, going out there and getting a Matt Vierling, and then making the decision that we're going to bring up the young guys and we're going to stick with them and we're not going to block them. And some of that's paid off with like a Colt Keith, who had a nice season despite a rough start, and then you started to see the fruits of the labor, but also making tough decisions. Could not have been easy to say Torkelson, got to go down. Parker Meadows, got to go down. When you think that those are two maybe perhaps pillars of this team moving forward, and both of these guys started off like Mung, it's not good. And obviously Parker Meadows is an absolute catalyst for this team. He worked on what he had to work on in the minors, and he might be the most valuable offensive player that they have.
Matt is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Matt.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, Matt.
Doug, how you doing, man?
Good, thank you.
So I love talking about Jake, man. Just an awesome guy. My son, 12-year-old, plays travel ball. He's a catcher. So watching him and framing and doing that stuff is so huge.
Yeah.
So to the point, what I called about was yesterday with the game. I wasn't at a frat party, but I was in the basement and I had on the Odyssey app listening to Dan, and my son was upstairs watching on TV. And so the delay between the TV and the radio was enough where I hear him scream and yell, and I thought, oh, crap. Did he say, let's go, or did he say, come on?
Yeah.
And he comes running down the stairs. I'm like, dude, what happened? And then as I said that, Dan made the call. I'm like, oh, thank God he didn't say, come on. That was, let's go.
Yeah, it's funny how when you get in those situations, I know some people that live in apartments that can hear celebrations next door because one house has cable and the other streaming, but whatever. Yeah, Matt, it's a ninth inning was pretty intense.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I was sitting down holding my hands like everybody else talked about. I was working on something, sat down, like, oh, no, come on, boys. Let's go. Let's finish this game.
They found a way.
They found a way.
Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That at 12:35. Lots of Tiger talk leading into a 2:32 first pitch. Tigers and Astros in Game 2 of the AL Wild Card Series. 97.1 The Ticket. Will MF invest?
That's right.
He was so good. But nothing should surprise us really anymore with this group.
No, right?
I mean, the only guy who had a bad day was Foley.
Right.
And everybody else, just about everybody else contributed. I don't think Kerry Carpenter did anything when he came in.
No, he was 0 for 2 and did not draw a walk.
But did everybody else do something positive?
Every starter last night got on base.
Yeah,
every starter got on base. And then you look at the guys, like Cole Keith came in and as a pinch hitter and ended up drawing 2 walks and had 3 at-bats. So that was the only other one, I guess. Zach McKinstry, I don't think he had an at-bat. But made a play in the field. So, yeah, everybody contributed.
It was a tough day for Foley, but that's going to happen, and guys got to pick you up. That's a big thing in baseball. Who's going to pick up Foley? Well, Brisky came in and picked him up. And there were some long at-bats with Brisky.
That was nerve-wracking.
Sure was.
The longer, I mean, that's the thing. Like you get off 0-2 and you're throwing a ball high 90s, and then they start fouling it off, and then you're like, oh no. Because they're fouling off every 99-mile-an-hour pitch, 100-mile-an-hour pitches, and the guy's just fouling them off. It's just a matter of time. He's going to time it up, and then you start to try to get him to chase, and you throw it out the zone, and he doesn't chase. And now you get to a 3-2 situation.
You're going to walk him.
Come on.
Let's go to Bill next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Bill.
Hello there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Bill. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm way up here in northern Ontario.
Oh, we hear you loud and clear, Bill. Where in northern Ontario?
Just north of the border, near the Sioux.
Okay.
Oh, that's way north.
Gotcha.
Yeah, my dad's a dedicated fan. He was for 60 years, so I'm kind of a fan. I just don't get to see many games from the Tigers, but I got to see yesterday's, and it was tough. It was tough to watch. Man.
It was stressful, yes.
I had to give up.
Wait, what do you mean?
Well, the bases were loaded. I texted my brother. I said, you make the call. Should I turn this off? Because I can jinx people.
Oh, well.
Yeah. And he never answered back. So I went and checked out TMZ story about Britney Spears getting her face burnt.
About what happened to
face?
Britney?
What happened to Brit?
Oh, she's talking about her got her face burnt 6 months ago, and she's just talking about it now. It was a weird story. But anyway, it killed enough time. I went and checked back in on the game, and they're celebrating.
There you go. Bill, you did your part.
Yes, you did do your part.
You did your part. You knew your role, and you played the role beautifully. Congratulations.
I hope you like the story.
Here's the deal, Bill. First of all, the payoff was absolutely there. If it gets to the 9th inning today and it's tight, what are you going to do, Bill?
Oh, geez, I think I might do the same thing.
You're going to TMZ. You get caught up on what's going on.
It's your go-to.
Yeah, well, good luck to them.
Let's not bury the lead. Is Brittany going to be okay?
Jeez, I don't really care.
Well, you let us know. If this goes to the 9th inning, I'm going to be thinking about Bill going to TMZ to read up on celebrities, and you call us tomorrow and tell us what you learned, okay?
Yeah, I just found your show today, an accidental YouTube algorithm, and I just found it and tuned in.
Well, thanks, Bill. We appreciate it. That's right. You can watch us on YouTube, Doug.
You can. And Twitch TV.
Just search 97 The Ticket.
Both sites.
You'll see it.
Who had Bill going to TMZ, by the way, if it wasn't going to be the Tigers game?
Not expect that from Bill.
If you told me Bill had never been on the internet, I would have been
right. And yet here he is.
Where are you? Northern Ontario. Does he even have cell service there? Can he get online?
I mean, he's watching TMZ for stories about Britney Spears while surfing for our show on YouTube on the internet.
Dude.
Right. Let us know what's up with A$AP Rocky and Tiger.
Yeah. Listen, guys, it got too hairy in the end there, so I just went to record a TikTok video, and I came back, and they won the game. It was amazing.
My emoji game is strong.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Time for another edition. All right, Gator, we got a postseason edition of Are You Gonna Eat That?
Okay.
Not exclusively, but these are a couple of items are what is available in the park. And we will start down in Houston.
Good.
Where you can get a drink called Electric Haterade.
Oh, they're drinking a lot of Haterade down there right now.
On sale, apparently today only.
Okay.
Because it's only for Houston's postseason run.
Yeah. Let's hope.
Here's
Please.
Electric Haterade. It's Minute Maid Lemonade, Hornitos tequila.
Already off to a great start.
Blue
Curacao.
Yep. Sprite.
Yep.
A Tajín rim.
Yep.
Cherry and lime garnish.
Absolutely. I would drink that all day long and be wasted in an hour and a half.
I'm not done.
What?
I'm not done.
There's more to
16 ounces for $35.89.
I don't care.
Wow.
I'm in. I am all in. Do you know how good that drink is? I make something similar to that. I don't have the blue Curacao, but I'm not against it. First of all, you start with lemonade and tequila, you're golden. You add the blue Curacao, it changes the color, adds a little bit of sweetness to it. Yeah. You rim it with the Tajín. Is that Tajín?
Yeah, Tajín's good.
That's fine. A lime and cherry garnish. Yeah.
$35.89 though.
Okay.
All right. Kang.
Look, you're gonna have to pay for it. It's a healthy drink. You're getting a few shots out of it.
Kang, would you?
Did you say how many ounces the entire drink
16
was?
ounces.
16 ounces. I mean, it sounds delicious. And then when you go to a ballpark during playoffs, you know you're gonna pay for it. Gator's right about that. I mean, you're not expecting a $5 drink here. It's not bottom shelf stuff.
No.
I think I'm in, Gator. Let's celebrate.
Come on, Doug. Come on.
Not a chance in hell I'm spending $35.89 for.
You go to the Super Bowl.
What?
How much are the beers at a Super Bowl?
Exactly.
Are the Lions in it?
Sure.
Yeah, I might get a beer at the Super Bowl.
Okay, well, are the Tigers playing in Minute Maid
playing
Park?
right now.
No, I'm not doing it.
Why not?
Because I don't like tequila as much as you like tequila.
Tequila and lemonade with Curacao.
If you buy me one, I'll drink it.
You know what? I would. I'd treat you guys.
Okay, I'm in. Next up, Milwaukee for the postseason has introduced the Popper Dog. This is a breaded and fried hot dog topped with onion cream cheese spread, nacho cheese, pickled jalapeno, bacon, and an everything bagel seasoning. The Popper Dog. Are you going to eat that?
I would, and I know it sounds weird because the bacon's in there, but all that stuff together, look, I'd have to try it. It sounds really good.
Can you?
Can you down?
Oh yeah, I'm in. I'm in, man. I like bacon more than you. I know you like it on its own.
I like it by himself, but
I like bacon.
But I like a swanky Frankie too, though. You wrap the hot dog in bacon and add some cheese. I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
It sounds like it's just a deep fried swanky Frankie with some jalapeno.
That's right, and we know Doug's in because he eats hot dogs now.
I am so
He's
out
such a
on
hot
this.
dog
I
fan.
am the out as out can be on this thing. Next up, Darren Ravel reports that at New York Islanders games this year, they're offering something called the Niswich. It is a hot pastrami sandwich layered with Swiss cheese, tangy coleslaw, zesty mustard, served on a warm knish bun and a crunchy deli pickle.
Yeah, absolutely. That sounds delicious.
You're in?
Yeah, pastrami and Swiss with coleslaw? Sure. I think, well, it's pastrami, not corned beef. But if I feel like the deli sandwiches, when you start with whatever meat you want, and then when you add Swiss cheese and coleslaw to it, maybe a little Russian dressing, golden, whatever it is. You want to throw corned beef, pastrami, turkey. I'm all about it. It sounds really good.
Can you?
Oh yeah, I love a good deli sandwich. The only thing is, I know people might frown on this. For me, it's they're usually too big. You know how they stack them, Gator?
Sometimes it's too much.
Huge,
like
yeah.
I'm not an anaconda. I'm not going to unhinge my jaw.
But other than that, the flavor's great.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm out. Next up.
What if it was turkey pastrami?
I might consider it, yes. In fact, I would strongly consider it. Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis. The Colts have created something called the Ringer. This is a foot-long corn dog lightly coated in honey and rolled in blue Taki crumbs.
First, he called someone the Ringer, and then he started with foot-long hot dog. It just sounds wrong. Sorry, it's a foot-long hot dog with what?
Foot-long corn dog. Lightly coated in honey and rolled in blue Taki crumbs.
What's Taki?
I think it's like
Takis are those hot chips.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
like
Mexican.
I've never seen them blue. My kids used to eat them, but they're
usually red or orange or whatever.
And they're super hot.
They're spicy.
I wish it didn't have that to it because I love a corn dog. Foot-long corn dog sounds great. I'd try it. My boom boom's going to hurt the next day, but I'd still give it a shot.
Can you?
Oh, I'm in. I introduced my girls to their first corn dog a couple weeks ago at a fest, and they loved it. I mean, a fresh corn dog from the fair.
You get them fresh. They're so good. Like, they're almost too hot.
Yeah.
Dipping in mustard.
I'm 0 for 4. Although if Gators buy me that first drink, I guess I'm 1 for 4.
I'm fine with that drink.
Next
up,
up,
on me.
Burger King is introducing the Spooky Addams Family Purple Whopper. The Purple Whopper is a chain's flame grilled Whopper with all the usual fixings: pickles, onions, tomatoes, ketchup, lettuce, mayonnaise, and Swiss cheese.
Swiss cheese.
Swiss cheese is different. In keeping with the spooky season, the Whopper will also feature a purple bun dotted with black sesame seeds. The purple that gives it this hue, this bright hue, it comes from purple potatoes. It's not food coloring. They make the bun with purple potatoes.
All right, so it's a potato bun.
Yes. A purple potato bun.
Interesting. The color, purple is my favorite color, but it's a little off-putting when you see it as a bun. However, I can put that aside. Whopper is always it's been a solid burger. I know, Doug, you're absolutely no on this, but I'd give it a shot. Plus, I'm a big Uncle Fester fan, so.
See, the coloring turns me off as well too, Gator. But I think the flavor is going to be the same as if I don't think about it's purple. If I can get over that, I'm asking myself, can I get over that? Maybe Whopper Jr.
I think you can get over that.
All right.
But the difference is they got Swiss cheese instead of like American
cheese.
That's going to be interesting.
That is.
If it comes in an Impossible Whopper, I'd try it.
I'm sure it does.
All right.
I'm sure it does.
And there it is, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Some playoff postseason edition of that. All right, so we'll get back to some Tiger stuff. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Wow, Tigers can close out the Astros in advance to take on the Cleveland Guardians in a series that would start Saturday. Would go Saturday, Monday in Cleveland with I think it's 1:08 and 4:08 would be the start times if the Tigers can win one of the next two games.
Looking too far ahead. We got today.
Yep.
Worry about today.
Yeah, this is far from over. That's no implication there. This is far
from
over.
Hopefully they put the best foot forward and knock that St. Clair Shores kid out in the first inning.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Twin Peaks fans, got some news for you. Bourbon and Brews back this fall. Every Wednesday, your favorite Twin Peaks girls are in their finest black lingerie, serving up samples of special bourbons and beer. Stop by your favorite lodge from 5 to 7 tonight to sample some of your favorites from the Sazerac family, and you can try one of their featured cocktails and their beer of the month. The beer of the month is New Belgium's Voodoo Ranger Juicy Haze. What's better? Well, the beautiful Twin Peaks girls are serving them up, those awesome drinks, and you pair it with that scratch-made food. As far as restaurants go, their food, well, it can compete with just about anyone. Hand-cut New York strips, house-smoked ribs, and briskets, and the best wings in the state. Have you seen their wings? Hand-cut and battered to order. All their boneless wings, the smoked wings, and their naked and breaded wings are enough to tackle any appetite. And you know what pairs well with wings? Football and postseason baseball. Twin Peaks should be your destination for sports all season long. They deliver the best game day atmosphere apart from actually being at the game. Game audio, 50-plus TVs, the best food and drinks in the state. Ask your Twin Peaks girls for awesome drink specials during every football game. Find a location nearest you, twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Twin Peaks, eat, drinks, scenic views. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. It's really, really weird to be this deep into football season, and the marquee has been stolen from the Detroit Lions by the Detroit Tigers. No shocker today, Jared Goff named NFC Offensive Player of the Week.
Why?
He had a 100% completion percentage, threw for 292 yards, 2 touchdowns, perfect passer rating, was targeted once, caught 1 pass for a touchdown.
They're pretty good?
Yeah. It's a good day for Jared Goff.
He didn't even get a game ball after the game.
No, he didn't. Dan Campbell was so funny about that.
But you know what? It was the exact experience. You lived at the game, Kang, where you didn't notice. You were in the stands. You didn't know until after the game that Goff was perfect and didn't throw an incompletion. Neither did Dan Campbell.
Normally, coaches get like a stat sheet after the game. They can look at it, or they'll look at it. You see it all the time in basketball and hockey. The guys are looking at their stat sheet and they say, "Oh, well, you got 38 minutes from Cade tonight, and we look good." Mm-hmm. Campbell obviously didn't get that because one of the first questions asked him.
That was surprisingly accurate. You will get that. They'll be looking at the stat sheet, just ripping off random stats, like 38 minutes from Cade. Probably too many. But you're right. Yeah, go ahead.
And the first question asked to Campbell was about Jared Goff and his perfect outing, and Campbell smiles, and because you could tell that he was immediately embarrassed, and he's like, "I didn't know that." He was perfect? Well, we just gave the game ball out. Maybe I should have given him a game ball. And then the obvious question is, who got the game ball? And there were 3 game balls that were given out. One was to Ben Johnson, one was to Kirby Joseph, and the other one went to Jameson Williams. And the reasoning was solid. He said, look, Jamo blocked his ass off and was the reason we were able to get so many yards after contact. And he's done a really nice job. And, oh, by the way, the touchdown was great too. Speed kills. But, yes, had he known that Goff was literally perfect, I think it's safe to say that he either would have given out a 4th game ball or would have taken it back from Jamo. But if you watch the video of Dan Campbell in the locker room afterwards, it's great because the team loves him and he loves the team, and he's handing out the game balls. And when he hands it to Jameson Williams and explains why, everybody knows why, and they love him. The look on Jamo's face, he was so happy to get that game ball.
Yeah.
Like, okay, Goff was perfect. That's awesome. But I love the reaction that Jameson Williams had from it. So I was happy.
He had never gotten a game ball before. When they played on Sunday night, he got the one from the Sunday night crew, but he didn't get one from Dan Campbell. And so I think that's actually his first official, like, from the Lions game ball. So maybe, and plus he's so young, he enjoys the game, he plays it like a kid, essentially.
It's great, yeah.
So you clearly in Detroit, the big story is the Tigers, but we bring this up because it might impact us in the National Football League. The big story circulating today is that Davante Adams wants out of Vegas. This is the most predictable story ever. We talked about it in the offseason. Vegas' schedule's tough right out of the gate. Watch for him to be unhappy. He was already teetering on unhappiness last year, as we saw in the show Receiver and the reports that were out. They are 2-2, so it's not like their season's over. But now reports have circulated that he wants out. And the asking price, according to insiders, is a 2nd-round pick.
And then some conditional stuff.
Yep. Which doesn't feel like it's a huge asking price, but he's likely a rental with voidable years on his contract and would probably get into free agency.
Yeah, because his contract is massive if you're going to take that on. And apparently his wish list there's 2 teams at the top of his wish list, and not surprisingly, it'd be the Jets to go back and play with Aaron Rodgers, or to go to New Orleans and play with Derek Carr. Why he'd want to play with Derek Carr, I don't know, but apparently he would because they played together in college. But Diana Rossini is tweeted out. She said the Pittsburgh Steelers are interested in trading for Davante Adams, according to a source. There have been discussions, and both sides are keeping an open line of communication. If he goes to Pittsburgh becomes a contender, right? Like, they've already had a nice record to start the season, probably better than what people expected. They're going with Justin Fields as their quarterback. He doesn't have anybody to throw to yet. If you bring in one of the best receivers in the game there, all of a sudden, doesn't Pittsburgh look a lot more formidable?
Yeah. And now, when did Rossini tweet that out?
It was with
What
Mine
time?
says 8 minutes, but I'm guessing it's probably more like 15 minutes ago.
Okay, because in the last 10 minutes, she tweeted out, my biggest takeaway from conversation with teams around the league, many involved or who have checked in, believe the Jets are the team that will get this trade done.
I so hope the Jets don't get this done. And if they do, I hope the Jets are held over a barrel and have to give up like a first-round pick and other multiple picks, and that it fails miserably.
Yeah, I would agree. Actually, I like Davante Adams after watching receiver. But, I mean, are the Lions, I haven't seen the Lions mentioned anywhere. Like, I've seen lists of teams that should trade, and I don't really have an issue with it because I feel like they have an emerging receiving core and they might have other bigger needs, like the edge rusher opposite of Hutch.
So Dan Graziano of ESPN has put out there that the Lions, including the Commanders, Cowboys, and Jets, are among potentially interested teams that have enough cap space right now to trade for Adams. So there's one floated out there, so a credible reporter that's mentioned the Lions and Davante Adams.
ESPN had a story this morning about teams that should trade for Davante Adams, and they listed like 10 teams, and the Lions were not.
They were not
one of those teams.
No, they listed, I've got the story here. It's Kansas City, the Jets, Buffalo, the Chargers, the Steelers, the Ravens, Cleveland, Dallas, Green Bay, the Rams, and the Commanders. I mean, that's a lot of teams without mentioning Detroit.
Well, and you can understand why. Lions just scored 42 points the other night.
Yeah.
It's not like offensively they desperately needed another wide receiver. And look, would he be an upgrade? Absolutely.
Without question.
Davante Adams is amazing. But is it overkill? Like, if you're going to spend your money on a trade, would all Lions fans agree it's not wide receiver but defensive end?
Well, here's the weird thing about this that we have to remind ourselves is we can sit here and say, I'm not going to go after him because I'm going to go after player X. I'm going to go after
or double X.
Or
Good there.
Yeah, because Max Crosby's name has 2X. Or I'm going to go after this position. But those are all yet to develop stories. So we can say, I want to get an edge rusher opposite of Hutch. If one becomes available.
Right.
Like, you assume that somebody will be available that can help you. But what if you find out that the best guy is somebody else's Josh Pascal? Like, we can't assume that Max Crosby's going to be available.
No, you can't assume that. But here's what happens every year. Every year it seems like there are players that become available that would be, well, at least an interesting talking point for a fit. Happened last year. We talked a lot about it. And if they didn't want Chase Young, okay, there's a reason why they didn't want Chase Young.
Yep.
Right? But could they have gone after, other players? Could they have gone after Sweat? They chose not to because there was a contract that would have to be associated with that if you're going to do so. The player from Carolina, defensive end.
Burns.
Brian Burns. Could they have done that? They could have, but the price is very steep. At least Carolina put it out there too steep. And they screwed themselves and lost him anyway. Players there'll be players available. I feel that players will be available. The question is,
it is unknown.
Will Brad Holmes pull the trigger on it? At some point, Brad Holmes is going to play the game of F them picks.
So, yeah, and what we can guarantee is Davante Adams is available. That seems to be pretty accurate.
Yes.
We can't guarantee that a really good edge rusher will be available. So there's a little bit of, hey, got it, we'd rather have the elite edge rusher than the wide receiver, but getting Davante Adams helps the Lions win, period, end of story.
But after you go through the game like Monday night, you can't help but say to yourself, it's still a need for edge rusher. And,
I think it's a way bigger need. But
yeah, and Kang brought up a name last week that I think that I have to ask myself, have they kicked the tires on this? Is there a reason they haven't or have? Are they going to bring somebody in this week because it's the bye week?
But it's like going to a car dealership and say, here's how much money I have. I want to get this Bronco. And they'll say, well, that's not enough money. You can get this Ford Edge, but I want the Bronco. Bronco's not for sale at that price. I want the Ford. You can only get the Ford Edge.
Except it looks like the Lions have the budget for a Lamborghini. If they want to.
Potentially, if the Lamborghini's for sale. I guess it's more like going to somebody's house to buy their used car, and you go, oh, I don't want that one. I want that one. And you're selling that one, and the person's like, no, it's not for sale. Max Crosby might not be for sale.
Might not be. But
back to Tiger stuff next hour. More of your phone calls as well. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Sorry, I cut you off there right before the break. We were about 2 minutes late, so that's on me. Anything you want to add before we get to the people?
I forget what we were talking about.
Yeah, it was like 4 minutes ago. I do the same thing.
It's football related.
Yeah. Probably had something to do with Davante Adams, Max Crosby.
Oh, I remember now. The name King brought up last week when we were talking about should they bring in guys and talking about free agents. Yannick Ngakoue.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that he still hasn't been signed by a team. Maybe there's a reason for that we don't know about. Maybe he's not healthy enough. Maybe he's just sitting things out until later in the season and then looking to pick and choose his team. But that's a guy who's kind of been a pass rushing specialist his whole career, and he's been very good at it. Would that make sense?
I feel like something's changed, and I'm not coming. Let me be clear on this. I am not at all coming down on the media that covers the Detroit Lions. I think we have a really good group. Didn't it feel like we used to get updates on who was in for Tuesday tryouts more frequently?
Yeah, I think we did.
So I think something's changed as far as the access of that information. But, I mean, look, the idea that they could try and add a piece to the defensive line, it's more of what you want. I think this team's bigger need is that, but that doesn't mean that that's available. I'm sure some edge rusher somewhere will be available, but it might not be somebody that fits. Davante Adams would make this offense go from being arguably one of the best in the league to probably the best in the league. And, got it. Everybody says I'd rather have the edge rusher. I think almost everybody would say it, but you don't know you can get an edge rusher because you don't know what's going to be available yet. Now, they might have had talks and already found out about some guys that are available. But let's get to the people. 248-539-9797. Open lines. We've got a Kevin in Macomb here on 97.1. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys.
Sure.
Yeah, you guys mentioned Davante Adams, and I would never want to give up a second rounder for him. That's just me personally. Mm-hmm. I think we watched the game, and I was a Hutchinson hater, but I'll tell you what, he has exceeded all expectations, and I'm so happy we have him right now. But the thing is, too, I also noticed Josh Paschal in the game, and he really, we're not expecting him to be a superstar, but he really didn't do too much. And obviously our offense is already good, but it was kind of a shootout back and forth. I do know that with the team we have right now, I honestly don't think that this team is good enough to win the Super Bowl, maybe get to the Super Bowl, though. You guys will laugh. Rico laughed at me a couple months ago, but I really do feel that it's not just if a player's available or not. I feel it's like I'm not saying Browns is not proactive, but I feel like he owes it to the fan base to call Mark Davis or whatever, the Davis family,
yep,
and just start off at 3 first-rounders because, you know what, you got teams that dealt for Trey Lance. They gave up 3 first-rounders and more. Deshaun Watson, 3 first-rounders and more. And those were both busts. Max Crosby, you know what you're getting. You're basically getting an Aiden Hutchinson, in essence, a guy who's going to give you 110% every play. And I know he might not be available, but it doesn't hurt to pick up the phone and call.
Of course not.
And I do feel this team is literally one edge player, a superstar like that away. I don't like how they addressed in the offseason with Marcus Davenport and obviously his injury history and what we're seeing right now. And all I heard about in the offseason and the year before was how good James Houston is going to be, and we haven't seen nothing.
I don't think you heard it from them. You might have heard it from the media, but I feel like the Lions have been sending a quiet message all along that they are not sold on James Houston. As far as Max Crosby is concerned, yes, investigate the possibility. They traded, what was it? When they traded Khalil Mack, it was 2 firsts, a third, and a sixth for Khalil Mack and a second. And if that's the price that's been set already, I'd go for that. I'd absolutely go for that. And kick the tires, find out if that Ford Bronco you want's for sale. Yeah, you're right. Lamborghinis are better. You show up to buy a Ford Bronco and the guy's got a Lamborghini and you're like, well, I'll buy that. It's not for sale.
But do you accept cash? We have cash.
Not for sale. But I'd ask.
Looking ahead at the Raiders' schedule, They're at Denver, home against Pittsburgh, at the Rams, home against the Chiefs, at the Bengals. I mean, they're winnable. A lot of those are winnable games.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, too. They could play themselves back into this. It doesn't mean that Davante Adams is going to want to stay. Last week, I mean, I don't know, Trey Hendrickson from Cincinnati, if they continue to fade, he's got an injury, but you might be able to get him relatively cheap, and he could help. There was a guy we brought up last week, and I'm completely blanking. Somebody else who was hurt but had like 3.5 sacks, but they were coming off an injury, and I'm completely blanking on who it was.
That guy.
Yeah. Who am I thinking of? Anyway, back to your phone calls. We go to Robert on a cell. Hi, Robert.
How you guys doing?
All right, Robert.
Love the show. I called it a couple weeks ago. I went to the Baltimore series Saturday and Sunday. Had my buddy come up and everything like that. And seeing the Tigers magic in person. If you remember that series, they got up on Saturday. Then Baltimore tied it. Went to extra innings. And they win it. And then Sunday with Parker Meadows, the climbing over the wall to take back the home run. Just it is so fun to watch this improbable run. And like yesterday's lineup, first glance, you guys talked about Malloy. I'm like, why would he be in the 2 spot? And then you're like, well, he hits lefties well. And what does he go out and do? And this is where A.J. Hinch is just smarter than all of us. He was on base twice yesterday, I think, in his 3 at bats. So it's just amazing to watch. So, love the show, and hoping they get the W today. And Cleveland scares the heck out of me, but who would have ever thought we'd be in this position?
I want to be scared the heck of Cleveland. I want to be scared by the Yankees. I want to be scared by the Dodgers. Like, it's a tough matchup. They're all tough matchups on paper.
I'd love to be scared by the Dodgers.
I mean, honestly, there's the most useless thing to do is look at season stats. As it pertains to the Tigers, completely useless.
Don't do it.
It has no relevance to what's going on today. And these guys have tapped into what each player does well. The organization's tapped into what these guys do well. How do we make their skill set, how do we make that a strength for our team, using it appropriately?
Could you imagine if you're a Astros fan and you haven't paid attention to the Tigers really much all year long, and you look up their roster and you look up numbers, and then you see Jake Rogers in a picture, and you're like, the Tigers have a train conductor as a catcher? What's going on? And you're like,
you're
this
right.
guy, but
exactly.
no. Yep. But you know what?
Kind of waddles off.
2 for 4, RBI, defensively stud. Underrated play I thought in the game was that dribbler right in front of him where he told, I forget who's pitching at the time, back off, turns around, back facing first base, turns around, just guns it over to Torque, gets him.
Yeah, that was a sacrifice bunt.
Yeah, was it yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, if he throws that ball down the line, we got a tie game. It was a brilliant play. It was a brilliant play.
That's a tough play.
It is a tough play. They're major leaguers, but that's one where you almost have to be perfect, And he was pretty much perfect. 248-539-9797. Tiger special pregame coverage starts today at 1:30 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, if you got a leaky foundation that's putting your home at risk, it's time to call Brickworks Property Restoration. They'll assess your foundation, pinpoint the source of the problem, and give you a custom solution to help keep your home dry and safe. I get it. Unexpected repairs can be a hassle. Brickworks makes it easier with 0% financing for 12 months or low monthly payments to fit just about any budget. They are locally owned and operated. Don't wait. Just visit brickworksmi.com today for a free quote. That's brickworksmi.com. Your experts in foundation repair, brick restoration, tuck pointing, chimney services, and more, because nobody works like Brickworks. What a win, and we're here to preview Game 2, but we can't preview Game 2 without addressing Game 1. Game 1 was extraordinarily tense for Detroit, and collectively as a community, we all got to experience it together. All kinds of postseasons are intense. Hockey postseasons, intense. Overtime in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Last year, we experienced it with the Detroit Lions. Michigan fans had it with the Wolverines. State fans, you've had it with tournament runs. We know what it's like to have postseason, like edge of your seat, I'm going to have a heart attack sports viewing. Baseball hits different. I'm not saying it's more intense. It's just different. Something about the pacing of the game and the feeling of pending doom. And Scott, yesterday, the Tigers were, I'm not going to say cruising, but they did take a 3-0 lead to the ninth, and ESPN put the stat up. The teams in that situation were 538-1.
They tried everything to jinx this for the Tigers.
538-1 when taking a 3-run lead to the ninth inning of a playoff baseball game. And then the way that ninth inning played itself out. There was the foul tip that was in Jake Rogers' glove that they ruled that it hit the ground, which I thought was very debatable. I mean, there was a little bleeder of a single through the right side of the infield. And next thing you know, here's Houston with the go-ahead run at first, the tying run at second, and a runner at third, bases loaded. That was heart attack baseball.
Oh, it was heart attack baseball. And did they say that the only team that did it was a Jason Hayward team?
Yeah.
And here comes Hayward up to play, like, shut up! Stop it! In the end, the Tigers prevailed, despite all the bad mojo that ABC's crew was putting out there.
You know, it's funny because I know you don't believe in win percentages, and then the little bug up in the corner throughout the ninth inning, I was paying attention to that. When Brisky took over and it was first and second and nobody out. First and second. Oh, it was second and third, one out. Excuse me. Yeah, Brisky took over second and third, one out. That was the tying run at second base. The little bug said the Tigers had a 73% chance of winning that game, which they do through all kinds of metrics. I don't know the formula, but I use that to be the warm, fuzzy blanket that I wrapped around myself to feel better. And when they finally did get that second out, the bases were loaded. Hayward was up. It was an 86% chance that they would win that game. So I tried to make myself feel better. I'm not sure it worked. It maybe brought my heartbeats per minute down by maybe 1 full beat per minute.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. That's a percentage. It's in your favor. Hey, whatever makes you feel better. All right? If it works for you, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm totally dismissive of it. Doesn't matter to me. But I was as nerve-wracked as everybody else watching the game. Nothing was going to make me feel better. I mean, nothing. Because it's baseball. And you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know when someone's going to get the confidence. And there's that weird luck. Just get a piece of it. It can hit a flare to the outfield and it can drop. You could just get a piece of it. It can die rolling down to third baseline before it gets to the base. Anything can happen in baseball. You can't predict it. So there's reason why people are, white knuckling the ride. And I was definitely with y'all. It was touch and go, man. Unfortunately, you get the line out of all outs. It's a line out to first base, and you can't even see it land in Tork's mitt. You just have this awful feeling in your head going, okay, I just saw a line drive go to the right side of the infield. Please tell me Torkelson's in position, because if he's not, it's going to tie the game and maybe even win the game, because with 2 outs, those guys are running on anything.
It looked like it had the exit velocity about 900 miles per hour.
It did.
But it went right to Tork.
It did. Do we get an exit velocity on that final?
I haven't seen it, but we'll look it up. In the meantime, Tigers analyst Bobby Scales talking about what they did so well in Game 1. Was it quality at bats? Was it working to count? Here's what Bobby Scales had to say. Valdez he wasn't as sharp. It was interesting this morning watching MLB Network. They were saying Valdez almost looked like he was going through the motions during his pregame warmups. He was not sharp. Nobody's mad about it in Detroit, but Scuba was sharp. Their guy was not sharp.
Yeah. Well, fortunately, our guy was, and he was fantastic. Will Vest came in. He was fantastic, and they're able to pin it down at the end despite a little bit of a roller coaster in the ninth inning, get the win 3-1. That's all we wanted. I don't even want to think about what it would have been like today if they had lost the game. Mm-hmm. It's a Skubal start. You never want to waste a Skubal start. And in the playoffs, it's so vitally important that they got that one. Because now if you dare to allow yourself to dream, if they're able to make it to another round, that you can see that, okay, Skubal gets another start, hopefully. But today's game is so vitally important. Knock it out. Let's go. And then we can start thinking about the next series. But for right now, Tyler Holton will get the start. Don't know if he'll go beyond one inning today. Depends how many pitches he throws, I'm sure. But I love the way that they've cobbled together these opener starts and turn them into wins and turn them into just great pitching outings no matter who steps onto the hill.
More from Tiger analyst Bobby Scales. Does this Tiger team feel pressure? The rock of belief. Yeah, the rock of belief is rolling downhill in a big way. I thought it was important to get out to the quick lead yesterday to immediately remind them that it's still just the same game they've been playing and playing so well. Just because it's the postseason, it doesn't make that much of a difference. Go play your game. And they did. And when they got that lead, I thought it was a great reminder for them earlier in the game.
That it was. Look, this team's been through a lot, and it feels like there's nothing that they can't handle. There's no situation they haven't been in to be in this position in the first place. They had to be the best team in baseball, and they were. And they continued it on through game one.
Let's go to Wally in Livonia. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Wally.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hey, right. Question to you guys. I think the Tigers have found their core. Julian, you think so?
Well, it depends on how many people you think are in that core and how big does the core need to be?
Well, I'm thinking, the only thing that I see a deficiency in would be third base. Everything else, the outfield's pretty solid. Shortstop now pretty solid. Second base, pretty solid. Torque has some work to do with his bat, but he's a damn good defenseman. So that's where I'm headed.
Yeah, and that's a question I bring up to people all the time when they call in and people say, oh, can't wait for them to spend money in free agency. And I'm like, okay, well, where do you want to spend that money? Because the outfield does look solid. And with Veerling as an extra outfielder and then Wenzel Perez, okay, now what do you want to do? Because it looks pretty good, like 5 outfielders there. And the infield, we don't know about third base. Jace Young is the guy they don't want to block. And he hasn't really hit as well as we had hoped he would just yet, but maybe he will next year. And Torkelson is kind of the same thing. Your corner infielders are still, I think, up in the air. But the other guys, though, they look like they could be part of a core, which is exciting.
Yes, it is.
Not to mention the pitching staff, yeah.
So, Houston started a left-hander yesterday. They come back with a right-hander today. And as you would imagine, the Tigers lineup looks completely different. We will get to that coming up shortly. Also, on this organization, developing players, we'll hear more from Bobby Scales. And how do they do it with guys who had 7 ERAs in the minors now have 3 ERAs at the big league level? It's remarkable. Hear what he had to say. Coming up straight ahead on the special edition of the Carson Anderson Show, the Tiger pregame, postseason pregame edition here on 97.1 The Ticket.
It's so hard to find reliable service. So when you find it, you want to let everybody know about it. Precision Garage Door, they are amazing. You got any issues with your garage doors, you need them serviced, they're going to come out and they're going to fix the issues that happened to me a couple years ago. My garage doors were kind of on their last legs. I said, well, we can help you out for a little bit. And then when the time comes for new garage doors, we can certainly help you out with that. And they did. They did just that. Here's what's great about Precision. They'll work with your schedule. You go on their website, you can schedule an appointment for a time that works for your schedule, and they'll accommodate you. Not only that, weekends, Precision Garage is available at no extra charge. They offer the industry's leading warranty, and if you mention 97 won the ticket, they're going to waive your service fee. This is awesome. So if you want your garage doors done right, do what I did. Call Precision Garage Door today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
Jake Rogers was a huge part of that win yesterday. We had talked about him yesterday before the game. Love to see the guy come through. He was good defensively. He was framing pitches, stealing strikes. He made a great defensive play in the 9th inning, had that big single, part of a 2-for-4 day with an RBI that our producer Ken called almost that exact stat line. Well done. Way to go, Jake Rogers. All right. So we mentioned this Tiger team, how they've been able to develop players in their own system. Bobby Scales, Tiger analyst, talks about what they're doing top to bottom to allow guys to flourish when they're getting to the big league level. Bobby Scales, before one of his previous roles when he was done playing, was he worked in player development. He was the director of player development for the Angels. So he comes at it with that perspective. They've done an unbelievable job because they've done it with, it feels like they've done it more with lower draft picks consistently than they have high draft picks. Who cares where they're drafted? They're coming through.
This entire roster, it's been cobbled together with a lot of young players and taking a chance on some other free agents that maybe people wouldn't have expected. There's been a couple of trades. Nothing that's been blowing the doors off of people when they were made. You know, the acquisition of Will Vest, for instance, or Matt Vierling. None of these things were big moves, but they're paying off like they're big moves. You know, the Al Avila picks they're starting to surface now. And this year, I mean, it's amazing how many of his draft picks have an impression on this current team. And then you've got, you know, the decision-making process of Scott Harris as to when to bring these guys up, you know, where else to invest in. And it's a nice mesh between the old and the new. I don't know if these players would have developed as nicely if it was still the same old with the scouts and the coaching staffs that they had in the minor leagues when things were 5 years ago. But things have changed in the minor leagues, and things have changed with the scouting and the development team that Scott Harris has put in. And so I think it's a blend of both. You don't want to discredit either side. Give credit to both sides for figuring out how to get this team to play the way they have.
Maybe one of the most unbelievable things as part of player development is watching guys who had ERAs in the 6s and 7s at the minor league level get called up and then keep their ERA at 3 and below at the major league level. How is that possible? What is their secret sauce? Again, here's Bobby Scales.
It's amazing because, like, I could buy that explanation for maybe one pitcher coming in and they're able to work with the one guy. But they've done it with everyone. No. Gunther, Hannafy, Herter, Ty Madden. All these guys, like Reese Olson in the minors wasn't anything special. But they get fed or made, they get hinched up, and next thing you know, they're fantastic with this team in this season.
Well, if you're telling a guy, don't worry about the results, we want you to change your grip on this pitch, go out and throw it 60% of the time in this outing today. You might walk a bunch of guys. Hell, you might get hit a whole bunch. But if you're getting better at the way that they need you to throw a pitch, or you're going to throw all changeups this outing, whatever it might be, yeah, their stats can get out of whack at the minor league level, but they're trying to prepare players to be successful at the major league level. It's remarkable. We talk about it all the time. And we've talked about it in the context of Michael Lorenzen and Jack Flaherty, free agents who signed one-year deals in Detroit, came here and flourished. But it's going to get to the point where this reputation is going to help them so much.
Well, you watched last night and all season long, we've watched Tarik Skubal pitch and how good he's been. But Tarik Skubal doesn't go up there and he's not thinking, I've got 5 or 6 pitches to go through. I've got this crazy good fastball, and I've got a changeup that you can't hit because I'm throwing high 90s, and then I drop this changeup with the same motion, and good luck with that. But that's what it is. When he said, find your pitch, make it a superpower. And if you're a starting pitcher and you're supposed to have an arsenal of multiple pitches, what are the ones you do best at? And with Skubal, he does these 2 really well, and maybe this is the formula. This is the secret sauce. Find it with everybody. Maybe that's what they with Jackson Jobe. Hey, we know you're ultra talented and you've got all these great pitches. You don't need to have them all be that great, but to have a couple that are better than great, you're going to go on to great things.
All right, Gator, who steps up today? Yesterday we tried to pick before the game who's the guy that comes through for them. Who do you think it is today?
Today, I think we're going to see I think just going to go to chalk here and look at the left-handed hitters. I think you look at Riley Green or Kerry Carpenter, one of those 2 guys. I'm going to go Carpenter. He didn't have a hit yesterday, had 2 at-bats. I think he's going to really tee off on a right-handed pitcher.
I'm going to go Colt Keith today.
Yeah.
And it has everything to do with this incredibly small, but I'm going to call it a useful sample size. 5 at-bats against Hunter Brown. He has 3 hits.
There you go.
So I'm going to pick Colt Keith to be the guy today. The lineup, Parker Meadows leading off in center field. Kerry Carpenter at DH will hit second. Matt Vierling in right field hitting third. Riley Green in left field hitting fourth. Colt Keith at second base hitting fifth. Spencer Torkelson at first hitting sixth. Zach McKinstry at third hitting seventh. Trey Sweeney at shortstop will hit eighth. Jake Rogers catching hitting ninth. Yesterday before the game, I said I like the under on 6.5 runs. Today, with this lineup and these pitchers, I like the way the Tigers piece it together. I'm going to say the over's the play today.
Oh.
Over on 7.5. Yesterday it was under 6.5. Today I'm going to go over 7.5.
I like it. I like it. It's saucy. I'm hopeful that they can get off to a really good start and maybe knock the starter out early and get 4 or 5 runs across the board in the first couple of innings and maybe we can breathe a little bit. I would not expect this team to be pitching a shutout today. I think Houston's going to give them everything it can handle. They might jump on pitches early rather than try to work the count. Maybe they're just trying to ambush some pitchers here. But with the Tigers, this is an opener start, which is fun because we're getting used to it. And when Tyler Holton starts a game, good things can happen. I saw this stat the other day that they showed that I thought was crazy, that the Tigers have, I think it's 7 pitchers on their roster have started and finished a game this year.
That's bizarre.
Is that wild?
7? That's crazy. Well, 13 rookies, right? There's all kinds of stuff that makes no sense.
But it's the way that they use them throughout you're going to start, or you can finish up the game in the 9th inning for us and mop up duty, or if it needs to be a closer, because we've seen Holton close out a couple games. It's amazing.
Kang, you got somebody that you think is the guy today?
Well, I know he's an opener, but I think Tyler Holton continues what he's been doing and just shuts down however long the AJ decides to leave him in there for. I think he, not going to, I don't want to jinx anything, but I think the Astros go scoreless against Holton. From the offensive side, I Trey Sweeney to come through late in the lineup today at some point.
248-539-9797. Martin in Oakland Township. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Martin.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I wanted to get your opinions. I think it was Valente yesterday kind of made it seem like it wasn't sustainable. We just have one dominant pitcher, but obviously I think the cat's out of the bag, right? We're playing small ball with pitching. We've got a dominant pitcher, and then we've got pitcher by rotation, right? And I think it was earlier this morning somebody drew a comparison to the 2015 Kansas City Royals, but what are your thoughts? How sustainable is playing small ball at pitching?
Well, first of all, I don't think they're playing small ball because small ball indicates that you're bunting the ball, you're getting runners over that way. What they're doing is they're playing fundamental baseball, running from first to third on base hits. Even guys like Jake Rogers get it done, and they've been hitting a bunch of singles. But this team, they got players in the second half of the season that have all of a sudden started pumping the ball over the fence. As far as the pitching is concerned, is it sustainable for a season? No, I don't think it is. But in the playoffs, it is sustainable. We got a 3-game series here where they're playing every day, right? But Got a good start yesterday from the starting pitcher, able to keep the bullpen kind of fresh. We know the bullpen's going to be used today, and hopefully they can get things done. And if they do, then the next round you got a 5-game series where you have space between the games. You got a day off between games 1 and 2, a day off between games 2 and 3. And then you play back-to-back in 3 and 4, and then it'll be a day off between game 4 and 5 if necessary. So because of the way the schedule sets up in the playoffs, that plays into the Tigers' benefit because there is rest built in.
I guess I'd say this, Martin. I think you can do it throughout this postseason. I'm not sure I'd want to go into next year with just 2 starting pitchers.
I do not want to do
that. But there's no reason why you can't, as the year goes on, get back to doing this when the games get more intense. It's working for them. I think it's a lot of strain to ask the bullpen to do this day in, day out.
I mean, you guys probably know better, right, than most. I mean, what other comparisons could you guys draw in terms of how the Tigers are approaching pitching?
I'm not sure there is one. Dan Dickerson said yesterday he's done a lot of research to try to find anything like this, and he can't.
It's uncharted territory because of how often they do it. It's one thing to have one rotation spot open, so you have 4 starting pitchers, and then you use the 5th spot as an opener. A lot of teams have done that. Tampa's done that, and they've been great at it. But what the Tigers are doing is completely unprecedented. For the last 6-7 weeks, they've had to do it for 3 rotational spots for most of that time, and at least 2 for damn near all that time. And it's worked for them. And like I said, I think it does carry on into the playoffs because of the way the schedule sets up in the playoffs with that built-in time off. But no, I to see this, you don't want to do this all next year. You're hopeful that guys get healthy and guys can pitch again and get back into a normal 5-man rotation.
It's not sustainable until it is. I just need them to run this out, right? This heater just needs to last, another month or whatever it is. And then next year, I agree with you guys. You can't continue trying this next year. But right now, who's to say they can't continue this? They've been doing it the entire time.
Let's go to Bill in New Baltimore. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Bill.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Great.
All right, Bill.
I'm glad you guys are talking about this topic. And what the Tigers have done this year, it's just crazy that they have all these bullpen days and they keep winning. And I've been thinking, do you think this might happen in 2, 3, 4 years where you have, 2 or 3 legitimate starters and then the rest of the days you're just deep in the bullpen? And
I don't think that's going to be the case. I've asked that question. I think I asked Dickerson last week. I asked Bobby Scales today the same thing. I don't think that's going to be happening. What I do think might happen is I think you're going to see an opener start a lot more often in baseball. I just don't think you're going to see 2 or 3/5 of the rotation being built like that. This is crazy, and it's kind of done on a necessity because of the injuries the Tigers had and the lack of starting pitching that they had, and also maybe not wanting to rely on AAA arms, AAA starters to be major league starters. But I do think you're going to see it being used more often just in one rotational spot.
I guess I'll say this as it pertains to this. Who ever thought that we'd be talking about the NBA with positionless basketball? Like, things change, trends come and go. I don't know if other teams will be successful. One of the things that we can sit here and talk about, it's sure a philosophical approach, but you know what else it is? It's the guys that are being asked to do this are coming through. And as much as we credit Chris Fetter and AJ Hinch, those guys are always quick to say, yeah, that's fine. You can talk about us. But what we're asking them to do, they are going out and executing. And so I think they've done it with a special collection of bullpen arms, which not everybody has. I mean, you can do this, but if your starter, if the guy that's playing your role of Holton getting the start today gives up 4 runs in the first inning and a third, what difference does it make? You still have to have your guys be effective.
Yeah, just get the win by hook or by crook at this point. If you're looking in May, it's a totally different story. But here we are into October, and I don't care how they get it done, just get it done, and hopefully they get it done today.
Well, we'll see if this Detroit Tiger ambush of Major League Baseball continues today as they try and close out the Houston Astros in the Wild Card Series. And, of course, we'll have it here on 97.1 The Ticket. Post-game coverage follows. It's the Tigers and Houston. Coming up next, Carson Anderson, stay safe, treat each other with respect. 97.1 The Ticket.